Turn out from it. I left comment, but subscribers in desktop. What does that mean? My little Google Chromebook's only got the Google bit, the Gmail bit, and the YouTube bit, thumbnails and stuff. I don't know. Wouldn't know what to do anymore. I'll look through my Gmails. I've got quite a few, but I'll have a look. Bloody microphone in tea. From Laurie. I've not seen anything. Got a few from Andrea Kenchi, whatever name is, her name is. I don't know. Let's go. Wasn't that long ago, would you say it was? Yes, Kenchi. Patricia. I know I've got a message from you at some point. The only people I got messages from, I put stars on. I can't seem to find you at all. You are here somewhere. You did send me a private message, didn't you, when I first started? I'm sure you did. I thought I had one from Martin. I can't find Martin's one. Andy Hilton. Michael. Do you know, there was a fellow called Michael who contacted me right at the beginning. Last June. And I never heard from him again. I spoke to him once on the phone for a couple of hours. It felt like hours. His name was MM. Martin Michael. I wonder. How do I stop 38 degrees from sending me messages? Driving me nuts. That's all I can see, 38 degrees. Fucking hell. Back to Laurie's messages, but that was last August. Andrea sent you again. Miss Kim. Deezer. Well, I've got one viewer in my hangout. Is that you? Viewing myself. Someone say hello. If you can help me, I will send you a link. Right, here goes my fun. Everybody's home. World War III is about to kick off. Stop broadcasting on the PlayStation. There's no one there anyway. That's that done. Give me 1 minute, be back.
Sick people sitting there waiting for me to come on. Now, can anyone leave a message in chat? Because I don't know if it's working. Can you even hear me? Probably not. Mute microphone, turn camera phone off. It says it's on. I want people to join me, but I don't know how. But if I know who's there, I can send you a link possibly. My signal is not very strong. Hey, stronger if I face that way. Why can't I see chat? Now I'm going to try again. That come up? Got to look in that eye thing apparently. Because I need you. Anyone there? No one wants to talk to me? You can listen in a minute if you want. Still no messages that I can see. Now, let me try something else. Me a message maybe, and then maybe I can click you up then. Let me try something else first. Am I still on view while I do all this? You don't want me to screen share this, do you? Just trying to find something. Yeah. Oh, look. Does that say that's a message? Oh, bubbles. Oh, look. Oh, there we go. Look, there's all these messages. What does that mean? I say. Don't I have to mute this one now for the get-go? All right. Let's quickly check this message out. Oh, hey, listen, I'm not sure if you guys are aware of a channel called Professor Doom. He gave a nice shout out to Jay Dreamers the other day. I've just got a message back from someone called Seasider702 saying, yeah, he was surprised too that Doom did a shout out for Jay. It's very bizarre. So it's not you guys. Not let me type. Let me see. Go back to this one. No, this one down here. Is it choose links? Oh crap, I've lost it. Send links. This one? I don't know how to do that. How to invite people? Invite people. Let me try. Bubbles. B. Right, there's that one. I did send one to Rory. I'm not sure if you got it. I send the invite to that one. I will send it to the right person. Let's hope it don't come out on here. Time will tell. I wonder if that one will work. Do you come on these Hangouts, Time? Let me try Rory again with that other little image. Because there's two Rorys. Rory Mac. I wonder if it's that one. Right, another invitation posted. Why can't I type in my chat? What am I doing wrong here then? Let's close something down. No, not open. It's just my lame little keyboard. Hello in chat. Yeah, that worked. That long last. So I need to have that open as well. I'm assuming there's no echo. Oh, look, who's that? Am I on? Can you hear me?
Let me just stick my headphones on, Rich.
Oh, I've got some myself, but I don't know if they work. I'm going to try them as well.
Actually, I'll put the light on as well.
There's no volume on this one.
I can scare you with my face.
Let me go back to that one. Good.
It's real. It's really happening. Look.
Image is low, yeah. I can close a couple of things up in a moment. This one.
Can you actually hear me okay?
Do I need to keep this open? And then if I shrink that one down. Hello. I don't know if you can hear me now with these things on. If you can't, I'll take them off. Hey Dustin! Woohoo! Garage meeting. It's better than a mother's meeting. See?
Rich? Have you muted me? I think you...
Something's buffering. Right, hold on. No, let me take that out.
Right. Can you hear me now?
Oh, I think I can hear you now. I think it's my headphones. They weren't working. I don't know what they're for.
Yeah.
Let me see this one. Oh, there we go. Woohoo!
Hey.
But there's no double echo, no?
No, it sounds okay from this side. And
Brilliant.
side. What the hell?
How are you? What?
Yeah.
Nice afternoon. What have you been up to?
Oh, I've been watching this strange man playing this game, killing zombies. I don't know. Very addictive, though. I know that.
Oh, tell me, I don't play it as much as I used to. I used to play for days on end. Like there was a certain time when I wasn't well. I took the kids to school and I'd go home and that's it. I'd play until it was time to pick them up again. And I was,
yeah, I've been there, Rich.
Yeah, do you know what I mean? I can't help it. Some of them are brilliant. Some of them are brilliant. Do I look at this or that? Which one do you look at?
Well, I'm looking over here, which is there. I've got. Are you on your iPad? Have you got an iPad?
Kind of.
All right. Is
But
it?
it's purposely just for going online, and it's got no other programs on it unless you install them yourself. So it's an empty laptop, and I use it just for YouTubing, and so it's pretty good.
Where's the camera based on the?
Right in front and on the pad there, on the
Right.
face screen.
Yeah, I have
So
to
I'll
keep
look at
looking like over that way, which is really weird.
I want to get a sticker with a hole in it and put it on there. So I'm always looking at it. Put a pair of boobs on it or something. I have to try and watch that chat as well. No, nothing else pops up. I don't know if Philip will be able to join us, but it'd be nice if he does. I'd like Dustin if he comes back, if he can join us. Do you ever speak to Dustin before? Or has he disappeared? He's muted himself. I'm looking on him on one look. That's better. Have I muted myself? No, I'm not plugged in. I'm up on full. I seem to have lost sound. put that one on it. That'll. I can't hear you, mate. I've lost you. Yeah, I can't hear you. I don't know what I did to the sound. That one. Not this one. That's the wrong page. That's miles behind. I'd like Dustin if he comes back. No. I don't know what I've done wrong. Now, if I speak, my microphone's working. Can you hear me? All right, well, you can hear me. Hi, Time will tell. It's nice to speak to you. Shall I send you an invite, Time, or you happy in chat? I shall be looking up there again. I keep forgetting that. Do you want me to send you an invite? Hello, King Richard. Yeah, Richard the Third. Muted, Rory. I don't know you. I can't hear you. Oh look, I heard something.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, that's better. Oh, now he's gone again. Have you got a loose connection?
No. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you now. You keep breaking out and in again.
All right. Can you hear? It might be your end, Richard.
It says, hold on. If I adjust the bandwidth, will that help?
Possibly, yeah. Do you have to narrow it? Yeah. Bring it down.
Well, I'll put it on very low for a minute.
Right.
No, it stayed on low.
Can you hear me now? Can you hear me?
I can hear you, yeah. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Am I breaking up at all?
No, that's quite good, actually. The image is not so good, but I can live with that.
My image looks nice from here.
My little image looks good. This is the bigger one, but I'm not worried about that.
Oh, of course, yeah, because I'm on your big screen, aren't I, when I talk? Does it come up
like that?
Yeah,
Quite big screen. That's right. I don't want myself.
Yeah, you were saying about Dustin. Is it Gollahan?
Oh, look, Dustin's back in chat.
Yeah.
Yeah, Dustin Gollyhon.
Yeah, absolutely. I've been following Dustin for a long time. I think his videos are brilliant. Absolutely brilliant.
Yeah, same here. He's another one of them. I'm going to spend an afternoon with him and do a whole batch, and I'm going to message on a whole bunch of them, and I'm going to make a little video to go along with it for myself and for anyone in the future that will come to my channel. Do you know what I mean? It's like some people's videos, the dribs and drabs week by week don't allow me to put it all together in my mind because so much happens in between. You know what I mean? So at some point, I'll do it with loads of people. I'll sit there normally on a Saturday, and I'll sit there and I'll watch a whole batch of somebody's videos. You know, and then I'll try and make a little thoughts and things, you know. That's what I'd like to do for myself, you know, not so much for everyone else, but so that I can try and understand more what people are trying to say, if that makes sense.
Yeah,
you know?
I sort of just bumble my way through it, really, and it's a question of time. It's only recently, because I've been out of work, I've just had so much time on my hands, so I thought I'll go and upset Nathan. No, I'm only joking.
I've had loads of time on my hands for a long time, and now I haven't because I'm working again, and all my time's disappeared. I'm not working mega hours, but where they are, they sit in the middle of the week and in the middle of the day, and it just takes up so much time. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
I mean,
I know your route and everything now. Picking the kids
I
up
live
from
to work and
school
stuff.
and which houses you've got to go and do whatever it is that you do.
I was at first. Even now, in the summer, it's better. But there are multiple routes. You know, I can go in all different sort of directions. But
do you know what, Richard? I was even tempted when I was going to have a job up in Norwood, and I was going to try and stalk you out, see if I could find you.
find me in the park.
Yeah.
I did think about it a couple of times. I thought, oh my god, if my channel kicks off, I'm going to walk through that park, someone's going to tap me on the shoulder, Richard Prince. You're like, ah! But no, it's not happened yet. Yeah, that'd be nice to bump into someone Monday. That'd be cool. I'll see you on the chat. I'll see you on YouTube. That'd be really cool. But yeah, I don't know. I do like that what Dale's doing in some ways, but going to the streets and talking to people. I think someone else said it a little while ago. You can scare people, you know. Some people don't want to know it, and you can put them off it for they'll never look at it again if you approach it in the wrong way. Does that make sense? And I haven't watched too much of what Dale's been doing yet, but I would do it, and I'm not sure from what I've seen so far I would do it the way Dale does it. But that's just me. Yeah, that's just me.
Doing it.
You keep breaking up. I wonder if that's me again. I'll try and bring that down one more time. Well, let me put it on very low. I'll close that down. Sorry about that. Was you saying something? No, I can't hear you, Rory.
Bit in and out, innit?
Oh, look, there you are. You're back again.
Yeah, I think it's the streaming at your side, or well,
I've got a
whatever.
feeling my kids are playing online as well, so it could be that.
That will make a big difference.
Yeah. They're going to have dinner in a minute, so I should calm down for about half an hour or so. Get some clear signal. Yeah. I can't sit in the front room. It's just far too noisy in there. It's far too noisy.
Nah. And that's the other thing.
No, look, he's gone again.
With you.
No. Oh, look. Back again.
I'm sort of drifting in and out, ain't I?
Yeah, that's it. I've got you again.
Right. It's like the old radio ham and the old CBs.
Yeah. Trying to dial it in.
Yeah, dear. Hold on, do the RF, do that. Hold on. Yeah, we got someone. And it's like the neighbour down the road.
It's that man on the moon. If I close this other window down, I can't watch chat, but I won't close my Hangout down, will it? But that might give me some more.
I know nothing about Hangouts at all.
Well, I'm going to try it. If it shuts off, I'll start another one back up.
All right.
I'm going to close that and see if I get more. I can't follow chat now.
Right. I've got chat in front of me, but it doesn't seem like anything's happening.
Nothing going on. I think it's just Bubbles sitting there listening. But that's all right. As I said, this is popping my cherry. This is the first time I've done this, so
it's brilliant, mate. It's really good.
Apart from when I used to sit here and talking to this camera, you know, when I first started. But that was the only way I knew how to film, was to just quickly set up a live event and then start it.
Right.
And that was.
I had one go at doing a live thing and set it all up, and I had no idea. It just would not go live. I've got it to the point where it said, yes, go live, and it just wouldn't do it. So I gave up.
Yeah,
That was.
See, again, there's two options, and one of them seems to be like what you're saying, and it's all about setting it up for starting it there and then. But if you set it up as though you're going to do it later on, it brings it up on like a list, and then you can just press start now, and that's what I do, and it just goes straight onto that screen. When I worked out how to do the screen share, I'll show everyone how to do it, because I know I do things not by the book, if that makes sense. I mean, I've always just worked it myself, and
that's me all over, Richard.
yeah. Do you know, I was listening to you when you were talking to Jamie the other day, and it was about and you were saying like not being at school helped you. You understand? And although I went to school a lot, I wasn't there very often. I was a daydreamer. If I sat in English, where it was up like Biggin Hill, we was out in the fields, and I just sit there just staring out the window, boring as arseholes. English lessons, you know what I mean? I was good at English, but they were so boring. And I think that helped a lot, you know. The ones that sat there and just kept writing and getting all the answers right, God knows what they're doing now, but they're definitely not looking into this stuff. Do you know what I mean? And if I tried to approach most of them, I don't think they'd want to know. A lot of them, they're not daydreaming.
Yeah, going back to what you said about what Dell's doing. Now,
yeah,
you know, I've been doing it since the start. Every time, anywhere I am, I will talk to people. I've pulled people up, and every workplace, and there's like 20 guys. I'd have them all talking at lunchtime about it. But maybe I should have videoed it, but that's irrelevant. But the biggest thing that happened, well, funniest thing that happened, I was working. Do you remember when I was working over in Folkestone?
Yeah.
And it's a big block of flats, and there's all scaffolding, you know, a lot of scaffolding there. And one of the scaffold guys walked past me, looked at me, double looked, walked off, and then I heard him say something to his mate. And then his mate started looking at me, and I'm thinking, fuck me, what have I done? These were big lads, you know. Yeah, I thought, fucking hell, what have I started? And he's come up to me, he said, you're on YouTube, ain't you? I went, go on. He said, you're Rory McPhee. I said, my brother was standing behind me and his jaw dropped. He said, blah, 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 blah. Hugs and everything. And we got talking, and he's been looking into all the conspiracy stuff. He says he wasn't sure about a lot of it. And I said, well, you've got to give yourself time, and you've got to come to your own understanding of it. You can't be sort of, it's not taught, it's about your experience. It's subjective
doing it yourself.
To you. Yeah, absolutely. So that was for my ego, that was really good.
Yeah. Well, ego being a part of it, for me, it's confidence. I mean, 15 years ago, I'd have quite happily just walked up to people and just chatted away to them, you know. But things happened, and I'm not that same person quite anymore, you know. And I have to get back to being that a little bit, you know. But that person was the guy who worked behind the bar, and I used to talk to anyone and everyone, you know. And I still love it. I still like talking to people, you know. But in some ways, it really was the 9/11 thing, and it sounds cliche, but after that, things weren't the same. You know, for me, before that, things weren't right, but after that, things weren't the same. People used to say things to me. There was a particular guy, I was telling my lady about it last night. I was working in Henry's Cocktail Bar in Bromley, and it was just after 9/11, and some guy come and sat in the bar, and he was trying to tell me that he was there that day, and I didn't know whether to believe him or not. There was something in his face, and I was just like, what's the chances of little old me bumping into someone who was there that day? You know, I thought there's no way. And part of that and UFOs was what I've always been looking into on the internet. You know, for the longest time I've wanted to know about UFOs, and that people just dismissed it, because you can't just dismiss it. There's too many people, there's too many accounts and too many what ifs to just dismiss it. Even if it is just one big massive decades long psyop, you've still got to look into it. You can't just say it's just nothing. You know, and it was for little things like that, just people not looking into it, not wanting to talk about the the things that mattered to me, you know. People just wanted to talk about Euro 96 and 2000 and all that crap, you know. I lost interest in that a long, long time ago, you know, when I was a small lad, you know. I didn't like that stuff. Even now, I'm not keen on the sports anymore for more reasons than one, money being a big part of it, but people's attitudes towards it, you know. If people put half the energy into the voting for the right people that they do into football, this place would be amazing, wouldn't it? You know, this place would be amazing, but people are just... Am I talking to myself? Can you still hear me? I can't hear you again.
No, I've
Oh, look. No, it's gone again.
Can you hear me now?
I could just about hear you now,
Just
yeah.
about. I have been trying to interject, but
Oh, sorry. You rabbit on. No, see, look, you've gone again. I'll be quiet until you come back in. It's not coming around. Talk as though I can here, because I'll go back and listen to this later anyway. And then I'll try and follow in a minute.
change it.
Oh, no.
Oh, something. Your
Maybe
sound is cutting off. Yeah.
Yeah, I heard you now. I can hear you now.
Oh, you can hear me now. It's like Bubbles has just come back on chat. Can you hear me now?
I can hear you, yeah. I can hear you.
Right, yeah. I was just saying, I can feel your frustrations, Richard, in your videos, mate. And it's hard to just put in a comment and...
Sure, I understand that.
So, but I do hear what you're saying a lot of the time, and even me, you know, I will walk around and things are in front of my face and I don't see it. You know, we say we're awake, and I really don't think we are. We are obviously aware,
Yeah.
but I don't think we're really that true. Because I'm watching telly every now and again because the wife watches all the Emma Dow and all that, and I sit there and within 10 minutes I'm watching Emma Dow and I'm thinking, what the fuck am I doing? This is shit. But I'm listening to the characters and the story, and so it's so easy to be comfortable in that whatever it is, take the blue red pill sort of scenario crap. And it's hard. Just quickly going back before my sound disappears again, what you were saying about approaching people, and that's very hard because again, it's like when you get people knocking at your door, like tap tap tap, oh, we're the Jehovah's Witness. What's the first thing? Well, the first thing I do, well, actually I invite them in, but the second thing I do is tell them go away. I'm not interested. Don't force. I don't want you to. If I'm interested, I'd go and look for it. And that is the negative side of approaching. But I will say, Dell did do a good job. And I think people can actually take something from what he's done and take it themselves to not just go out and do it, but in a situation where they're just chatting and a way of bringing it into a conversation without getting too deep about it.
gone again. So going back to one step, Laurie was saying something a little while ago, and it was involving the drama of it all. And as much as I hate the drama, I do actually think Laurie's right in a certain way, and I think that's what drags you into watching them soaps, is that people in real life do like the drama, but someone took the real drama away from us and put the pretend drama there, and people have forgotten that real life has got, you don't need the TV, you can experience it yourself, you know, love loss and people dying, marriages and all that birth stuff, you know, you don't just have to watch TV, you can go and do it yourself. And I think that was the lie that was sold to everyone, and everyone settled with it. You know, it was easy to just sit there and vicariously live someone else's life on the TV, you know. And I want to encourage people to get back out there and be real again, you know. I really want people to be real again, because I think that's what people are not at the minute. There are too many people that are not truly being themselves, and not just on YouTube, but in the real world. You know what I mean? I hear people say things and of someone else saying it, and I think, well, what do you really think about it? I know you heard that on the TV and they said it's cool, but do you really think it's cool? You know, and I hate to say it, but it's like being able to spot a liar, because it's a small white lie when people say they like something and they don't. But they say they like it because they want to fit in. They're scared that, and everyone feels they've got to. I can't hear you, but I'll shut up for a minute. That stupid thing. It's the wireless, isn't it? I should try and connect it in next time. Yeah. If you're a night owl and you've got not too much to do, I might start another one up later on tonight when everyone's in bed, because then I can sit right next to the router and the wires. 20 feet away at the minute, so the Wi-Fi is a little bit lame. I'm going to try turning again. It seemed to work earlier.
Oh, can you hear me now?
Again.
Oh, yeah,
It
I'll come
again.
through it. Yeah, it's like
Wait for a
the
minute.
old telly. Get the hammer on it.
So
Give
just
it
got
a
to tune in a
bash.
bit.
I just want to say hi to Maria. She's in chat.
Hi, Marie. How are you? All right? I'm sorry, I can't type in the chat. It's taking up all my bandwidth, but I do hope you're well. I like Maria a lot. She's a nice lady. I wish she'd make some videos and chat to us all a bit more. But,
Yeah, she's been.
I'm happy with her in chat. She's a nice chat lady, if that makes sense.
She's been absolutely lovely all the way from since I can remember. She's always been there, always been positive, supportive, and not got involved with any of the drama and all the rest of it. Yeah, she's one
There's
of
a
the quiet
few.
ones.
There's a few. You might see heroes, and they do float around the sidelines, and there's some lovely people floating around out there, and not many people know about them, and they don't get many shout outs and things like that, you know. It's only this chat recently where people have started to hear about a few of them. There's a few little devils in the corners there as well, but there are some unsung heroes out there.
Yeah, totally.
Try keeping some of this together, you know, because you could believe that there were people out there trying to fracture it, then in my mind they're doing a pretty good job if people don't start putting the differences aside and the drama to one side and concentrate on truth out, you know, whatever it is, whatever the truth is, let's talk about it all and try and come up with a way to do something about it all, you know, even if all we can do for now is pass the word on. If that's all we can do, like Dale, and pass the word on, let's talk about other ways we can do it, you know.
Well, it comes down to, Richard, you know, we're at the point where if you want to go and find and discover land that's beyond Antarctica and all the rest of it, how are the likes of me and you gonna accomplish something like that with I've got no money. I had to sell my mobility scooter. You know what I mean? I can hardly get up to Antarctica, across to Antarctica, or over to the North Pole. It's
My survival skills start and stop at the Scouts. You know what I mean? I can build a little campfire, and that's about it. You know, a crummy old bivouac, but no. But I've said it before. For myself, in some ways, that's like there's a small fire in the kitchen, and let's bugger off and move somewhere else. Well, let's just put the fire out. You know what I mean? And I don't understand why some people are so anxious to go and explore when I want to sort out what's going on here. You know, it seems there's a lot of problems. You know, things like paedophiles and corruption and all that stuff. And I think we should do something about it rather than telling everyone we're going to go to Mars, because that's what you're telling people at the end of the day. You know, you want to go and find something else. You don't want to deal with what's here.
Well, the grass is always greener on the other side, and that appeal is
green. Oh, it's gone again. No.
Am I back? He's
balanced.
back on. Right. What I'll try and do is get it all out as quick as I can what I was going to say, which I've just forgotten what I was going to say. But that's just, you know that one, mate.
All the time. End up talking about something else. It's gone again. Yeah, I can't hear you.
Hey, am I back? Am I on?
Back.
Jeez. All right.
It can only get better. I mean, look, 10 years ago, you wouldn't have dreamed of doing something like this, you know? I didn't. I wouldn't have dreamed of doing this.
No, Richard,
Yeah.
The first time I put myself in front of the camera, I was actually thinking to myself, what am I doing? Who's going to want to listen to me? What? I'm an idiot. Who's this bloke talking about flat earth? Crazy man. Crazy dude. Yeah, that's me.
I do worry I've let a bit of a demon out of the bag sometimes, because I can't seem to stop now. As much as I get down by it sometimes, I find myself actually enjoying speaking to the camera when I'm walking through the park and stuff and there's no one around. Even when I walk past people and they give me a quick look, you know, I find myself quite enjoying. And I like the editing, you know, to me that's almost like the zombies. It helps me take my mind off other things. And I tell you, when I do things like that and I get into it, when I come off, I'm clearer for a little while. Does that make sense? You know,
Yeah,
and I love doing that. You know, I sometimes feel like the meditation thing, people should meditate more. But for myself, meditation ain't just sitting in a dark and quiet room. For me, it's exercising your mind. Nothing more than that. But again, someone's put an image and a label to the word meditation, and people just think hermit in a cave kind of thing, or even, you know, the lotus position, just sitting there quietly and to meditate, you know. And people have forgot that, you know.
Believe it or not, Rich, when I was playing golf, there was nothing. You know, people went and played golf because of golf. I went and played golf because I was in the most beautiful, untouched surroundings, Richard. And
you played at Beckenham Park?
I have, yes.
It's beautiful, isn't it? You know, right in the middle of Beckenham. You wouldn't know it was there, and it's an amazing little place, you know. Even Magpie Hall down Bromley Common, you might have heard of that one.
I know it, yeah.
It's a lovely little place, you know. In the summer when it gets all dry, it looks almost American in some ways, because it looks so barren, you know. There's no hills, like there's a couple of ditches and things like that. And yeah, for myself, I can walk around playing golf all day, and it's the walking around. It's not about winning or how many shots I take. I just like being out there. And
unfortunately, I'm so bloody competitive.
I'm not like...
And plus, and to be fair, because I was being sponsored and all the rest of it. So I did have to take it seriously when I was doing it. But
Sure.
I did get my own piece from, even like in big tournaments where, you know, it's a nervous thing when you're representing a big company that's paying for your flights, your hotel, your golf, your food. It's a big thing to carry. So you're obviously, I've been working hard and I was trying to produce results, which I got eventually. But people got the wrong idea, and people used to say to me, "Oh, it must be so good and so fun." And I used to think it was great traveling. Don't get me wrong, to travel around Europe and all the rest of it. But all I was doing, I was being taken from the airport to the hotel, from the hotel to the golf course. I played my golf. I was herded around. I had to speak to sponsors. I had to have dinners with people. You never really got time. It wasn't like a holiday. You know, people think, oh, it's not like a holiday. But I remember the real good bits, the bits where I sneaked off on my own. In Holland, obviously, guess what I went and done? And that was, I'll tell you this story quickly, Richard, as it's Holland and it's funny. So I've been flown out to playing the Dutch Open, and my sponsors were staying in the room next door to me. Now, they said, you need to be at dinner at 9 o'clock. All right then. Well, a mate of mine, he's actually the British #1 player now. He's really good. He said to me, Bren, I'm going into town. Do you want to come? I'm going into a coffee shop. I said, I will, but I've got to be back. You know, I need to have a shower. Yeah. We'll be back. So we went at about 5 o'clock to this coffee shop, and at about 8:30, I said, and by this time, Richard, I was nearly on my back. Right, stinking, absolute stinking of weed. I said, I've got to meet. I'm supposed to be with my sponsors at a dinner. He said, oh no, man, fuck. So, in his bad stoned way, we jumped in his car, and we've managed to find our way back to this golf course. I've jumped in the shower, and I stunk, and I knew I stunk. And even after the shower, I could smell it, you know. So I've got my suit on, my tie, and as soon as I walked in, the guy at the door, he said, who? And I said, I'm with da-da. And he's gone, that's nice. Know what you've been doing, huh? Oh, no. So I blagged it. I did blag it, but I'm pretty sure they could smell it on me.
Yeah, the last time when I was at Amsterdam last time, we had the same thing. Like the paranoia coming back from Amsterdam, going through the airport. We was like, "Oh my god, the dogs are going to smell us. They're not going to let us back in the country and stuff." But they didn't take no notice of you. Do you know what I mean? It's just like they know the big time people are, and you're just a stoner, man. Just go.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Oh, do you know I get searched every single time I go into an airport? I get stopped, searched.
No way.
My leg, everything. They go through it all every single day. I don't know why, because I've never been done for drug running or anything like that.
I think sometimes it's just people. My stepdad was like that. He was the person that got picked up out of the lineup. You know what I mean? Like,
Richard, with my sponsors, I actually went out. I think I was going to Italy, and I said this was one of the first comps, and I said, you go separate than me when we're there. I said, because I'm going to get pulled over and searched and all of that, and the whole. He said, why would that? I said, trust me. As soon as I walk, they will pull me over, and well, need I say any more than that? I got pulled every time. Crazy.
Some people's luck in it.
Yeah, I've just must have one of them faces like donkey, mule. I must be.
I've got one of those ones that people just surreptitiously ignore. I can just walk past all that stuff. I never got stopped. Anything like that. I never got asked for ID when I was a child either. I was always the one that everyone used to go and buy the fags, Rich, and I never got asked for ID. I was well lucky. I went out with one of my sisters. I was 17 and she was 21, and she got asked for ID, but I was already in. I didn't realise till I was in there. They hadn't let her in, so I had to go back out and say, "Yeah, that's my big sister." Yeah. No, I've never been it. Just fine. I've got one of them faces.
It's funny though, isn't it? It's funny how you can be throughout your life, there's always something why you get pulled, or I don't know. I don't look nervous. I laugh. I joke. You know, I've got nothing because I'm not taking anything, so I've got nothing to hide. So it's
Yeah.
beyond me, Rich. I don't know.
I think it's that magnetic connection, the electric connection. They pick things up, these people, and I don't know. Maybe
Well, I've actually had a friend
people give off something.
who works on the he actually works for the government. He's what are they? It does the passports and the I can't think what they're bloody called now.
Just a bureaucrat.
Yeah, he's a nice guy and smokes, but he was actually on. I caught him on the telly at Gatwick security, because he's the one that goes through checking people's passports and bags and all of that crap. And you know, and I said to him, "You're a hypocrite," and he said, "Yes, I am." He said, "But it pays the bills," which is a good point, because you know, that's the problem. Everyone's in the system. You have to earn the money to survive, and not only does it take all your time and energy, what energy is left at the end of the week for the weekend to recuperate, to go back to giving them all your energy again for the next week.
Again. I'll tell you, it's a small world, or there's something bigger going on, because my neighbour from where I used to live, he used to work at the Croydon Immigration Control passport office. So that's a bit weird that we both know someone who works for these people.
Yeah, yeah.
I wonder,
is that Mandela House? What was that? What was
it might be. There's one. It's wherever the one is in Croydon, and Croydon's got a lot of immigrants.
Yeah, you see, I remember cycling around in the Whitgift Centre, going up that flat escalator that didn't have any steps. You know, and it was different. Croydon's just, it's not like Eastern European.
Yeah, I used to go through there every day to get to school, like from when I was about 11 to 13, 14 until we moved. And so I used to have to get the bus through Croydon, and I could see it changing from, and that was like very early 90s, sort of 91 to 95ish. And from what it is now, when I went back to work there in Fairfield Halls just a couple of years ago, it is like a whole new place. It's a whole new place, you know. And there is that problem with immigration. You can't say it's racist just to talk about it, because there are so many of them. I don't want to say they can't be here, but you can't say they can be here when they're taking away the jobs of people like my kids that are just getting old enough to go and find work, and now there's no work out there because all the McDonald's jobs are gone, and other people, you know, they're filling the shelves.
And they're quite happy. Well, I won't say happy, but they work for such bad contracts where
it's not only that, but for myself, there's nothing in return. Like, there's lots of Romanians here, but what is Romania offering my children to work over there? I hope I'm wrong, and I hope there's lots of opportunities, but it doesn't look like it. And if there is, they're not promoting it. Do you understand? If there was supposed to be all that free movement amongst Europe, it was almost like over here we was told, no, only for them. you got to stay here and just do as you're told, mate. You know, they can go. And it almost looks like, from my point of view, that there's no opportunities over there. You know, does that make sense? Or there's not as many over there presented to them over here. You know, and I think they've been lied to. I don't think there's actually. I think they're just realising now, and I hope they're all the good people they are, and realise that they're all just taking unnecessary jobs. You know, I hope they can take the skills back and open up cafes, restaurants, McDonald's next if they want to, and shops of their own over there. And then my grandchildren can go and work over there. That's what I hope for anyway. But at the moment, it's not like that.
No, and I know from first hand, Richard, working in London, and this was only last year, that I'm talking about fairly big buildings, guys that got big building companies, and they were forced to hire Eastern European people because of costs. With all the health and safety, you would not believe, Richard, before you can even step on a site and work, the certificates and the health and safety certificates you've got to have to even step on a bloody site. Then you have to go through all the procedures when you're on the site, and it's crazy. So for them, they have to cut costs, and by doing that, what they do, they obviously employ the cheaper labourers, and there are contracts which they can use from government contracts, which makes it pretty easy for them to hire them. Again, which goes back to the EU thing. And
that's what scares me. Everyone's going to end up working for the government one day. It'll own it all. You know,
1984.
That'll be the company, and you know the OCP horror story from RoboCop. You know what I mean? The it all.
Yeah.
I can almost see it happening if people don't. Hello.
Yeah.
There's something going on. We're not actually crazy, us people over here in the corner. You know, I wish people would listen to us. But like I said, I don't know how to do it, and I admire Dale for what he does. I'd like to try and do what he does, but I'm not sure if that's my way. Does that, you know?
But it hasn't got to be. You've got to do it your way. You know, like I said, he set a good precedent, a good example for people to take something from, to give someone the confidence. But again, for new people, they can't go out and start. You've got to know the stuff. You've got to know the flat earth. You've got to know the physics and the maths that go along with it, because that's going to get thrown at you left, right, and centre. And you've got to know the history of Copernicus and all of them, Einstein.
And I'm not sure there's many of us, myself included, that are well versed enough to do what Dale's doing. I don't feel Dale's come up against a challenge yet in the streets. Maybe because I haven't watched it all, but I'm not sure how he will fare against someone who does know it all. Does that make sense? And I couldn't do it. I couldn't go up against someone who claimed to be an expert and did know the stuff. Do you understand? But I know enough.
Yeah, I get that. And what Dale does is very sensible, because what he does, he will only have an argument or a discussion if someone actually sticks to what he's saying, which is repeatable, natural science. So that doesn't leave much, really. Okay, water can only be held in a container and it's level. But after that, what have you got as actual facts and natural science? Yes, I can prove water lays level all day long. But the questions come in, this is where it works for Dell, is they start bringing in, but the sun's supposed to be, we're...
No! Wait, we're back. I missed that last bit. Can you see me, Phil? Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Welcome.
Welcome to. How are you?
I'm good, thanks. I'm good.
How are you both? So as you see, I'm not in my garage. Sorry.
I got a full house.
I didn't see your message before. I was just checking some other things, some emails, and so I said, "Oh, an invitation for my friend Richard."
It's actually the first. You're the first two people I've sent them to. I tried working it out before, but it weren't all registering, and today it all went and worked. So I've got it. I'm going to try and do it more often. I have to do it when I've got the bag.
I'm very relaxed when I have to launch an hangout, because it's more than 2 or 3 months now that I made regularly some hangouts, and I'm also helping people. They launch for the first time their first hangout. So I can teach everyone they want to start with hangouts.
Yeah, the more the merrier. That's what I say.
Wait a minute. I have to change a little bit the angle of the camera. Balls.
How are you?
I am fine, thank you. And you?
I'm good. I'm good.
We still in party. We have a long weekend. So I said last time. Today is her anniversary. So happy birthday, my love.
Birthday.
Oh, you had a birthday, wasn't it, the other day?
Happy birthday.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And happy birthday. Is that 2 birthdays?
Three in 5 days.
3 in 5 days.
The 10th is my anniversary. The 12th is the marriage anniversary, and the 15th. So today it's her anniversary.
Many happy returns, as they say.
Yep. Thank you. Merci, mon frère.
Did you get some nice presents?
Oh, surprising! Surprise!
Yes.
Some kids are looking and watching, listening. So you have to stay.
Watch my language. I will watch my language.
But it's a very good exercise for me because I launch my second English Hangout tomorrow afternoon. So for me, it's a good practice.
I will try and be there. I don't think I've got any plans. If you send me a link, then I'll try and join in tomorrow afternoon.
Normally, if you look on your website, on your channel in the discussion zone, you got the link there.
Yeah, I won't look now because got the dodgy bandwidth.
Thank you.
Attends, parce que
Love you.
I don't see the chat here, the chat zone. Okay, here.
Yeah, I can't see the chat, so hello to everyone in chat if there are people there. You'll have to respond for me.
Cheers to everyone.
Yeah. Me, it's bubbles.
I've got cold tea. It's gone.
Black bubbles. So I have a new subscriber, and he has a new subscriber. Mr. Rory.
Thank you, Dustin.
And Dustin Gollihon.
I love that guy. He's very relaxed when he's talking. And
did you say Dustin subscribed to you?
who's Dustin? The guy here? It's not Rory.
No, in the chat, Dustin Gollihon.
Okay, sorry.
If you're not subscribed to him, you should go and check out his videos and make your own mind. Make some really good videos.
I gotta go on his channel now directly. Just put some accéder à la chaîne, so access to the channel. So that's what I'm going now to do. I have so many windows open, so it lags a little bit.
Yeah, I'm just being a little bit wary when I speak that I'm not going to speak when someone else.
When you start the video sharing in the kitchen, say, okay, we're gonna have a live cooking hangout. I said, oh no.
I'd like to try that. I'd like to try that. Well, would we all cook the same thing? Would we all cook the same thing or different things?
Yeah, okay. For example, we need someone to prepare the starter of the main course, and then someone for the dessert. Or I don't know what. I don't know what. But
I don't do desserts.
Okay, I love that idea. Because tonight everyone is cooking for himself. We make it's a roast plate. You put it on in the middle of the. Maybe I try to see that. So I don't know if you can see. Oh, it's the cat behind the cat. behind the cat. I have so many wires in the middle. Okay. So if you see the table.
Yeah.
Allume un peu la lumière, s'il te plaît. So the black thing in the middle of the table. So there's a grill, electric grill. It's an inside barbecue.
Oh, nice.
everyone make his own business, and no one is closed in the kitchen to preparing everything. So everyone makes his own job on this rhythm, cooking. Okay, I prefer my meat rare, medium rare. No, do it yourself. So if it's not to your taste, it's not my problem.
I quite often have to at home. I have to cook different meals for different children, and for my lady's a vegetarian now, so she don't eat what we all eat. So I have to make different meals all the time. So
we tried once to start to be vegetarian.
yeah,
Horrible, and in the kitchen was just like after war. So we said in French, a big bordel. It was horrible. Hours. We waste hours to trying to prepare some vegetarian food, but it was so disgusting. Say, okay, maybe next time. So I'm still a meat eater, but I eat less meat than before. So I lost those maybe 32 pounds since last July. So without
really?
nothing. Yeah.
That's just not eating so much meat, no?
Yep, that's it.
I've never been a big eater, but the fellow that Patricia Steer mentions, Yuri something. Can you remember him? Even before watching him and all the slaughterhouse videos,
yeah.
I've been aware of them for a long time, and it does. I would never be able to just munch burgers like I once did. I used to just blindly mac, and I can't do it anymore. I'll still eat meat, but I do think about it beforehand. I have to.
I'm just right on this page, so I don't know if it's clear for you. Dustin,
Yeah.
go on. I gotta watch this after. This looks funny.
He's got a lot of videos. But yeah, I really enjoy watching Dustin's videos.
Yeah, I don't know how many videos he has, but it looks very interesting with animals. I love all kind of videos with animals.
And he's always been really supportive. He's always commented ever since I started my channel, and he's always been a really nice fella to me. So I hope he's a fella. But yeah, he's always been really nice to me. So, and like I say, I've been aware of his channel since before I started my own. So he's a good fella, and I know a lot of people like him. I don't think he does hangouts. I would like to see him on a hangout one day. I don't know if he's in chat.
Mm-hmm.
I would like to see him one day. But no rush. There's no rush. I think Rory's popped away.
So this was something the invitation on another hangout. So I can invite me to this.
I can't understand you. You broke up there.
Sorry, I have to put my face in front of my mic, so my mic is there, and I also try to speak slowly. I was responding to an invitation to participate at another hangout. I'm slowly now. Maybe later.
You're breaking up a little bit, but I can understand you. It's fine.
Okay. Well, maybe I have to do that. So it's close up my mouth. So
I can hear you fine.
okay.
It's my bandwidth.
Okay. So for me, it's the same. It's the same.
Oh, there. It's clear now.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. Merci.
For a minute. Just for a minute.
So, what were you talking? What were we talking?
Taking the word of truth to the streets and talking to people. For myself. Yep.
For me, it's an amazing thing because I always. So I don't take some gloves, as we said in French. For it's an image. So I say that the things straight on, without thinking. It's the way how I deliver the message, and sometimes I hurt a little bit the people too. That's the way of telling the things, and the people that look like me, just if I was an extraterrestrial, ET.
Yeah,
guy.
I understand. I used to do the same thing. I used to just speak my mind, and I used to be maybe a bit insensitive because I didn't think before I'd say things.
And I love doing
Now I try to think before I speak. I try.
I love doing that when I'm by a doctor, or maybe in the hospital in the waiting room, and I talk to the people. Do you know that the Earth is flat? What?
I haven't got the courage to do that yet. People still scare me. They're all a bit. They're all a bit
interrogation points in the eyes.
Yeah, I've had enough of being looked at like an alien. Too many people look at me like that.
But there looks not. If I was a crazy guy, but with interrogation, say, hey, what is that? It's abnormal. It's not usual to hear that. Say, sorry, did I good understand? You said that the Earth is what? Yeah. Did you saw a ball? No, I never saw a ball. Did you saw a ball? No. Okay, that's it. It's a theory. It's not a theory. It's a flat. It's a fact. It's flat. Open your eyes. Go outside.
So, I used to talk to people. I used to talk to people a lot about UFOs, and same then. I had books like I do now, and I used to lend them to people and try and start conversations about it, but it never went very far. Do you understand? People would listen. They'd go, "Oh, that's interesting," and then they'd go back to work, and we'd never discuss it again. You know, and I found that with so many subjects. If we try and talk about the Knights Templar or anything like that, people will listen, smile politely, and then they go back to work. And I can't do that anymore. And I can't do small talk, you know. People want to just say, "Oh, hello, how are you? How's the weather? It's great. Did you see that on the TV? Did you see the new film? You heard that new song?" And it's not for me.
And just behind the UFOs, you have the famous chemtrails. Try to speak with someone over the chemtrails. What's that?
Yeah.
What's that? They never look in the sky.
If you see my videos, that's me. I walk around like that, and I try and get people to say, "What are you doing?" And they don't.
Yeah, that's it. Oh, but that's normal. It's the airplane, the condensation after when they fly. So we have the famous white lines. Yes, normally after 7 minutes, it must disappear. They stay from all day long there.
It's not right. When I was a small child, about 3 years old, I went to Biggin Hill Air Show. Right, it's just up the road there, and I went every year for about 15 years. And I've always had my eyes on the skies. My school was near Biggin Hill, so I was always had my eyes watching the planes coming into land, the jets, the biplanes, and all the different types. And it did not look like that in the sky when I was a child. It did not look like it does now. And people don't seem to notice.
And there's another fact. There's another fact. If you look at the sky today, when you have no shadow, the nuage, the blue sky, but it's a light blue. It's no more dark blue as before. Our sky color is changed. It's more bright than before. With all those particles that are flying there, they change everything, and it must be a relation with the scalar input. The waves, scalar wave. Do you know something about that? Scalar. In French, it's all the scalaire. I don't know if maybe Raymond is time will tell in the chat room. They
Like
could-
a radar or a scanner?
With the chemtrails, you have all kind of metals, heavy metals there. So, and with some helicopters, so they have a special machine. They can send some scalar waves, and that's affects.
Scalar waves.
That's it. Sorry.
Okay, scalar waves. Okay.
That's
Yeah,
it.
it's supposed to make it more conductive. Yeah, I've heard of it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Do you know? I wonder. Do you remember a few years ago there was the volcano in, I think it was Austria, and all the planes stopped over, at least over England, for a couple of days, and the skies were as clear as anything. It was quieter than it had been for a long time, you know. And then I do wonder to myself sometimes if that was a volcano, or if that was like the switching on of something, because I don't remember so many. I can't call them chemtrails because I don't know what they are, you know. And I know there's evidence out there both ways that say it's this and it's that. For me, it's like seeing the red arrows every day, but they're all white, and they shouldn't be there. They just shouldn't be there. And I don't know what it's for. Maybe it is for the scalar waves, all part of the HARP technology. I don't know. There's almost too many opinions now. Almost too many opinions now to just which one is right, you know. And that's almost, for my mind, how it's supposed to be. You know, we're all supposed to be confused and not sure. I don't like it.
When I open the window and I look outside and I see all those chemtrails, say, okay, today I stay home. I don't want to go out, and I stay home.
I do worry that that's the purpose. No,
I'm not.
that does keep a lot of people at home.
I'm not being so you said egocentric with that fact.
Yeah, I understand.
But I prefer to be careful with that.
Sure.
If you know that it's enter into your brain via the air, not only via the mouth with the respiration, it speaks with the blood everywhere into your body, but the final destination is here for all those organs.
The mind.
Here. Yep. That's also for the reason I try to teach to everyone to using some CDS of MMS from Jim Humble.
I saw the videos. Yeah.
That wash everything. That's it. And I started using that. My mind is much more clear than before, because if you have a corner with 1,000 of cars there blocked, because the information, the red lights don't pass of the green of the right, but it's still red. So you have an accumulation of cars at the crossroad. But with the CDS of the MMS, it makes the light green, and then circulation goes through. And it works so for all the body. For all the body. I had 4 strokes. 4 strokes.
Really? You look well for having 4. Whew.
I don't I don't take the pill. Merdicines. So you know what merde is in English?
Yeah. Yeah.
Médicament. Merdicament.
Merdi.
I don't want to use those shit because they are only treating the symptoms, but not the.
Yeah.
It's just like you put some color on something roasted, so you know, and then you don't see the thing, but the sickness is still under.
Yeah, and I say this to my lady all the time. They're not seeking a cure. They just want to put a boo-boo on it, put a plaster on it, and I don't. It's not right. And I know people personally that are popping the pills, and they think it's a good thing. The doctor said, "There you go. And they went, okay, thanks.
I was thinking that's only maybe some
You're breaking up.
very old lady. Now I think she's dead. And she must be we have to talk to in the center because I was cycling and the way so it's not interesting. So we have to come over the and I stopped just in front of her house and so we had to talk and I have a good doctor for 30 years. Took more 30 years than I do by the same doctor. He's the best doctor of all the engineers. So if he was the best doctor, you have to see him once in your life. Yes, well. And you say that all the family goes there.
For a long time.
You are good customers for the guy.
That's what it's all about, yeah.
Holiday, his new car, his golf, and if the doctor was a good one, you have to see it once in your life.
But for me, I think they've done it with everything. When I was talking to Rory earlier about playing golf, they've turned golf into a job where it should be just pleasure time, you know. And there's a program on Sky Sky Arts, and it's the portrait of the year. And for me, it's the same thing. They're not anymore. They're putting themselves under pressure that don't need to be there, and you know.
No, because you are in the nature. You have to do it to make the best swing that you can do. So you have to think on the movement from your body. First you're gonna hit the ball, but sometimes I was too happy for my swing that I forgot to watch the ball where they goes. So I waste I don't know many hours to searching after this ball. Where did he go? But I was maybe
I've played for a long time. I do like golf then.
30 years ago. Always 30. It was in the beginning of the years 80 because I had one of my brothers. He was living in the east part of London, working in Heathrow, and now he's living in South Africa, and he was a great golf player. Go make some.
And well travelled as well.
Big one.
And well travelled as well.
Yeah. Oh, you know, my family,
Yeah.
my mother says so. You know what? You have to travel. You have to see the world. And I had a brother in Brazil, some sisters in Italy, in France.
I've always wanted to travel the world, and I will do it one day. But it's family first, isn't it? My children are growing up. I want to see that first, and then I'll be off. I'd love to.
Yeah,
I'd like to walk it all.
But you have to have the opportunity to do that. If you don't have it, that's a problem. My dream is going to live in Russia.
Really?
Yeah, really. I love the city of St. Petersburg because it's so amazing, and I love also the mentality of the Russian people, and I will like to finish my life there.
I worked with a guy a long time ago when I was working in a pub in Penge, and he's the only Russian I've ever met. He was a young lad, but he was so nice, he was so friendly, and he was super smart, right? He knew things that I was like, what? He was a very, very clever guy, and I'll always remember him. His name was Yuri, but yeah, I'll always remember him.
The Russian mentality is absolutely amazing.
If you watch films and TV, Russians are horrible. But the only one I've met, and he's really nice guy. I'd like to speak to someone online. That'd be nice one day, you know.
It's completely reversed. They never tell us the truth about a lot of strange things. And when you go to see, I don't have. Sorry for the word. I don't have Hasselbox in home. Of Boîte in French. That means television.
Okay.
I have not the big Hasselbox, you know.
No, I've still got one.
Throw it away.
Yeah, I really should. Yeah.
And
I would. It's asking all the family to change, and it's too hard. There, if I'd have known before,
allergic to politics. That doesn't interest me. I never hear the radio. I never read some papers of publicity magazines. No, away. My life for more than 15 years now that I live without television, and I'm very happy and I'm very glad to having doing that in those years. It was not really easy, but it's a tough.
When I was a young man, I used to read The Sun and The Independent, and I used to watch all the news channels, and BBC One, Channel 4 and Sky, and I'd watch all the news, and I thought I knew everything. But then it got to a stage when The Sun and The Independent had the same stories, and all the news channels had the same stories, and after I was just like, that's not right, you know. Where's the? There's other stuff going on, you know.
Same feature. They said on your channel you have to say that, and the same on that channel, on that channel. It's the same with the French in the French television or radio. Everyone says the same thing, and then the people, mostly in Belgium, we have the news at 7.
Sure.
The evening, and on one channel. At 7:30 on the other Belgium channel, and then they goes watching and hearing what they say in France at 8 o'clock. To be sure, telling the same lies.
Yeah.
For us, those are lies, but for them, it's the truth.
Yeah, people believe it. And for me, this is what the powers be don't want. They don't want people like us talking to each other across the world. This scares them, you know. I think they want us watching the TV, and they want to take over YouTube and get us watching the popular channels. They don't want us talking to individuals and passing ideas and information. They don't want that, and that's why I think we have to keep doing it and make more of an effort to do it more. You know,
and if you
that's what I want to do anyway.
Yeah, and if you tell something to someone in the street, so Abo, and did they say that at the news? No. It must be wrong. There's only the television that tell you the truth.
Yeah.
If something that don't come from the media, from those fucking things, that must be the truth, and you have to accept it.
Yeah.
Without thinking, you can't think. You can't go into the programmation, television programs, school programs, all that I was made for programming you. And once you understand that, you say, okay, I will stay far away from that. And I'm very sorry, I don't know if you hear the voice, the nice voice of Madame Bubbles. She said, à table.
A tab.
I gotta leave, brothers, in the chat room, and I wish you a nice hangout, and I hope to see you tomorrow. Maybe if you still on stage in an hour.
I might still be here.
Jumping again.
Yeah, that'd be nice. That'd be nice.
So Richie, Rory, see you soon. Chat room, bye-bye.
Thanks, Bubble.
Thanks for the invitation.
Lovely to meet you.
You're welcome.
I think I've...
Oh no, you was there and then you was gone. You was there and then you was gone. I'll try this one again. I don't know if it's working.
Am I coming back?
Oh no,
Am
it
I
worked.
Yes.
I can't believe that works.
No, you've got to keep it in line with the satellites as they're going around, like they're moving.
Oh, I'll have to go and show Jay my angle at some point. I forgot to do that. I could always, yeah. We were doing that.
So, but you can hear me now?
I can hear you in a minute. Yeah, start talking.
All right. No, it's been lovely listening to the Bubbles. Was it Phil, his name?
I think it's Philip, yeah. I'm not sure if it's Philippe or...
Philippe, yeah.
Yeah, Phil. It might just be Phil.
Yeah, très bon.
Do you speak French?
Petit.
Just a little bit, yeah, same here. I'm trying to learn again.
Yeah, enculé, but not a word I'd probably use that much.
My stepdad taught me was it un couchon? Something like that. So do being a pig. And is that right?
Yeah, the first thing I ever learned was because of that song. Voulez-vous coucher avec moi ce soir? And I use that a lot.
When I was about 10 or 11, we had a couple of French students come to stay with us. They did teach me some French words, but I forgot all about them. If someone said it now, I'd be like, oh yeah, that's it. But no, I can't remember them. I know they taught me.
My best mate's half French, and I remember he had a funeral not so long ago, and I was talking to I think it was his cousin, and he's probably about 60, ex-copper, and I was saying a few words in French, and he's looked at me and he said, "You've got the worst French fucking accent I've ever heard."
That'd be like a Del Boy.
Yeah. That's a mixture of Italian, German, a bit of French.
The time I was telling you, we went to Zurich to deliver a snooker table, me and my friend, because we drove all the way. We went through Germany just slightly, and so we went through like 4 different borders, and we had to try and excuse me, do you speak English? We didn't know what we was doing, you know. Is it parlez-vous français? And they was like, what? Do you speak French? And I was like, oh man. Yeah,
I've managed.
It was fun, but it was a nightmare.
Yeah, babbled my way through several languages, none of which I can speak any.
Yeah. That's why I got an A in my GCSEs for French, but it's just lack of practice, and there's no one to use it with, practice it on. Oh, he's gone. Look, fool. Damn it. Oh, no, he's gone in. Almost. What did I touch? Let's go around this way. Hello to everyone in chat. I know there's a couple of people there. I am sorry I can't respond in chat right now. I can't hear anything. I hope you can hear me. So just chatting, getting to know each other. What's he got up there? Oh, Dustin Gollyhon, question everything. Oh, do you know, I've had a couple of emails, messages, comments from Question Everything. He seems like a nice chap. A couple of comments from him. Is it someone we know just renamed? Look, he's back. Go. Go. No! Oh, damn it.
Have I got?
Oh, no, there he is. No! I'll try and get a bit closer. You're going to drop out and come back? Yeah, do it. So, for myself, apart from just getting to know people, like, I will at some point invite more people onto my little chats, and I'll get a better signal. I'll have to be a night owl and do it late at night, and I'll sit close to the router. I'll try and plug myself in. I'd like to encourage more people to do this. I really do think this is what they don't want people to do, and I think if there's anything to do with psyops and drama, it's to stop people talking about it. So maybe we have to talk about the drama even if we don't want to. Is there anyone in chat who does want to come in? Send me a quick message or let Rory know, and then I'll invite you in if I can work out how to do it. I know I'm rubbish at this, but I'll try and get better. No messages. No one wants to come in. That's cool. Just check. I don't. Oh, look, he's back, so I don't have to send him another invite. That's cool.
Right.
How's that?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, sounds good at the minute.
It's not my microphone,
It's a little bit crackly.
is it?
Yeah.
Hold on. If I take it off the mic and see if it's any better without the headset.
Okay, go for it.
Right. Can you hear me now?
I can hear you now.
And
Can you hear me?
I can indeed. Is it still quite clear?
You're a little bit fainter than you were, but yeah, there's no crackling, and yeah, that's clearer.
All right. Oh, maybe Dustin is. It seems all right. When I use it for videos, making videos, I don't have a problem with it. It seems okay.
I don't know. Mine don't work at all. The little one I've got. I haven't tried the gaming one. Maybe that works. I'll try that next time. See if it works for me. But that's what I said. This little Chromebook thing, it base is just for this. I haven't got it taking up anything else. There's no Photoshop or anything like that taking up space. So I should, if I'm near, even though it's wireless, if I'm near the router, it should work pretty well. I hope.
I've done that before when I'm trying to upload a video, and it's like taking. It says 18 hours.
Yeah.
Thinking, no, it's only like 20 minutes. How can it be 18 hours? So I put it next to the bloody thing. It still didn't go any quicker. It's crazy.
I think it started. When I'm up in the office, just up there in the bathroom, like the signal, if I just 2 inches one way, it's just outside of it, and I'll forget sometimes, and I'll be watching something, and it'll go off, and oh damn it, and I'll turn around and wait for it to all come back on. I'm sure they purposely make the signal just so it don't reach where you want it to go. You know, like the bedrooms, that's where you want it, and it don't quite reach up there properly. So you go and buy more products, isn't it?
Well, probably. I used to have a computer, but that just got mashed with viruses and all sorts. Really weird.
It was. I just got felt with having to buy new ones every other year to keep up, and all the updates. I didn't like doing it. My son's got his gaming one, but again, that's all he uses it for, just for gaming. He knows what he's doing. I'm not interested.
Yeah.
I've never been.
I'm not tech savvy, mate. I'm really not.
I've for the longest time, I've never been interested in any of this. I had no interest in starting a channel or talking to people. I just like sitting there watching and listening. And I found I quite like it, actually. You know, I'll do it more often if I didn't have the family and stuff. But I have to do that stuff.
I struggle at night because these walls in here are so thin.
Yeah.
You know, you get past 10:30 and it's not.
I ain't got thin walls, but I've got that big front room and it echoes.
Right, yeah.
But I think the microphone's pretty good on this to be able to get away with it. My son can't control his voice. You can hear him. He's like a low rumble. He's just turned sort of 16, and his balls are dropped, and his voice is coming out, and he rumbles the house there. Yeah, that's all good fun.
Yes, you should attempt to grow some stuff, mate.
Yeah, I don't know if you can see it, but there's some shiny stuff at the back there. Oh, something's falling over. I did attempt it once before, but to move. So the little grow room I'd put together, I had to rip it all apart, and I'd really gone to town. There was a tiny little room, and it was little more than a cupboard. You couldn't have got a bed in there, and I'd literally, the back of it, I'd kitted it out, and I'd put all the silver stuff up around the walls. I got all my fan and my vents up, and then they said, "Oh, we've got a new house for you." I was, "Oh, damn it!" And it's all just been sitting there since I've moved, waiting for me to do something with it.
Get it on, bro.
Yeah, I'm gonna do what you do. I'm gonna do a video.
You start doing it, yeah. Once you start doing it, you think, you know, the one.
Why don't I never do it before?
Well, exactly. The one, because someone gave me a cutting, and I brought it home and thought to myself, well, I've got nothing. You know, not a clue really. I know it's a plant and you just water it, but it isn't. There's so much to it when you look into it. As different.
If you go on like YouTube, there's millions of videos now, and everybody's got different ways of doing it, and
yeah. So yeah, well, exactly. That's what I did, and I got a good result. I think it was dry weight was probably just under 2 ounces. So, you know, that saved me. Just to buy, I don't know what they come with, apes. It was like 35 quid.
Yeah, it's ridiculous.
What?
For something that you can grow anywhere and everywhere, and is whether they tell us or not, is in abundance. There's loads of it, and for it to still be that price, there's something wrong with all that. There's a big conspiracy.
Yeah. I'll have to have a look into it, Rich.
Yeah.
So I'm just
Even that one is one I've tried to broach with people, and they don't want to know. People, like I said, they listen for a minute and then they got to go back to work, you know. And somehow that's the cycle part we got to break, you know. Is that there's life outside of work, you know. You don't have to do the grind, you know. You can do other things.
It comes back to that social thing we was talking about earlier, where the younger generation aren't. They can't communicate and sit down. I'm not saying all of them.
Yeah, I understand.
But from what I can tell, the youngsters I've worked with, they don't engage. They don't like to engage with you. It doesn't matter what you're talking about. I'll talk about what they want to talk about, but they don't like to engage. I don't know if it's an age thing. I don't know.
No, in some ways, I think it's the pub closure thing, because that was our last community meeting place, you know, and even kids used to go into pubs, even if it was only occasionally. But now it seems there are still people that go to the pub, but not as many as used to, and not for the same social reasons. Now it's just it's a special occasion now, whereas once it was Friday night. Do you know what I mean? Or it was down the working man's club on a Thursday for bingo, and the family all went, you know. Like, that don't happen anymore. The last time I went to a social club on a Thursday night, there was like 5 kids there. When I went as a kid, there was 20, 30, 40 kids running around, you know, and I think that's a big part of it. I said before, I'm going to make a video of Orpington, of all the pubs that have closed, and everyone knew each other. All the different pub managers and landlords knew each other, and now there's 2. It's like it's like it's been done on purpose.
Isn't it a reflection, Richard, on what's going on in society now? Like your neighbours. I've got one good neighbour that side. They don't really talk. They don't say hello. I've got a neighbour on the other side. I better talk quietly because the window's open. Don't want to engage. Don't want to know. And it's not about being nosy. It's just about being interested in people. And again, I say when I'm working in different places, you try and engage with people. But if it's not about television, if it's not about, I don't know, pop or what, just the crap that's coming out on the news. Oh, what about Trump? And, you know,
mainstream, isn't it? Yeah, and that's what it is. Everyone is hooked on the mainstream, and I don't want to go back into it. Yeah, I'm never going to go back into that.
Hey, have a look. I'll just show you something, and then you can say hello to them. Hold on. Give it a minute.
Hey! Hey, Jazz.
Jazz Sinclair time.
Hello, fella. Hello. It's really nice to have you in here. I can't see your chat, but yeah, Rory will pass on any messages if you've got something to say. Right. Well, it must be early doors for you.
Yeah, I suppose. How many hours behind is Jazz then?
Forget sometimes. I know. When I upload my videos at 3 o'clock in the morning, he gets them. So, and I think it's maybe the late afternoon for him. Then I think I couldn't swear to it.
Right, he's on the move, Jazz is. So he's
No, that's cool. Just sit there, just sit back and chillax and listen. We're just rambling.
Yeah, that's Jazz. Always on the move. Oh, nice that he's popped in though. That was lovely. Good.
Yeah, thank you, Jazz. That's really nice of you.
Sweet.
I think I've had a few people pop through. I'm not sure many have stayed. I've been here for ages, I think. That's what I said. I get a bit worried. Once I start, I can't stop, and because I don't interact too much, I might have a tendency to waffle sometimes. But like the only way to get over that is to do it more often, isn't it? I know.
Yeah, it's just like when you start doing the videos, Rich, isn't it? You know, you're very conscious of how you're looking and how you're coming across and who's going to criticize. That was my thing, and I think it's really, I suppose, it's human nature not to want to be criticized. So
unless it's the programming.
Yes, yeah, absolutely, Richard, absolutely, because you've got to be able to stumble and fall and get up. And if you don't make the mistakes in life, we all know this, that you never learn anything. And
But that's what I think is the problem, is they don't want people to learn. They just want them to keep falling over and putting a bandage on it, you know. And for me, you've got to teach the children how to tie their shoelaces up, and that's what's not been done. You know, everyone's still running around with their shoelaces undone, falling over, getting up, just putting the plaster on. If we said to people, "Well, tie shoelaces and we'll be all right," but people can't see it. You know, people can't see it.
No, and that's the thing. They've taken away for children the tools to how to be critical in their thinking, not just accept things, but actually question something. Think, hold on, because I remember the first time, because we all remember when our parents are always right. Yeah, mum and dad would talk, they're 100% right. Whatever they're saying, they're right. But there comes a point as you're growing up when you ask that first question, hold on a minute, I don't agree with that. And so that just took me back to when I remember not agreeing with him, which was quite a young age, must be said. No, this is, you know, I've wanted so long to be able to just chat to you, Richard, because I'm crap at writing. Typing takes me forever. But
we should have done it earlier in some ways, but a lot of it's me, and like my trepidation about doing this is a big part of it. But a lot of it is quite literally having to run around after this. Like, this is nice. I've been able to sit down and just have a day to myself today. I haven't had to really make dinner or, you know, take anyone anywhere to school or clubs or anything like that. It's been a nice day.
Well, I have to say so myself. It's been boom fizz, mate.
The busy boy. Yeah, so that's why I said that I wish I'd have done this a couple of years ago when I did have the time. But do you know, I think not having the time, putting myself under a bit of pressure has helped me a little bit, because I don't stop to think about it. Do you know what I mean? Before I started my channel, for about 2 months, I was thinking about it hard. You know, I was, should I do it? Should I not? Should I do it? Should I not? And I had to say something in the end. You know, I had to say, even if it was just came out, you know, I had to say something in the end. And like you say, once I started, that was it. I was, every couple of days, I was like, I have to do it. I have to do that again. I have to say that again. I don't care if no one's listening. I have to say that again. I have to say something else now. I've got to get this off my chest, you know, and I'm going to keep doing it.
It's therapeutic.
It really is. Again, I think that comes back to when people used to talk to each other in a pub. No one does that talking anymore, you know. Not even at work, people don't sit down and chat. You know, you get your 10-minute coffee break or your fag break, and again, it's the same old spiel, and back in you go. And I can't do that. I don't want to go back to the grind.
No, it's worn me down physically. You know, being in the building trade and all the rest of it, it's with one leg, it's been to get to 50, you know, still jumping up and down scaffoldings and carrying 60-kilogram bottles of gas. And I don't need it anymore. I've had enough. And YouTube has been a good sort of side focus, I guess, for me. Like you say, getting frustrations, and because people don't listen, don't want to engage and talk about subjects. You're saying about UFOs earlier. I used to try as a kid to get people to just talk about, look up, look, you know, keep looking. You might see you're not interested.
No.
You know, it's.
But I mean, I've always had an interest in all those sort of fantasy subjects, whether they are or not, with King Arthur and like I said, with the Knights Templars and all that sort of stuff. Even Robin Hood, all those little. As I've sort of, hate saying it, woken up, I wonder if they was put there for me to dream after. Does that make sense? And now I think.
Well, you mean as a
go looking for that? Yeah.
As a distraction.
Yeah, because it as much as Bubbles don't like talking about politics, and neither do I myself, I think that all that stuff was so that you didn't go into that, because maybe once upon a time it did make a difference, but because everyone got pulled away from it, because we was all looking for UFOs and you know, the Holy Grail, we didn't actually do something that we should have done. You understand that these things maybe should have come after we'd done our bit to sort the problem out. But where we all took our eye off the ball, put it on the other ball, we was. To me, it seems all unimportant now. You know, I shouldn't have spent all my time looking so hard into this. I should have maybe gone into politics before the creepy bastards got their hands around it. You know, and maybe people should have done decades ago, and the creepy bastards wouldn't have got their hands on it. You know, excuse my language.
But the
Sorry.
problem was, Rich, they made politics boring on purpose. They made it repetitive on purpose. Because I, for one, had no interest in any politics whatsoever when I was younger. I know more about or understand in my own way politics and cultures and how different systems work and religions, but I learned more in the last, I guess, 15 years than I did in a lifetime.
Yeah.
Because this has given me a tool to, because I think I said to you before, I struggle with reading. I can't focus on it for some odd reason, but I can sit and watch a video if it's got content, even if it's maths, even if it's. Whereas before, if a teacher was telling me something, I'm more interested in looking at the cloud floating here by the window and going off in my world, whatever it was. So maybe 10 years ago, in my arrogance, I'd have called people like you stupid, right? Because I always thought that everybody could read. I didn't think it was hard. But as I've grown up and with my own children and seeing my nieces and nephews grow up, they're all different. And there are some people that are just not interested in it. They're just not interested in it. And it don't matter how much you try and force it on children, which is what's happening. If anything, you're forcing them away from ever wanting to read again. And I've seen this in one of my nephews and one of my nieces and my son. He had such a hard time with reading at school that he'll never read again now, you know. And I hope in 10 years he does, but at the moment he don't want to know. It's put him off him for reading forever, really. You know, the troubles he had at school, like we were saying earlier, with the teachers always being right. He couldn't argue with the teacher and say, "I don't get it. I'm struggling. I don't understand what you're asking me." It's not a discussion with a teacher. This is it. I'm telling you, you accept it, and that's it. You can't discuss it with them. But I remember this. I remember this from quite an early age with teachers, and they'd say something, and I would try and look. I don't get that because obviously something's going on in my head. It's saying that don't make sense. That don't make. But they wouldn't be prepared to sit down and say, right, this is where I'm coming from, and give me a chance to try and get where they're coming from. But they rammed it down your.
There's no time, is there? They have to go with their curriculum and move on the next day. And I know. I say one of my sons he's very quiet. He'll sit in the back of the classroom and just get on with his work. Whereas I've got another son and he's very talkative. He's always asking questions. And all the teachers like the quiet one. They don't like the one that asks the questions. You know, they don't say he's disruptive, but they do make a point of saying he talks a lot in class and things like that. And I just think, well, isn't that what it's supposed to be about? Aren't you supposed to be there to ask questions? And then I know I'm just being an idealist then. Like, you know, you're not. You're there to do as you're told, you know. And
Richard,
I hate that.
I remember them putting me on a table and just giving me pictures to draw and just to stop me from interfering with what was going on in the classroom.
Yeah.
Not because I was interfering, because I was questioning and asking, and they didn't want to know. So here's some colouring books, there's some paper. Okay, you know.
Well, I wrote, you see it now. For me, all the lining up and stuff like that, it's training them. You know, they're training them to be good adults and go to the post office and line up. And I never used to see it. I used to see school as a really good thing, but I see it now as a little bit more sinister. Like all them. If I go and watch on YouTube old episodes of Grange Hill, and you look at the school Grange Hill, and there was no yellow lines outside, there's no fences around the school, you know, and at lunchtime they can all just go. And now, prison. They are like little prisons, and I say the children have to line up, do as they're told. You have to ask permission, go to the toilet, and all that. And but for myself, I know some people say you should take them out of school and homeschool them, but then I think that's. I don't know. It sounds like I'm abandoning all them other kids to just get on with it, and I don't think that's right. I think that's where we've all been distracted, and we don't stick up for each other anymore. Do you understand? Does that make sense? Or no, just leave them to it. Let's go home and sort our own problems out. And I'm not sure that's quite how it should be. You have to sort your problems out, but I still think you should have a mind to help other people as well. And I think that's that selfish programming that's been put into everyone, not to consider anyone, not to consider anything. Just
Social conditioning.
do as you're
That's what
told.
that is. Social
Shut up and listen.
Yeah, it is. And you're right. And it comes back again to communities because, you know, if, say, my neighbour's son was having a problem at school and he started talking to me about this problem, would I think to myself to interject and say, well, look, I'll come up to school with you because this needs addressing? But that's never going to happen because, for one, people are like, well, why would you want to get
involved? They're very suspicious of you being nice these days.
That's what I'm trying to say, Richard. The barriers have been put up. And I'm doing hand signals now, and I'm not.
I've done some earlier as well, yeah. Arseholes, there's that one.
Yeah, that's the one.
So I say to hand signals. You know what I mean? But yeah, Martin was talking a little while ago about the street he grew up on as a child, and everybody knew each other. You know, that's like where my dad grew up, a sort of street like that. You know, and everybody knew each other. House fire, everybody would be out there with a bucket. But nowadays they're all out there with their iPhones. You know what I mean? You're like, there's something wrong with that. There's something wrong with that. You know, like and to me, I hope. For my eldest son especially, the interaction he's now had with people from all over the world, it has actually made him a nicer lad in some ways. I don't know if that's the right word, but he's very mature when he interacts with other people. Okay, it can be a child at home, but he's very good at interacting with other adults, and I think a big part of that is his worldwide community friends from his online gaming. You know. This is our online gaming community, isn't it?
Absolutely.
It's not a game to me, but
it's what Jazz said. It's it's their toy, and we're just playing with it.
It's just, people who say a sword is evil, but no, it's the person who's holding it. And to me, that's all this is. Words and swords. It's the same thing, you know. And you use it how you would. You can get a farmer's plow and bash someone's head in with it, but it's not what it's used for, you know.
So just checking.
Checking anyone's in chat.
Yeah, Maria's still there, and
Hi, Marie.
Dustin's still there.
Hi, Dustin. I wish I could have my chat up. I'll get distracted by that otherwise. This is quite nice just to be able to talk to just you. You know, I can leave you to it.
Well,
people have been doing it, like allowing people to come in and out. I'll do that at some point where I'll have someone in for half hour, 40 minutes, and then kick them out and have someone else in. I'd like to do that one night.
Yeah, that'd be
cool.
Really nice. Yeah.
But again, it's just working all this stuff out.
And not just that, it's fitting.
Once you do it, it's easy, isn't it? But it looks so daunting at first. I'm like, oh man.
I don't even get, like I said, I tried a live and gave up. Just weren't going to happen. So I'll just stick to making videos.
And that's what I'm saying. It'll get easier each year. Next year there'll be just a button to push. You know what I mean? It'll just say record now, and that'll be it. It'll all set it up for you. It'll all be done. And every year it gets easier, doesn't it? These things. I think there's a reason for that. And for myself, I like to take advantage of that, but I think other people allow it to take advantage of them. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And they don't know it's happening, as we know. You know. But you was talking about that reading earlier. I want to come back to that because that's what a couple of my videos were about. Is those strange tales. I couldn't get almost anyone I know to sit down and read that. Watch that little video for 40 minutes. They'll pick up all sorts of bits from it. You know what I mean? And I'd like to get other people to make videos of information and books and just talking like normal people, because I don't think people are hearing it. People are not seeing it. And I was saying to my lady the other night, people believe that Alfie Moon is actually upset that Cat Slater left him, and they can't see the difference between reality You understand? And I think in some ways it's our job to show real emotions and shit again. You understand? Does that make any sense at all?
Yeah.
People are seeing the
People
TV
lose
as
that.
real.
People-
It's not.
Oh, funny enough, I was talking to my wife earlier about how all these soaps actually condition your emotional process, and because she mentioned something about, oh, they're all depressing at the moment. I said that they're meant to be. It's the same as the news. The idea is to give you the overall impression that everything is gloom and doom. Things are shit. Things are shit. So your demeanor, your inner self becomes so negative with it. It's a negative way of keeping you down negatively. If you just, do you understand what I'm trying to say?
Yeah, of course, because I was thinking it to this myself a couple of years ago when I think it was Cars 2 came out. You know, the little Pixar film?
Yeah.
And I wasn't watching it. I was sitting at the table doing my drawings, and they was watching it in the other end. And do you know, I heard the word bomb 5 times in 20 minutes, and it just kept jumping out at me, the word bomb. And I was thinking, this is a child's film. They don't have to say it 5 times. And I know most people won't even pick up on that. Right? I've said it before, and I do it myself. Everybody only hears what they want to hear. And I didn't want to hear the word bomb, but when I heard it twice, and then I heard it again and again, I was like, you're pushing something into their mind there.
Yeah,
I never saw that before. And then when I saw that in that Cars film, I was like, I know it's real. That's not right. They shouldn't be doing things like that. And that film's sat up on the shelf now, and we ain't touched it since. So go near it.
This
If I get my kids away from all of them, I would, but it's too hard at the minute.
It is hard, but I remember because when I first started coming on YouTube, just as looking, I was first into common law because I had a debt thing. I'd been stitched up. I was fighting the bank, and I found the answers on YouTube, and I stood up to the banks. And in the end, they gave up. They did not want to even talk to me.
Settled.
Because I'd learned the rules of how banking money system
and
works.
they don't like playing, do they?
No.
They don't like playing.
Once I
They want to
showed-
bully you, and that's it.
Yeah, absolutely. So slightly losing my track there. Here we go. I will try and bring. Yeah, I've got it right. So when I was on YouTube, I started getting recommendations to look at Illuminati stuff in cartoons and things like that. Then a lot of Walt Disney stuff come up about the sexual innuendos in all of their films. When I went big time into it, and I was absolutely from my gut disgusted with what was going on. And my kids were probably quite young then, I suppose. Youngest 6, Lauren was a bit older, and I literally got them off. I had to show my missus didn't believe me until I showed her some of this, and she was like, "Oh my God!" And it was, I always remember this. This guy put a load of pictures together from Walt Disney, and he said, if I took all these pictures, stood outside a school, I would get arrested for having indecent material.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's all of Walt Disney stuff.
All over it. And have you heard the argument that it's just disgruntled ex-employees and things like that? I mean, I've heard that more times than and I can't buy it anymore. I might have done once, and I might have done it for a couple of times, but it keeps happening, and that's either a lot of disgruntled employees or there's got to be something else going
That's
on.
bullshit. The simple fact of the matter is that subliminal programming that's going on, sexual programming.
Yeah, I do believe that, because I'm going to be blatantly honest here, and maybe I might regret it later, but since this whole flat earth thing, before I even did my channel, I was like any typical bloke, and I thought about sex a lot. And I'll tell you what, I don't think about it a lot anymore. And I do think it's because I've stopped watching everything. I've stopped listening to the songs. I don't watch the adverts. I try and switch it all out. And I've tried to find as many real people on YouTube as I can, and I listen to them constantly. I'm always flicking in and out of the bigger channels for their headlines and stuff, right? But I listen to as many real people as I can find on YouTube, even the ones I disagree with. I might not listen to them all the time, but I've tried to find as many real people as I can, because I'm fed up with that fakery. I can't watch the news without, this is that. How can them people sit there? Are they just willfully ignorant, or are they just horrible people? And it's been playing on my mind for a long time, because I would really, we all want to know what the answer is. Are they all horrible people, or is there?
They're comfortably numb. These people are comfortably numb.
I could believe that as well. Yeah. They're the same person who told me the last time about the disgruntled Disney employees. She said the party line about overpopulation and things like that. And for myself, I still don't get that, right? If there's anything wrong, it's mismanagement of resources, right? They're not feeding the people they should. They're not, and things like that. It's not about it ain't there. It's not about there's not enough room. It's just about managing what we've got, and we're not managing it well. That's what the problem is for me. But she bought it. No, there's just too many of us. There's just too many of us, and that she couldn't see any further than that, And for me, it's much deeper than just saying, we're overpopulated. We can't have more babies, because she was 28, and do you know how many 28-year-old girls and boys I know that don't have children? And this was unheard of just 20, 30 years ago. Overpopulated when people have stopped having children. How does that make any sense? All I see is that we've stopped having children, and to stop us noticing it, they've chucked a load of immigrants in there to take your mind off it, And I think it's terrible. I think there's all these young people out there that should have had families a long time ago, and they've all been convinced to go out there and get careers. And there's loads of them out there that ain't got jobs or any prospects at all now. They're all just floating around, filling shelves and working in McDonald's. And I think they was conned. I hope they don't get too angry when they realise it. But I do think there's a big bunch of people out there that have just been energy used up by someone else,
Yeah, I agree. I really do, Richard, because I do think family is a big part of a good social community. By having, because again, when I was younger, same as you, I remember families having lots of children, and I do remember living at a time when we left the back doors open. This isn't bullshit. This is reality. We didn't lock the front and back doors. People would just come, not, hi, it's me, and they'd come in, and neighbours would talk over the fence, both sides, and over that, and people did know everyone, and it's a completely different world we are in.
It really is.
Completely.
I've tried to explain to my kids that mine especially, he still struggles to believe that there was a time with no iPods and iPhones. He struggles to think of a time like that, And I remember it myself as a child. When I was very small, one of my earliest memories was asking my dad if the world was once black and white. Because I see all the old black and white films, I assumed that the world was once black and white. And it might seem silly to some people, but when you're a child, you ask that. And then when you realise later, you think, to stick on a child's shoulders to make them think it, why did someone never tell children this? Why isn't someone telling my children that this stuff ain't been around all the time? That might be my responsibility. But at the same time, I think they're at school 30 odd hour work, more hours than I work, That's not right. Something's not right with. And
Richard,
I feel like to say once upon a time the kids spent.
Can I just
say again?
Right, no. Question everything says, hey chaps, well, if you have me, I'd love to join a video chat for a bit. So, question everything.
Right, I'm going to go inside because I'll get a better signal. If I lose it, I'll start. But I should be all right. I'm going to go in, and I should get a better signal. And I'll send him a message, an invite. Get stuff. Midnight foray. Oh, just in case there's Americans, that's cigarettes. I ain't got a couple of fags following me around. All right. Give me 1 minute. Let's have a look.
Right. Do you want his email?
Well, if it was the
I've got his.
mine's gone blank. YouTube channel.
I've got his email. If that's any good for you, Rich. Right. It's question everything.
Got one here. Hold on.
46
46. Oh, it's so bright now.
at gmail.com.
Oh, here we go. Okay, invitation posted. I hope it goes to the right fella.
We'll soon find out.
We will indeed. Well, just excuse me. I'm going to get a glass of water.
Yeah, it's a shame they've closed a lot of pubs down. I remember in my old, where I used to live, there was quite a few pubs, and I don't think there's any left now. So, same as like social clubs, British Legion and things like that. They're all closed down in our area. There's not a lot left.
When I was, that's what, I've said that before. Oh, question everything. Hello, fella.
Hello there.
Hello,
Can you
mate.
hear me?
We'll speak again at the same time. I can hear you, yes.
Awesome.
How are you, all right?
Yeah, I'm brilliant. How are you guys?
I'm having a really, really nice day. Thank you. I've been spending all
Brilliant stuff.
story. You've been listening in long?
I popped in a little while ago, but I had to shoot off to deal with some family stuff.
Yeah, fair enough. We all got to do that when we got to do that. I know you give me a couple of nice comments in the last couple of days. I'll respond to them. I've been really lax on my comments for a while now.
Hang on a minute. I've got some
Get back on
serious
it.
feedback on my end, and it's really distracting. I'm trying to see what's going on.
I've got nothing open but this window.
Right, hang
I
on.
don't think. I will check.
Please bear with me a sec.
No problems. Don't want that one.
Now you've made me thirsty.
You're in tea time in a minute.
The thing though, isn't it, when you're talking, you get really dried out.
I forget myself sometimes. Yeah, I'm not used to it all.
Yeah. Like I said,
Right.
when I went on Jamie's, is he back? He's back.
Is that all better? No feedback coming from my end?
Feels better.
Sounds
Yeah,
good.
you're nice and clear. Nice and clear.
Fantastic. So what were you guys talking about just then? I was too busy logging in and typing stuff.
No, so we've been talking about all sorts of things, but talking about like communities and pubs and people getting to know each other again, because people don't want to know each other, do they, at the moment? Even myself doing this, you know, it's quite nerve-wracking, but it never used to be to me. It never used to be to me. I'll stand behind a pub and I'd talk to a stranger as though he was a regular. You know, it wouldn't bother me. I get that from my stepdad and my real dad, and I thank them both for that. But I've lost it over the last sort of 10, 15 years, because I've sat here looking at this stuff, and
I think personally, I think it's all part of government's deconstruction of society to enable them to control us further. The more you can segregate and separate people, the easier they are to control. So as the generations have evolved, we've all become very materialistic, very individualistic, and we've forgotten about going out and socializing and just talking to people, you know. And I agree what you're saying. It's a different world we're living in. I mean, I'm 46 years old, so I've got, you know, many years behind me where I remember the days where you could go down the pub, you know, and you'd sit there, and there wasn't the kind of distractions that you have these days.
not any of them. I've said before, I struggled to tell my children that there was no consoles when I was a child. There was no games consoles. To them, that's their whole world almost. They've got their clubs, they play football and they go trampoline and all that stuff, but the computer is their world. Their friends are online, all their information is online, and it has taken something of the communication away from them. But I do see a bit of hope in that this is helping everyone to communicate again. And I do think that whoever's in charge don't want it. Whoever's in charge don't want us talking like this. And maybe I should have done it a long time ago, but I will start speaking to more people, you know, because whether I can do anything personally, I can talk about it, and I will talk about it, you know.
Well, that's enough. That's enough, mate. And I'm actually on the same page as you. I'm actually brand new to this flat Earth reality. I've been going online and saying it. I've been researching it for about 2.5 months, and I've literally only just come out, if you like, about
well done, mate, for you.
Literally in the last 2 weeks. So, yeah, for me, it's like, it really is. It's a great way to get all this crap off your chest, you know.
Again, I wish I'd have done it a long time ago. In many ways, I wish I'd have done it a long time ago, but. Like I said earlier, right? You might set a demon loose here, because I might not stop now. Well, I've got stamina, and I'll do 3 8-hour hangouts in a row, and I'm quite happy to do that. You know, I will talk for hours. Again, it comes back to when I used to work in the pubs. One of the best parts of the day was finishing work, tidying up, having a little lock up, not only with the staff, but different regulars. You know, different people would stay on different nights and on different weeks, and we'd be there till 2, 3 o'clock in the morning, talking, you know, politics and all sorts, and nobody wants to do it anymore. Nobody wants to do it anymore. You sound a little like when I was a little kid. My stepdad was a DJ, and it was the working man's clubs where we earned our bread. It was the local pubs, or you know, where the people were having weddings in the back rooms. That was where we made our money. And then they all just started dying. And what my dad loved was doing. My stepdad loved was being a DJ, because all the pubs were closing. All the working men's clubs were just emptying out. No one was going to them. And
that's right.
I think this was part of it, this distraction, these computers and technology, that was part of the distraction.
It was, but I think you were alluding to a little earlier, is I think it's starting to backfire now, isn't it? It's starting to backfire on the elites.
I think people...
No, sorry. I know you're Richard. What's the other chap's name?
So Rory,
Rory, how you doing, Rory? Sorry, mate, we didn't introduce ourselves.
Yeah, good to meet you, mate.
Good to meet you, sir. Was
you on Martin's hangout a little while ago?
I might have been in the comments section.
Because I've seen you, and that's why I subbed you. I was enjoying your comments, and I just subbed you.
No, I appreciate it. Thank you, sir. I did do a live hangout on Saturday just gone with Beyond the Imaginary Curve. I don't know if you're subbed with that chap.
Yeah, I know.
That's where that's where I was listening to you, and that's when I subbed you. It was there.
Fantastic. Dale's an amazing guy, isn't he?
We was talking about this.
Big admirers of Dill, yeah, I am. Dill a lot. I don't always agree with him, but I do like Dill. Yeah, I think he's an honest bloke, and that's why I listen to him.
No, absolutely. I mean, obviously we're not going to agree with everyone all of the time, but his core principles, I totally value. I'm of the same ilk. I'm not, personally speaking, I'm not overly interested when we talk about the flat earth. I'm not overly interested about all the theories attached to it, because I think it's enough just to know that we live on a flat, motionless plane. That, in my opinion, should be enough for the world to wake up and say, hang on a bloody minute.
Yeah.
You're feeding us shit biscuits here,
A long time.
And that is enough.
Yeah, I totally agree. For a lot of people that have come into the flat earth, they're so searching for so many answers for this. How does that work? And you've got to get your feet back on the ground.
Yeah.
Start looking at yourself, where you're coming from, how you're interacting within this realm that we're in, because it's new to every one of us. And the only thing I know is from my own experiments, from my own tests. I know that when I go down the beach and I put my telescope out, I can see the Isle of Wight, which is just under 60 miles away. Now,
there you go.
Exactly. And according to their mathematics, I'm not supposed to see it. So that is the first question. Hold on, what's going on? I thought we're on a ball. No, we're not. We're not on a ball. And as Dell's quite, water has to be in a container. It has to be contained.
Absolutely.
And that's the basis. And everyone, I've come across this so often with people on the streets. But what's your model? What's your model? I don't know. I ain't got a clue what it is.
Yeah.
No idea. But what I do know is
anyone
they
should
like
be pushing any model. I apologize. Carry on.
You're breaking up a little bit there, mate. Are you still there? I don't use.
Yeah, I'm here.
Oh yeah. Right, try again. What was you saying there?
Sorry, Rory, I interrupted you there, mate.
No, you're good. You carry on. I like listening to people.
No. I mean, I want to hear everyone's action for the both of you. So individually, what was the trigger point that made you realise the reality of the flat plane?
You first, Rich.
Are you sure? I was just thinking about this just a second before, right? And this is partly where I disagree with Dell, right? And it's the wrong word, disagree, right? Now, for some people, the penny drop moment is the facts, the evidence that they see that they've found. For myself, it was a big mosaic in my mind of all the stuff I've been looking at all the years, all the books on my shelves, and it was the words. It was the words I'd read, the words I'd heard, and all these little pieces that hadn't made sense for years. Suddenly, that's why. That's why. When I see in science books that they say the universe is both flat and curved, and I see things like, this has baffled me for years. What's the answer to that? And then it wasn't that long ago. It was only a couple of years ago, maybe just a year before this whole flat Earth thing kicked off. I got a book up there, the history of science, and it's got a small synopsis on all the ancient philosophers and things like that. And there's a big section at the front which starts with philosophic grounds, right? And it's got the Copernicus argument, which again is all on philosophic grounds. And once you grasp that, you realise that part of the measurement and things like that is Roman indoctrination of measurement. You're asking for someone else's paradigm, but the truth is, as so much more simple than that. You don't need the facts and the figures. The facts and the figures are what we've all been programmed to now sit here and argue about. You understand?
Absolutely.
We've now got to sit here and argue who's got the right model. Well, for myself, I don't know if there is one. That's where the philosophy comes into it. And for myself, I want to talk philosophy about it. Right? I don't want to talk facts and figures because there are too many facts and figures. There are too many disputes between the facts and figures. And the simplest ones, well, you don't have to call them facts if they're truisms. Does that make sense? Right? The water being flat, it's a truism. You know, I understand. It's not a fact you can write down on paper. You shouldn't have to write it down on paper to know it's true.
Yeah.
You can see it yourself.
Well,
and that, for me, that's
science,
the problem,
isn't it? That's the natural science that
natural
Dell's on about.
So yeah, right.
The
But again, I still think Dell wants a model eventually. Whereas I'm happy to know in some ways myself that there will never be a model. Does that make sense? And that'll be really hard for many people to grasp. All right, but I do have reasons for it. I don't have the words for it. All right, I'm not good enough at it yet. But in my mind, all this stuff I've been doing for 15 years, everything I've looked into, all the conspiracies and the corruption and the distractions, that's why. All right, and to keep you distracted for a few more years while the merchants of old continue to build their empire, we're all sitting here arguing about something that they stuck in books 50 years ago. You know,
I hear you, but surely to suggest that there's never going to be a model is also to suggest that we're never going to break governments' backs and make them admit, hang on a minute, if we don't live, how do we live? And from that, we then go out, explore, and find out what this is, what this world really is. Because ultimately, that has to be an answer. That has to be a question that needs to be answered. But Rory, what was your trigger point?
Right. The actual trigger point for me was a bit like I said before, when I took I'd seen it pop-ups, recommendations, flat Earth. I wouldn't entertain it, and I stayed away from it for about 6 months. It kept coming up, and something in my head just said, I can debunk this in about half hour. So yeah, 2 years later.
Like we all did.
Yeah, absolutely. So I thought, right, what are the arguments? And the first one was the curvature argument. I thought, well, that's handy. I live right by the sea.
Yeah.
I went and bought a telescope, shot off down to the beach, New Haven, set my telescope up, checked the coordinates on Google Earth, and then proceeded to look in the direction of the Isle of Wight, which is, like I said, 60 miles, and it's supposed to be over 1,500 foot of curvature. But before I went, I did check, and the tallest part of the Isle of Wight is 800 feet. And I was about 10 foot above sea level. So when not only could I see the Isle of Wight through my telescope, I could actually see boats coming from behind the Isle of Wight.
That's nuts. That's just nuts.
Yeah, totally. And that was the moment when I literally thought to myself, fucking hell, I'm not on a ball. I'm not on this big ball. And I didn't struggle with it. I laughed. I just thought, well, there's a thing, another lie that's been told. So I wasn't adverse to conspiracies, 9/11, 7/7, Boston bombings, all of that. So yeah, and then I've done a video on my channel. Is this flat Earth proof, or is this proof that we're not spinning? Now, I hope, Richard, you don't mind me if I just babble on this one.
No, carry on. I'm cool. I can anyway.
Okay, right. So, according to time and date, the afterlight or the twilight after sunset is a set time. It only hangs around for 35 minutes every day. This being because the Earth is spinning at 1,000 miles an hour.
Yeah.
So it's a constant. Okay, so because it's a constant, the sun sets, the light has to be the same every day because it doesn't change speed. We don't change speed going around the sun. Blah blah blah. It's all constant.
That's right.
But what I'd done over a period of a couple of weeks, did some time lapse videos. And what I did, I recorded the light, the afterlight from sunset. So say the sunset was 7:30, I'd measure the time before, according to the monitor, when darkness. So I set a point, a marker. So that would be the marker for every time I check the light.
Right.
And as every 2 days, it increased by about 15 to 20 minutes. And it was getting exponentially longer and longer and longer. And in the end, it was 1 hour and 20 minutes.
Right.
Now, I'm all up for saying, well, I could have been out 10 minutes, 5 minutes each way or whatever, but not an hour and not 1 hour and 20 minutes.
Yeah.
So the only way that can work is if the sun isn't, or we're not spinning around the sun, that the sun is actually moving away from us and is a lot closer.
Sure.
Because the light is hanging around for a lot longer.
Yeah. Yeah.
So I've done all the time-lapse video. I pull it up and I said, I want someone to debunk it, because if I'm talking shit, I want to know if this is wrong. You know, I was happy. I was really happy for someone to come along and say, this don't work because of this. Anyway, the only person that come back to me with well, it wasn't even a proper, it was Flat Earth Maths. And he said, was the cloud conditions the same every time you did it? Which is a fair argument. But I said, even if the conditions wasn't exactly the same, this wouldn't allow for, it doesn't make the light stay longer. When I've done it on a clear day and when I've done it on a cloudy day, if the light lasts longer on a cloudy day, well, that has nothing to do whether it's cloud or sunny or clear.
Yeah.
You know, that cancels it out. So basically, no one's debunked it. And for me, that is a proof that we're not spinning on a ball, because it's not a constant light at sunset.
Right.
On the twilight, it changes. In the summer, it gets longer. And I can't tell you what it does in the winter because I haven't had a chance to do it, but I will do. But I'm so sure, I'm pretty sure that it can't be debunked.
And it won't be, my friend. It won't be debunked. It really won't.
No.
I mean, the reality is the reality in it. Look, we're all going on a different journey here. And it's fascinating to me. For example, like Rich, your point of view, the philosophical point of view, that has a huge amount of merit, because if you go back 500 years and before, all right, that's what people back then would rely on, a lot of that philosophical angles. They would like look at the stars, you know, and they would use different points of views and different perspectives to assess the world that they live in, you know. And for me, the whole broad spectrum it's a fascinating subject, full stop, really.
And do you know, and for me, that's what was stopped, is that I think there was a time when there was a spectrum of opinions on all these things, right? Everyone from people like me and Del, keeping everyone flat on the ground, as real as possible, to the philosophers who were thinking all the things in advance, to the mathematicians and scientists in the middle with their facts and figures. We've gone to a point where we're only listening to these guys in the middle. You understand? No one listens to the normal people, and no one listens to the philosophers anymore. Do you understand? We're stuck in the paradigm of facts and figures. And for me, you're right. It's about all of us. It's about everyone. Once again, and then that's
yeah, absolutely
stop from happening. You know, everyone in politics, they might not agree in the blue room, but when they're outside in front of the TV cameras, they're all. And maybe we have to do that to counter them. You understand?
Oh, absolutely. It's like a pack of dogs. They all bark at each other, but at the end of the day, they also go around sniffing each other's arse.
Yeah, they do indeed. They do indeed.
Do you know what I mean? And there's another thing here as well. There's an old saying. I did say this when I was on Dale's channel. There's a thing where bullshit baffles the brains. You know, and the more bullshit, if you want to control a herd, if you like, of people, just feed them, bombard them with mathematical equations that cannot be proven, because you know what? The common person will go, you know what? That's beyond my spectrum of thought. I'm not going to contest that. I can't argue that. I don't have your intellect, sir, or grandmaster. You know, so you feel belittled, you feel small. So what do? You jump back on your hamster wheel,
And
right? You go to work, you pay your taxes, you retire, then you fucking die. You know, so this is the problem with the world, isn't it? We've been conditioned to just listen to the brainiacs and get on with your life and follow the herd.
Yeah, most definitely, most definitely. And like I keep saying, I think this is a good first step towards breaking that
God, yeah.
way of life. Yeah, I don't want to go back to that way of life of walking around, keeping my mouth shut and just doing as I'm told. I don't want to go back to it at all.
No.
And I don't want anyone else to have to live in that world. You know, it's a horrible, horrible place.
Yeah,
you know?
and it's a very.
Not what I remember as a child.
Sorry, say that again. I didn't quite.
It's not as I remember it as a child. I still just remember street parties. Yeah, very early 80s, a couple of street parties, and they don't exist anymore.
No,
you know, they're not the same.
No,
and I think that's what needs to come back. The Maypole festivals and things like that, where the whole towns and villages and everyone from the county got together and spent the day getting pissed. You know? that doesn't happen anymore. It just doesn't happen. Everyone's also highly strung and scared that their opinion's going to upset someone and things like that, you know. And like you say, we have to listen to the experts.
I'm going to just go and have a cup of coffee, so I'll be back in a little bit.
Yeah, help yourself. I see Bubbles who's back. But he seems to have been muted. I hope that's not me.
Cheers.
Hey, Bubbles.
just
you know Bubbles then, yeah? Question everything?
No, I don't. This is my first introduction.
Okay. Who's speaking there? Question. My
name is Joe.
Okay, Joe. Nice to meet you. My name is Phil.
Is what? Sorry?
I beg your pardon? I have to put my sound.
His name is Phil.
Ooh. Phil. Oh, okay, cool.
So just before we get on to Bubbles, Joe, what was your moment in the last couple of months then? What brought you to the Flat Earth? A recommendation or someone?
It was a pure accident. And I think what I'm hearing from most people, it was the same thing. Most people have said that they've just randomly was online and they came across a random video and they thought, oh, I'll watch this Flat Earth idea for a laugh. And it's like Rory was saying, you know, you watch it and you expect to laugh. And then, but for me, it was like within 10 minutes, I wasn't bloody laughing.
Yeah, same here.
You know, I thought, hang on a minute, I should be laughing here. Why aren't I laughing? and then a sensible person never watches one video and takes anything as gospel. A sensible person goes away and does their research. Okay? And that's what I did. I spent 2 months. I literally spent every single day for 2 months researching this.
Yeah, I did the same thing before I started the channel or even subscribed to anyone. I watched one video. It was a Math Boylan one, and yeah, pretty much my jaw hit the floor, and then I was typing away flat Earth videos, everything I could find for months, for about 5 months before I even started the channel. Like I said, it wasn't any one thing. It was a whole slew of different things throughout my life. All my interests things that led me to this. Yeah, I've always been interested in all the conspiracies that are out there, and they all seem to come to this realization that we don't live where they've been fucking telling us for the longest time. And I want to know not only why, but like most people, I'd like to know where. But I'm happy
Right.
not to know, right? But that's just me.
Right, fair enough. No, yeah, I mean, for me,
I'd like to know
like I
the
said,
people.
I mean, after 2 months, I just thought to myself, right, how am I going to cope with this? How am I going to express and deal with it? And that's what I did in my first coming out video. And I really didn't think I was going to post it. I really thought I'm going to hang on to it for another 3 years. But I just couldn't hold on. I had to get out my thoughts, and I had to post the video, put it out there, and just because I needed some feedback. I needed to know that I wasn't going crazy.
You know, if I'd known how to use the equipment, I'd have done things differently. I might have done it with an iPod and then sat on it for a while, but where I only had to do a live hangout, I just literally had to do this, talk into the camera for 15 minutes and then go away. There was no choice. I could have gone and made it private afterwards, but I never made any of them private. I just left them as they stood, as rough and ready as they were. But like you said, I had to say something. And something said, don't want to listen. But on here,
yeah, well,
do the
that's what makes it real. You know, when you do, you know, you haven't got anything polished or scripted. You know, people can see you're genuine. Then, you know,
that's what I've been looking for. That's what I look for. And you know, I don't mind if they've got music and nice pictures. If I can see that they've done it themselves, and it's not just a mirrored image, I'll spend time with that person and get to know their videos, their type, how that they make them, and
oh yeah,
know that they're real. That's all I need to know. You know, if I'm not sure about people, I'll keep watching. I'll keep finding out, and I'll make my own mind up in the end. But for myself, it's about finding real people again and trying to sort this mess out.
What about you, Phil? What was your moment?
You're muted.
You're
Phil,
muted,
we can't hear you.
Okay. My moment. My moment of truth. That is the question.
Yeah.
I make two NDE 17 years ago.
Okay.
So you know what in NDE is.
What was the abbreviation again?
Near-death experience.
Oh, okay.
I make it twice in 8 hours delay.
Wow.
I had an operation at 12 o'clock, so at noon, and 4 hours later, I was awake in my bed, just like fitting well, and very optimistic. Say, okay, I have to go to the toilet. So, but no one tells me that I couldn't move from my bed.
Wow.
Then out of my bed, I lost all my blood.
Really?
And my pressure, my blood pressure is passed from 18, 19 to 2.3.
Jesus.
And then in the white tunnel, it was amazing. It was absolutely amazing. And it was a big casino in the room because they reoperate me directly on the ground.
Okay.
We are not in an operation room. It was an emergency case, and after a few hours, I would wake again, and I say, "What's happened?" Say, falling down. All the room was plenty of blood everywhere, and they reoperate you directly on the ground without trying to move you from the place, and after that they put you again into your bed. So that was it. So 2 operations in 4 hours times. 8 hours later,
Wow.
at midnight, paf, again. and
God.
and that was another experience because I was, attached over the top, and I saw the operation room, and I say my bed my bed was red from blood, but my body was not in my bed. Couldn't see,
That's incredible.
and I couldn't see no one in that operation room, but I knew that there were some people there. So chirurgic people, they make the operation. Then the other person is the guy who's gonna make you sleep, and then
Okay.
some two nurses. But I couldn't see the people in the room, but I knew that they were there in the room, and I see the operation bed table,
Right.
and I ask without seeing to the specialists. I hope that you don't want to operate me again on that table.
Crazy.
Why did I ask this question?
Yeah.
Comment on dit, mon amour, une table d'accouchement en anglais? That was a table that was ready for women. They're gonna have a baby.
What?
Obstetric table or whatever. And I still said, no, that's impossible. Not on that. And then the guy, oh, I'm searching my memory. I'm sorry for that. Yeah, the people that makes you sleep, the specialists.
Anesthesics.
Yeah.
And the anesthetics. Yeah, okay, thanks for your help. And he said, "Me, you shut up." And after 8 hours, I was waking my bed. So
Wow.
third operation to end the experience. But what was strange, the first one was completely different than the second one. And I spoke with a lot of people when I made my fourth stroke 2 years ago now. So I don't sleep so much. So in the hospital, I was walking everywhere, going to say hello to everyone, talking a lot by night mostly. There was a nurse that said, "Okay, I'll also make near-death experience." Oh, okay, tell me. And every people they took me about that subject have another experience. No one has the same experience, but I knew I needed more than 15, 16 years to understand what's happening. On my first, I saw the Grail.
Okay.
It took me 16 years to understand what's happened at that moment.
Right.
And I said, wow, the terminal, the Holy Grail is the final destination. I saw the source.
That's fascinating.
Yeah, that was absolutely amazing. And that took me roughly 16 years to understand what I saw at that moment. I said, wow, that's great.
Okay, so specifically,
But you need some time. But the time you have to take your time and let the time doing his job. So my philosophy is I let all the things coming to me. I don't want to search after something. Okay, I have some dreams, I have some wishes, but it's not fixed into my mind. Okay, if I launch that into the future, and I don't know, maybe I don't want to know when they're gonna arrive and happen.
right.
So I let the things coming. That's my philosophy. Let the things coming to you. In French, you have in the Bible, let's coming to you the small people, the small babies, the small children. That comes the things, and that's the way I work.
Wow.
I don't know. I don't know if it was clear for you. I hope.
I got most of it. I got most of it, and I've heard you tell the Grail story before. I'd like to hear more of that before, again. But I think Joe's saying like the flat Earth. What?
Okay, the flat Earth is another thing. I make. I don't know how many times the round of the world in my business career. It's more than 80 years now that I make failure and then I have no more job. So I don't work since 2009. I stopped work in 2009, June. And so I have so much time to read, to learn, to discover all the things. And I love that. I love doing that every day. I'm searching things, I'm listening to things, I'm reading some things, and that makes me more open. And sometimes you remember in your life some experience that you had. For example, my son was 18 months old, so 1 year and a half, and we were in a DC-10 flying from Belgium to Tunisia.
Okay.
And in one moment, stewardess took my son to go to the toilet, and when they come up from the toilet, my son had his two legs in the same pant leg. So there was a problem, and on that moment, the captain, the commander of the airplane comes out from the cockpit, and he saw that the scene there. It was everyone was laughing there, and say okay, which is the parent from that small thingy on the bottom? Say okay, come here. And I walked to him and say, yeah, that's it. And he said, I apologize for the stewardess. Maybe she never saw a baby before. and everyone was laughing then. And then I don't know why I asked, may I make a check in the cockpit to see? Because yeah, I said, okay, come. And I was just behind the co-pilot, and I was looking through all the windows. And I saw immense flat things. They say, okay, but at that moment, 30 years ago, for me, I had no reflection about the shape of the Earth. It was not a question. And then when I discovered that the fact that everyone was talking about the flat Earth in May of July from last year, I said, what the shit is that? Is why the people are so crazy to fight to know the shape of the Earth. It's simple. It's logical. The water can only be flat.
That's right.
Why there are millions of people they are making some video hangouts over that subject? I couldn't understand. It's a fact. It's not a theory. It's a fact that it's flat.
It is a fact.
It's a fact. It's a fact. It's not a theory. For me.
No. Well, no,
and then you're gonna look how works our working the star. Sometimes I have some hangouts with a friend of mine. He's living in Hawaii, so we have a delay from 12 hours. So when it's midnight for me, it's 12 o'clock at noon for him. And sometimes he show me the moon. Looking east at 3 o'clock in the afternoon for him, so it's 3 o'clock in the night here, and he has the moon. The moon is a half moon, so this part is illuminated, and you have the dark side. So we have our alpha ball.
Yeah.
At the same time here in Belgium, I look through my window, the right direction east, same direction, and I have a half moon like that. Vertical.
Yeah.
It's missing. So we have a problem. Houston, we have a big problem. And so
absolutely.
I start to make a study over the moon. There was in the beginning from August, this August 2016. I passed 1 week outside each night, 1 week to watching and studying the moon. There is some strange things, different journeys.
Yeah.
Once it's at the end from the village, and once it's just above the top of my house at 90 degrees. That's impossible. I never saw the moon there at 90 degrees, just on the top of my house. What happened?
Yeah.
Should we have two moons? And then you start reflecting and then studying what's happened. And then once you come in front of a strange name, Rahu. RAHU.
Oh, I've heard of
And
this.
you're
Yeah.
gonna- You're gonna look in the Vedics. In the Vedics. And who's Rahu? Rahu is the father of the moon and the sun. The black sun is Rahu. And sometimes you try to scrap a bit down deeper. And you can discover amazing things about that. All the lights. When you are in an airplane by night, you can't see the light. You can't see the stars. Why?
Well, don't they say that Rahul is the one that creates the eclipses?
For me, I'm not sure. But I'm convinced that maybe 95%.
Yeah. Well, again,
Sometimes
I
you
was,
see an eclipse. Yeah.
I was saying earlier, Phil, that we're all different people, but I'm the type of person that likes natural silence. I'm the one who likes natural science.
Sorry. That's the problem with when you got some strokes
Got a frog.
Small wine.
of control.
So, Joe, you still there? So look, just quickly before I lose this thought, I hope you don't lose yours. But
No,
going
go
back,
for it.
going back to the moon thing. You know of Brian Cox, okay? And
Oh,
he had
yes.
a program on TV, BBC a few years ago. He said a particular sentence, and it stuck in my mind. And again, when I came across the flat Earth, it was that one of those sentences that's why. And what Brian Cox said was that the moon is one of the cosmic coincidences. And for me, as a lover of you understand? That wasn't enough for me. How can scientists like Brian Cox, as I thought of him then, say that the moon is a coincidence? At the very least, be honest and say you don't know.
Well, yeah.
But don't tell me it's a coincidence, right? And then when there was flat Earth stuff, that was when I realised I don't think they've ever known. I really don't, for myself, think they've ever known. And that was really tricked everyone with their purity. You understand? They tried to convince us that they was right, but when it came to the crunch to prove it, they can't, can they?
Well, listen.
You understand?
Yeah, I understand it.
And that's why I'm excited that we can now question it again. I like that part of it, yeah?
Oh, absolutely. But you also have to ask yourself, since when has science accepted coincidences?
That's what I'm saying. That was when I first sort of started really going off science, and this was before Flat Earth,
Yeah.
right? I really started to go for it. When I was and enjoying were pop science, you know, like the top of the pops. I was like,
popular science, yeah.
You know, what I've been looking at for all these years, it's just pop science.
Yeah.
It's not real.
So, and I'm still searching to someone who can explain me. If I make my moon study in August, I was all night outside, and at 3 was half past 3. I saw the moon arrive, north direction, that direction, and there comes the moon. And the moon was visible until 6 o'clock in the afternoon, the same day. And on the same journey, you saw the sun. He was trying to catch the moon.
Yeah.
That was an amazing thing. So who can explain me how is it possible on sphere to see the moon more than 16, 17 hours?
Well, it's not possible.
Possible, the ball.
Of course not. But there's many amateur videos where you see the moon and the sun together in the same shot. You know, you
see the guy.
You got videos people pointing their camera at the sun, and then they pan across, and then you see the moon on the other side.
And the moon is not entire. You have only a part of the moon. It's not the full moon. So what makes the occlusion?
Well, exactly. There's just too many questions.
Yeah, too many.
And that's what I'm saying. For me, and I'm glad of it, but for them, they tried to push that they had the answers. And we need to now try and convince everybody else that no, they didn't. They didn't, because like we keep saying, they can't prove it, right? They can't prove any of it.
No.
We need to try and convince them that they haven't. They've lied to us for too long now. It's not right.
Well, that's the problem with the world, isn't it? Is they've relied too much on pseudoscience.
Come back to my words and getting people to believe, right? It's that again, right? In everybody's mind, an astronaut is Buzz Lightyear. But in reality, if you watch footage of any of the first 3 astronauts, they're not big strapping heroes. They're not mega minds. Or I don't understand where that image was implanted that there was all big Buzz Lightyears. They're not, are they? And that's a part of the small part of it that says to me, it's all crap. Right? You've sold us a lie in the films. They've sold and everyone thinks that the films, the TV is real. And
that's right.
You know,
yeah.
I'll kick myself.
Well, listen, this is documented fact. President Nixon, the guy who was the first one who called up to the moon to talk to the astronauts, this is the same guy that comes out and says that the American people won't believe anything unless they see it on television.
Yeah.
Well, absolutely. And there are many people, maybe, I don't know who of you was born in 69.
No.
I was born in 71.
Okay, I'm from 62, so I saw that at television in direct, in live show, landing on the moon. And there is so many people after that. The interview. So you see that you go across in the street and asking to the people, "Did you saw that the landing of the moon?" Yes, I saw that at the radio.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly.
That's too funny.
You saw with your ears.
Yeah, absolutely. That's the
And
same.
but that's what I'm saying.
You have the same fact on the 9/11. At the 9/11, the first images, there was CGI images.
Yeah.
So many videos. They share that. They tell you, okay, that's the way how they do the trick, because it's a trick. It's nothing else than a trick.
Yes, but you have to remember, it is unpatriotic to say that it was an inside job. You know,
we know with Gladio, and there was an Italian journalist in the 70s, in the early 70s. He speaks about Gladio operation, and over the faults like in Europe, but it's the same in all the world.
Oh yes,
terrorism is faults like operation by the secret services.
Yeah,
and that's it. And once you understand that, you understand everything. So throw your television away.
Yeah, mental terrorism. For me, that's what it's become a lot. Yeah, and listen, I've got that problem of just snatching it away from people. It's not going to work. It's like taking the toy off the baby. The baby's going to throw a tantrum. And we can't do that. We have to think about this. And like we were saying earlier with what Dell does, going out there and talking to people, that's a good start. And, you know, I think for myself, students are a good place to start. They're a little bit more open-minded, I hate to say it, than some of the older generations that are stuck in work.
Well, no, I totally agree with you.
You know?
I'm just saying I totally agree with you.
Yeah.
In fact, I think we have to rely on the youth, because the older generation are just too brainwashed.
Yeah.
And I'm speaking as a 46-year-old, you know?
I have said it myself. I'm 10 years younger than you. I was born in 1980, and for myself, I've seen it for a long time. That it was my parents that were more brainwashed than I was, you know, and I don't want to say I feel sorry for them, or, you know.
Well, no, it's not their fault, is it?
I won't hold them to account for, you know.
Oh no, you can't
bad
do
decisions they all made, you know.
Well, yeah.
You know, I remember my granddad saying when I was very small about credit, not having credit cards, you know, paying for everything yourself,
sure,
as you earn it and stuff. And I never listened to him. Do you know what I mean? No one listened today. I wish I had.
Right. Well, you don't listen because you follow society. You follow the herd. You follow what everyone else is doing, and you think you're a fucking individual.
Yeah. You don't even know it, yeah? Don't even know.
Don't follow.
Will you just
no
excuse me for 2 minutes, please, boys?
Yeah, carry
one.
on.
Yeah, no problem.
Just going to mute you up.
I had just a question. Is that the first Richard Hangout?
Sorry?
Yes.
Hey, well done.
Yeah, this is really nice. Nice people.
Well done. Well done.
You're back, my mate.
Yeah, I've had my smoke, have my coffee.
Coolio.
Another smoke.
Hey.
I love smoking.
Yep, me too.
You know what the irony is here?
Würde mich ja freuen für euch, wenn das klappen würde.
The irony?
Yeah,
das
the
ist so
irony is Rory's using a pair of spaceman headsets.
müsst ihr euch angucken und auch gucken, dass halt auch jetzt so keine bösen
Easy joking all the time like that.
irgendwie
Fantastic.
steckt sind oder so, ne?
I mean, seriously, who believes NASA now? Who actually believes NASA now?
The assholes, you have to watch all the live shows that the NASA makes last month, because every day you have 6, 7, or maybe more than 10 live shows from the assholes, and you have to watch, you have to read what's happening in the chat room.
Yeah.
The people there, they are trolling in different languages, and sometimes if you want to put a word like "you are liars," "you are assholes," if you put that on one line, your comments stay maybe 3 seconds before it's deleted. But vertically, I made it. I don't have it because it's my deaf old PC now.
Yeah.
I had a print screen. Well, I had a print screen where I had my comments in the live from the assholes.
Yeah.
Fuck you, asshole, bastard, liar. And I put it to just one fucking so F enter, U enter, C enter, K. So we have to go very fast.
Right.
And I have my comments in one row, so vertically.
Oh, I see. Yeah.
Fuck you, assholes, liar. Because they are using some how do we call that in English?
Algorithms.
Yeah, algorithms. And so once you type a word, your comment is automatically delayed.
That's right.
And that's why it's amazing for the people. They speak many languages, and I have this ability to speak more than languages, so I can understand sometimes what are typing. But sometimes you have people that are coming from Thailand and they speak they types in Thai. So what do? You click on and you make a copy, and then you go in Google Translator and you're going to see what they
Yeah.
It's absolutely amazing and incredible. They are trolling all the time, all the time. And also with the music, you saw they use hypnotic music.
Oh yeah.
And you see the bubbles coming out.
Oh, it's the tomfoolery is endless.
Oh no.
Hey Rory, can I ask you a question,
Great.
mate?
Of course you can.
So you may have actually said answered this earlier, but so how long has it actually been for you from the point that you realised that we live in a flat plane to now?
It's been about just under 2 years. It's nearly
really?
coming up to 2 years, yeah.
So when did you publicly, if you like, come out?
I love that word, come out of the closet.
It's just so appropriate.
Pretty much took me about 5 months before I actually put a video out.
Oh, okay. See, I genuinely find that fascinating. For me, it was 2 months. Some people have told me that they sat on it for 2-3 years.
Yeah.
You know.
Some people more.
Yeah, absolutely.
No, I was pretty quick. Once I got the telescope out and looked for myself,
Yeah.
and that confirmed not what we're living on, but it confirmed that what they told me was an absolute pile of shite, which obviously led me on to other things. And I'll be absolutely honest with you, I didn't realise how ignorant I was to how the geocentric model actually worked. I did not know that much about the planet that I was supposed to be living on. And what Flat Earth did for me was make me go and question and look to see what this model is supposed to be and what I can actually see and what sits with me. And nothing that they were showing me was sitting with me at all. My observations were totally not what they was telling me. And like I said, when I did the Twilight time-lapse videos, that was a big confirmation for me, because my eyes were not lying. I was seeing what was really happening every day. So I've always known we've been lied to, going way back. I've always been anti-establishment. That's for sure.
Yeah. But that is a fascinating thing. It's when you talk to people who won't accept the flat Earth concept, you then say to them, okay, well, tell me about the globe world you live in. And they don't know basic stuff. They don't know at what speed the world rotates at. They don't know at what speed we're supposed to be traveling through space at. They don't know basic questions on the very thing they're trying to defend.
Absolutely spot on. Yeah, and that's the thing that I realised how ignorant I was.
And me too, mate. Me too. I was as well.
I just accept it as as the programming goes. You accept, because they're wearing white coats, because they've got letters after their names, they know a damn sight more than I'll ever know.
Yeah.
But what this has done is broken that all down, as if to say, well, hold on a minute. No, all they know is their theological theories, and it's pseudoscience. When you start when you start testing things, and that's what I've done again on my video. I've got so many videos I've done with how the moon, how light actually works on a sphere without any backlight to it, so the actual real light sits on a sphere. I've done videos with the moon phases. I climbed a tree and I got a long pole. I made a little moon, stuck it on the stick, put it up in the air, videoed the moon and the sun, and so on. And nothing was, the more I looked, the more it was saying to me, do you know what? Nothing they've told you has got anything to do with where you live.
Yeah. It's just insane, isn't it?
Now when I look at it, it's hard to actually get your head around it.
Yeah.
Because basically they've put you in a fantasy world.
Yeah.
This is a fantasy world. But we're so programmed that it's real. It's a real world. People can see the curve from a beach. People can see the curve from an airplane. But that's not what they're seeing. It's because they think it has to be there, because that's what they've told me. So they're imagining, it's almost like they're imagining the curve. And there's a little shout out for Beyond the Imaginary Curve there.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, look.
Yeah, sometimes you have also some scientists. They are on the scene in the colloquial symposium, and it tells you, don't trust what your eyes are seeing.
That's right. That's right.
That's crazy, isn't it? Isn't that really crazy?
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Well, it's mad, because it's harder. It's much harder to unlearn than it is to learn.
Yeah. Yeah.
To break
Yeah,
down
someone-
everything
actually-
you've been told.
Someone did a video.
1984.
Yes.
1984.
Yeah, absolutely. That's we was there quite a few years
back.
ago.
Yeah. Go on, Rory.
No, it's the same. We've been Big Brother for years and years and years. And as soon as we started with mobile phone technology, where they could track every phone,
Yeah.
collect all the data that was going through there, you know, because this is what people have got to remember. It's the authorities at the end of the day that control and have access to all the information.
Well, that's right.
Absolutely.
You buy
And a lot
So-
of people don't actually realize that it's governments that sell technology and patents to private companies
yeah,
who
absolutely.
then distribute it to us little people.
Yeah.
You know, let's look at TVs, right? Now you go back, I don't know, 20 years ago, and you wanted to buy, I don't know, a big plasma screen, 40-inch, 50-inch. That set you back £900 to £1,000.
Oh yeah, you need a small mortgage.
Absolutely. Nowadays, you can pick them up for a couple of £100 for a 50-inch screen.
Yep.
Right. So they want you to have these Google boxes in your house, so they can it's perfect. You know, cheap. Let's get loads of telly in every room. Let's have you in the kitchen, little TV, in the bedroom, big TV, and it's TV. So everyone's just falling into their hands.
Yeah.
It's just perfect. Phones, technology.
Yeah.
But like Richard said earlier, they're toys, right, that we can use for the good. And we're adults playing with their toys.
Absolutely. Yeah. Work, buy, consume, die.
Absolutely, yeah, absolutely spot on. They don't want you to think. They don't want you to have time to question their morality, their judgments. They just want you to be in the machine. You're just in the machine.
Yeah.
Mhm.
It's going to be an insane world when this thing finally cracks, isn't it? Can you imagine what's going to happen when this thing finally cracks?
It will be chaos.
Yeah.
Sorry,
the big
go on,
chaos.
Bubbles.
No, yeah, I agree with what he said, what Joe said. I agree with his talks. So, what's going to happen once we're going to arrive at the big crash?
Yeah.
Does anyone think it's going to be sudden? You think it's going to happen overnight?
No.
No.
Do you know what I believe? I believe that way before this thing cracks, way before they're going to know, and so they're going to create a worldwide false flag to create the biggest distraction the world has known, so that our attentions move suddenly away from the flat earth reality. Now, if that means World War III, so be it. They will do it.
Bubbles, can I ask you, not Q&A, what's your first name? Sorry,
Joe.
Joe. Do you think that this new, or what could be the next thing, could be like a UFO invasion? Because I know that they've been pushing that agenda for some time
Yeah,
now.
the Blue Beam program.
Yeah.
The Blue Beam program.
I've just got to let the dog out. Hold on.
That's not a very nice thing to call the missus.
You won't get invited to his next
No, I
hangout.
won't, will I? I won't at all. I think he realizes I'm having a laugh.
Yeah, of course. Do you know, again, like, I think that's a part of what's been missing from most of our lives is none of us, we've all relied on TV comedy. You understand? Does that make sense? Like, I miss joking with people down the pub, and I know I keep going back to it, but that was where I used to socialise, you know?
Well, why do you think they created?
miss it.
Why do you think they created political correctness? Why do you think that happened?
I remember laughing about it at school, like when I was about 16,
Yeah.
people were just talking about it, and we was all like, yeah, it don't mean nothing, it don't mean nothing.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
We should have listened.
That's right. Well, look, I've been on the receiving end of both opinions, because I'm actually originally from Portugal, and I came to this country when I was what? I was 5 years old. And I came here not knowing the language. And I remember starting school, and I remember I cried for about 2 years, just saying to my mum, I want to go home. I want to go home. You know.
My first day of school was the same experience. I cried my heart out. I
Really?
didn't want to be there.
Yeah, yeah. Well, there you go. For me,
I
it
think
was
that's instinct. I think we should, we don't listen to them.
Yeah.
Too many children in my mind go to school crying.
Yeah,
That's
absolutely. But I suppose for me, I'm referring more to the social construct of coming from a different country.
Sure.
Into another country. I mean, I actually came from Portugal to Leicestershire. All right. And I lived in Leicestershire for till I was about 13. And for me, it was a really hard slog, because
I bet.
I'm a peaceful guy. I wouldn't harm a fly, you know. And I just see so much aggression, so much hate towards different minorities, you know.
I don't know about yourself, but I've got 7 sisters, and there are some people who say I should be more effeminate than I am. But even as a child, and it's got nothing to do with sisters, I was never aggressive. I don't like fighting, play fighting. I've never liked it. And for myself, it's not nothing to do with my sisters, right?
No.
It's something within me. I'm not that way inclined. You know, I don't want to fight if I have to. You know.
Ditto, mate. Ditto. I'm exactly the same. I even hate play fighting. I'm the same as you.
Yeah, I won't do it with my children.
No,
my brother-in-law does it with his, but I don't do it with mine.
No.
I don't need to. There's other things to occupy children's minds. Plenty of other things.
Well, exactly.
And as they say, it always ends in tears, doesn't it?
Oh, always.
You know?
Yeah.
No one listens, and yet people still do it. People still.
Oh, I know.
Do that. Oh, I was going to ask a question just now, and I lost my thought. I was listening to you guys as I was just pottering around back here, and I've lost.
See you in a bit, Phil.
As he popped off.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, he's gone.
Yeah.
Oh, Joe, can I ask you maybe a slightly personal question? But after listening to
anything,
Phil and Rory now, I know they've both had near-death experiences. They both had something really terrible to happen to them, and then almost effectively died. Can I just ask if anything's happened to you? I only say because for myself, when I was a small child, I was hit on the head by a swing, and I stopped breathing for 3 minutes. I have no memory of it. That I stopped breathing, and in the end, it was my dad just shaking me like a rag doll that
really
brought me back around. Yeah, and I'm just wondering, have you ever had anything like that?
Do you know what? I don't think anyone's actually ever asked me that question, but
Oh, really? Sorry about that.
no, seriously, no, I love it. But the gospel truth is this: when I was around, how old was I? Must have been 8 or 9 years old. I had one experience that has stuck with me all my life. All right, and it's an experience that I've had to dismiss because of the physical impossibility of it. Okay, so let me explain what it was. I remember I got up in the morning. I was rushing like hell to get ready to school. I always used to get up on time, but this particular day was chaotic. I was rushing around. Anyway, I remember shutting the door behind me. And our garden back then had 5 really thick steps going down, leading to the pavement. And I remember I got down to the 3rd step, and as I put my foot down to go onto the 4th, my back leg lifted off as if the front leg had already touched the step below, right? And I had a sensation for about 2-3 seconds where I floated. And then I suddenly dropped, and I know I dropped because I crashed to the floor. My legs buckled, right? And then I remember just sitting there, bawling my eyes out, trying to make sense of what just happened. And then I just did a U-turn, ran back to the door, banged on the door. My mum answered, and I'm bawling my eyes out. She's like, "What the bloody hell happened to you?" And I explained it to her. But thankfully, I've got a mother, a very understanding mother, and she's an amazing person. And she said, look, you know, clearly something's happened to you. Just take the day off school. So to answer your question, that for me is the biggest experience, you know.
I only ask as well. Just yesterday, my youngest son said something really strange to me. And he said it before. But yesterday he said it slightly more clearly. And he was walking around and then he stopped. And he looked at me and he went, that's really weird. It's like I was controlling myself from outside my body.
Oh,
and I was just like, oh, really? Okay.
Oh, wow.
And I was like, what? And I don't know if he's been listening to me or some of the people I've been listening to. I try and keep it to myself. I do my thing, but
yeah.
Little things to me. We were having a conversation yesterday about the shape of the earth and why is he coming up with this stuff? Maybe he's picking it up from me. I don't hide it. Myself, if they're interested, they can come along. Does that make sense? You know,
Yeah,
that's what I try.
Sorry, it was broken. It's broken up a little bit because there was a lot of background noise then.
Quite a lot of
Can you
noise from
repeat the last like 2 minutes?
Oh, I'll try. So again, you know, I was saying about my youngest son said he felt he was being controlled from, he was controlling himself outside. And then some of the conversations he's been having with me, another one yesterday about the shape of the earth. And I was gobsmacked about some of the things he was talking about. And I was just asking, you know, I wonder if they listen to me and stuff. Because although I don't hide it, I don't tell them what I'm doing.
Yeah.
And like I say, I feel if they want to know, then come and ask me. And I'll tell them. Sure. I'm making videos and I like talking to people that are talking about this idea about flat earth.
Sure.
Yeah.
How old's your boy?
This one is 7.
Okay.
And do you know, for myself, my oldest might have said that when he was 7. But now that he's been through the school system, he wouldn't question. He doesn't.
Well.
That anymore. Do you understand? He did ask me a question years ago about parents.
How many kids you have?
And I remember stumbling in answering him. So he was not as curious as he once was.
Right.
Myself,
So he makes
always have been a reader and a watcher. And, I was keeping your microphone down a little bit, please.
Is my mic on?
Down just a little bit.
Okay, down. Okay. Too loud.
Okay. So, ich muss auch noch mal Werbung machen für Philipp und ich bin auch so ziemlich K.O. von heute. So, und falls wir uns nicht mehr hören,
That's a mega mic.
That is a really good one, isn't it?
Yeah, it's difficult to hear you, Phil.
Oh, why?
Also, bis dann.
Tell me why. Is it too loud?
No, it's the background noise.
Oh yeah, because my wife is talking with the Italian German. So
No, that's fine. I'm just saying.
Sorry for the noise.
No,
That's okay.
She's laughing.
I'm on WhatsApp with my son.
I'm trying to work out actually why my video isn't on.
Oh, have you got a camera on?
Yeah.
I don't think it's anything to mind. If it is, I wouldn't know how to sort it out. I've got mine all on.
Yeah, strange. Yeah, this happened when I was on Dell's channel as well. I don't know what it is. Maybe I've something wrong with my system. I ain't got a clue.
I couldn't answer you, mate.
It's
I don't know what I'm doing. Bumbling through.
Well, aren't we all?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I was saying, Rory was saying earlier, actually, it was about not believing how did we buy into it and stuff? Like, how did I not know so much? You know, there was a time when I didn't think I thought I knew it all.
Yeah.
But I did think I knew a lot, right? Because like I say, I've been looking into the spacey books and science books for a long time. I've read a few Richard Dawkins books. I've read a few Michio Kaku books, and I thought I knew a lot.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? But then when I started looking on YouTube, I was like, there's so much more. There are so many more questions out there that I've just never knew that I could even ask or that were available to be thought about. For me, YouTube's been a godsend. Well, I won't say godsend, but it's been amazing. Like, getting to know stuff in my own time, my own way, it's been absolutely amazing.
But how does it?
People as I could to do it, but they're not interested. I say to everyone I know, if they ask me to come and help them, I say, "Oh, have you looked on YouTube? You might find a video that'll help you. You know, you do it yourself, and you'll be done in 10 minutes." And they're like, "Can you come and do it?"
Yeah. People
I'm trying.
People need to be spoon-fed, don't they? Sometimes.
I wish they did. Yeah, they do.
But Richard, I've got a question for you, mate. You've just said that you've sat and you've read these science books by these celebrity scientists.
Yeah.
How do you feel now with the realization that they are pretty much no more different than any religious priest? Because there's two religions now, isn't there? There's the religion of the church and there's the religion of pseudoscience.
Do you know, something might have made me drop it easier, and that was my lifetime disbelief in church and the religions of all types. For as long as I can remember, I haven't wanted to know about any of them. One of my creepiest memories as a child, it was being in school and being in assembly, listening to all the children sing.
Yeah.
There was something not right about it. Yeah. I never liked it back then.
Yeah.
I still don't like it now.
Yeah.
And you know, despite the fact that I joined the choir later on in school, I still remember when I was very small, it was very intimidating, and the music was haunting. It wasn't happy, and I didn't like it. I never have done.
Yeah.
And then when I was reading those books and I realised that it weren't what they were saying, it was just like right, fine. Like religion, fine, I won't believe anything. I won't believe nothing, and I will go and look for everything I can find.
Yeah.
And I've been looking for it ever since, all my life. We were talking a little bit earlier about 9/11.
Right.
I've said it on my videos a few times. I was in the kitchen with family, and I said, that ain't right. There's something not right about that on that TV screen. And they just looked at me like I was pissed or something. You know, I was known for my drinking back then, but I've been playing golf, funnily enough, that day. Right? How's that for Corinky Dink? I was not drunk at all. And for them to tell me, look at me like that, I almost broke my heart. I was like, what? I'm not crazy, but that's not right. There's something very wrong with that. And I've always known it. Always known that one. Right?
Yeah.
No, that's one of the reasons I was on YouTube as long ago as I could, looking for answers about that and the UFOs.
Richard,
you know?
Did you ever look into 7/7?
Yeah, the ripple effects and everything, definitely. Yeah,
that was amazing.
I don't. When I heard that the train weren't running that day, that was it.
Yeah,
man. Do you know it's little things like? Do you know the interview from the Apollo landing, the first moon landing? Sorry. If you can't tell from that interview that something's up, that something's not right with those three fellas, they're not being honest, they're not being open, they're not happy and joyful, or there's something wrong. And
they did not
I think
want
that's
to be there, Richard. They didn't want to be there.
They
you can
did
see
not,
that.
you know. Where's the big Buzz Lightyear? We went to the moon. You know, where's that? Didn't happen, did it?
Did
we?
Yeah. To infinity, and never happened.
Yeah, and just keep going.
Do you know, talking of space and that I've always had a question. I've always had a problem with the atmosphere and a vacuum. Always, from an early age.
Yeah,
I could never get my head around how, when my mum's doing a vacuum cleaner, it's sucking everything into it, and then they start saying, well, it's gravity. Gravity holds the atmosphere in. But then someone in a comment said that bits and pieces do get sucked out into space, and I'm thinking, well, you can't have it both ways. You can't. It's not like a sieve. You know what I mean?
It should have all gone by now. Even with the smallest leak in your bucket, the water will go, won't it? You know what I mean?
Yeah, totally. Brilliant.
Doesn't make sense.
Yeah, but then the astronauts on the ISS, they've openly admitted, openly admitted, that's a joke in itself, but they've actually stated that what was it, 1 million tons of debris hits the Earth every day. Minute debris hits the. Now hang on a minute. Hang on a minute. So you are traveling around the globe at 17,000 miles per hour in your fucking tin can, right? And not one of these things hit you. Give me a break, you bunch of numbnuts.
Yeah. Well, funny enough, right, I did a video not so long ago. I was going through NASA's stuff, as I do, and I come across an article where they've decided, you're going to love this, they've decided, because of their science boys have said that they think that if they add an extra shield to their modules and all the rest of it, it's going to give them double the protection. And they spent millions of pounds to come up with this solution. 2 shields is better than 1. It's like, really? And they've just got a big budget to do it. And I'm like, oh, for fuck's sake.
God. Listen, you can spray a turd with gold. It doesn't change the fact that it's a piece of turd.
Very much so. Very much so. I've been giving a lot of thought recently. You know the story, The Emperor's New Clothes.
Oh yeah.
And I think a lot about Russell Brand and his book and stuff. Was it his tour or something like that? And I just see him rubbing it in our faces, and I just thought, it's one of them things that makes me want to do something about it. You know what I mean? I don't like to see the people I love being taken a piss out of, because if it's not taking a piss out of them, then they're taking a piss out of me, because I know. Do you know what I mean? And either way, it sucks, and I want to do something about it, man.
Well, you are doing something about it right now.
Yeah, I am now. I am now.
Yeah.
And I don't intend to stop now. Do you know what I mean? I've said that a few times in my videos. I'll keep doing it.
Yeah.
By myself if I have to.
Yeah. Hey,
always watching, always listening, Rich. You know that.
Yeah. So
I got a question for Phil.
Yep.
How many of your friends and family have you spoke to about the flat Earth?
To everyone, but no one wants to listen to me.
Really?
No, because you know what? Since I was a child, I was the black duck of the family.
Okay.
So, that's I am the strange guy. I'm the error. I'm not thinking like everyone.
Right.
I have strange ideas. I'm an extraterrestrial. I'm an ununderstandable people.
Well, they said that about Nikola Tesla, didn't they?
Oh, they don't know. Oh, yeah, maybe they heard of the name. Yeah, Tesla maybe was a guy, an inventor, but never some interest to his jobs.
Yeah.
And that's a big problem with people. They prefer to stay in sleep.
Yeah.
They will have an awakening.
Yeah.
So that's it's very bizarre.
It's very comfortable. It's very comfortable just to exist in what's already there.
It's the same thing. It's the same thing with the CDS of the MMS. I put in each fridge for my family, by my sister, my brothers, and my mother and my aunties, a bottle of CDS in the fridge. So you have to use it every day. It's good for your health. No one, sister, use that.
Right. Amazing.
And who has the best la santé.
Healing properties?
Yeah. This my sister, they use that every day.
Yeah.
She has no problem. She's never sick.
I know.
And
It's
the other,
amazing.
all the other one, I have to tell you that I have four sisters and 4 brothers still alive.
Yeah.
Just 4.
Wow.
My mother is going 13 times to put lives on a baby.
Oh, really?
Yeah, big families. That was doesn't exist anymore. I have a small brother. The last one is gonna have 51 this year.
Yeah. Incredible.
And he's the youngest guy from the family. But it's normal in my family, mostly in the side from my brother. My mother, big families from 7, 8, 9 childs, and all the women die until 95 years old, and 105 of 160 years old.
Really?
A very long life.
Wow.
It's not the case. It's not the case for the man. The man was around 60, 65. They die. That's the side from my mother. The side from my father, it's the same thing.
That's incredible.
More over the 85 years old.
That's incredible.
Except my father. He's dead in 81. He was 59 years old. A car crash.
Well, look, you know, illnesses and medication is big business.
Yeah,
Have you looked
Isn't
into much thing, Joe?
It's huge business. There's a thing I read a couple of weeks ago, which I thought was fantastic, and it said something like that. In the olden days, the masters would select their slaves, but now the slaves are selecting their masters.
Yeah.
You know, and that's exactly what's happening. We are now going to the poll station to vote for these idiots to rule over us. What are we doing? What are we doing?
Are you all voters? Have you all voted in the past at least one?
I haven't voted for the last 15 years.
Yeah.
I have not voted. So it's interesting, Rich, when you were talking earlier about your awakening, but the fact that before the flat earth, you were already clued up to the realities of the world in terms of how we're governed. I was exactly the same as you. I mean, I'm a clued up guy. Do you know what I mean? In terms of the world we live in, the structure around us, I've always known it's bullshit. I mean, I haven't watched mainstream television I'm going to be honest here. I haven't watched mainstream television for about 8 years.
Yeah.
I don't pay attention to it. Okay.
No, same here. I pay attention to it for a long time.
May I ask a question to Joe? Joe, I have a question. Are you obligated to going to vote in England?
No. No.
Okay. We are in Belgium. Belgium is a democracy. We are obligated to vote.
Really?
And yep, it's written. It's written in the law. You are obligated to go to vote, but I never go.
Really? So what happens there then?
Normally, you lose. You can lose your civil rights.
Oh my flipping God!
And my response is, suck it.
Oh, absolutely. I applaud you.
Yeah, absolutely.
If we are in democracy, I can make my own choice.
That's right.
So
Exactly.
I don't want to take part at this stupid selection. Because it's not election.
Horrible games. Horrible, childish game.
It's a selection. You have to select it to what is that we propose you. I don't want to vote for that guy. I would like to vote for other one, but he's not selected.
No.
What I prefer, I don't go vote. That's it.
Well, all we're given is the illusion of choice. All right.
Yep.
It's an illusion of choice. It's like Pepsi or Coca-Cola. What people don't realize is they're part of the same monopoly. They're owned by the same entities. All right. You give people the illusion of choice, and what happens? I'm free. It's bullshit.
Yeah.
Absolutely. All is controlled by the group. Everyone knows. Bilderberg, they decide everything. And I try to make an hangout with Antonio Subirats on his channel, maybe next Friday, the
Oh, okay.
24th February, with Geraldine Hunt.
Okay.
Geraldine Hunt, she is my twin sister of art because we are born the same date,
Oh, yeah.
but not the same year, and we have a special connection. And his amazing wife, is she gonna tell you what are your rights? Human rights.
Human
And
rights.
she's fighting, she's learning, and she does an amazing business. And I hope that we can manage this hangout next week on Antonio's channel. I made a video with her on my channel maybe four months ago. Okay, I don't speak only French. Sometimes I speak English too. And it was an English-French. So if everyone is interested over what this amazing woman can bring for
Okay.
you, it's absolutely amazing, amazing. You don't gonna believe what you're gonna hear.
And where do we find her? We find her on YouTube.
Yeah.
I try and tell as many people as I can to find stuff on YouTube, and they look at me like I'm insane.
The job-
And I'm like, but you just try it once. Just try it. And they're like, oh.
The job that she makes, the job that she makes is absolutely unbelievable. So I invite everyone to go on my channel to visit the hangout. Is a long hangout, more than 6 hours, that I made with Geraldine Hunt. It's channeling with Geraldine Hunt. You have to listen to that. Okay, there is some French with a French voice translation by Ewan Enki. For the people, they know the guy. It's a Canadian Indian. And he made the translation for the people that didn't understand English. So it's okay. It's a long one, but it's amazing. It's very interesting to hear.
Yeah, it's fascinating.
She gonna gives you your really right, your really human's right. You know that once you are born, you have a national number. The ID card.
Okay.
You have a number. That's your number. Once it's appeared in an official book, automatically is sending to Wall Street into the La Bourse. And the people are making speculation first day of life to now. They make billions over your ass, and you can't touch 1 cent of that. And she's fighting that those fucking people gives you the money back.
Yeah.
I've looked into a lot of this stuff for a few years now. As much as I can find about
and she's working on. That's one fact, and the other fact of an international passport. So no country they can refuse that you coming into the country, because you have a universal passport that gives you the right to go everywhere you want and to stay so long as you want.
Yeah.
Because you are human and it's your planet.
Yeah.
And she's also fighting for that. And that's I have to speak a bit more over that in the coming week, and to see with Antonio how we can manage this for the next hangout. And
I'll have to look out for that. Yeah, that sounds interesting.
I invite everyone to go to watch first of all the hangout on my channel, what she said, and there is also an amazing video from her from 2013 or 12, maybe 13, where she speaks a bit over her life. And for the people that are interested in astrology, numerology, this amazing wife, she's a 22.
Right.
For the people that know what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
22 is very hard and is very strong. It's it's very fascinating. Yeah,
Yeah.
absolutely.
Is it something you've looked into, Joe and Rory? Astrology and stuff?
I haven't yet, mate. I've gone through so much stuff. I'm still a young boy here. You know what I mean? On the grand scheme of things, you know what I mean? It's one of those. Listen, while I'm still remembering, Rory, I'm looking down on my who I've subscribed to, and I'm amazed I've not got you on my list. What's
Sorry, you're breaking up. I can't. There's.
Sorry.
Say that. Sorry.
Yeah. What it is, Rory? Can you? What's the name of your channel, mate?
Right. This is Rory McFizz.
This is.
Oh, no, sorry.
Oh, yeah.
I am Rory. It's just Rory McFizz.
Rory McFizz.
Yeah.
No, it's because, like I said in the chat, I recognise you, but I'm trying to work out why you're not on my I could have sworn I subscribed to you.
It's the Mandela
There's
effect.
a lot of shenanigans with
Mandela effect.
try and keep an eye on the people you sub to.
Yeah, I wouldn't sub me.
No, I don't. No, because you've mentioned some of the stuff you've said you've done on your channel, and I'm really intrigued. I want to go and watch it.
I do you a favor. Watching into our chat room, private chat room. This is
you've done a link.
Yeah.
Rory, send me a link like Phil just did.
Okay. Now you watch it. Now I know Richard's laughing on purpose here because he knows.
Joe, you got the link.
Thing here.
Yes.
Give me a minute.
Hang on, guys. Give me 1 minute, all right?
And if you've been watching some of the Flat Earth videos, it'll be in quite a few of the earlier
Rory,
hangouts.
Here he is.
Yeah.
Hang on. Subscribed.
Nice.
All right,
Has he found me?
Right, guys, listen, I'm not making this up, but it's not allowing me to subscribe.
No, yes, you have just to click on the link, and so you're gonna follow directly on Rory's website, and then
I'm on his channel.
I think then you have to open a new window and open it all up as a brand new.
Right. Okay. Hang on then.
To Rory's channel.
I have a question. I have a question for Richard.
Sure. Go ahead.
How is it possible that an Englishman is one of my first subscribers since maybe 6 or 7 months now? Can you explain me that?
I said before, I think I saw you in the chat for the True Mon show. And I just liked your opinion. I said before, I've subscribed to quite a few people just because of their comments and just because of their chat speak. You understand?
Okay. Was that a Truman Show with Jana?
I can't remember which one it was now. It was a very small chat. There was only a few of us in there.
Okay.
So there was you, and time will tell might have even been in there at that time.
But she's
there was
always,
a few people in there. And I just thought
she's
really nice
my manager. She's my manager.
Always got a lovely comment and intelligent things to say. You know, I don't like people that they just fuck off, and I don't like it.
Yeah.
Not interesting. You know?
Okay, sometimes you can use some words.
Foul language, yeah, sure.
Birds language.
I love to swear, but there's a time and a place. You know, I wouldn't pick my kid up from school and start.
No, I'm learning to try to speak Quebecan, French Quebecan. It's not easy because they have their own languages and the way they use the famous words. You have a nice movie. It's a Canadian movie. It's in both languages, in French and English. It's called Bon Cop. Bon Cop. Bon is good in French. Bon Cop and Bad Cop.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, yeah.
You have to watch this to understand how the people they speak there in those two languages, because it's very, very strange. It's very funny. You know, they are pressure from the Jesuit.
Yeah.
250 years. So everything by those people is still is straight, is religious, and that. But all the things, all the bad words, is against.
Yeah.
It's very funny when you try to understand that and why they do that. Because it's against the religion. Only.
Yeah.
And it's very funny. You know what? I'm gonna try to keep the link of the movie. I think I have that in my favorites. So it must be takes a few seconds. Oh, I got it.
Hey Phil, while you're doing that, can you send me a link to your channel?
My channel is very easy. You take Bubbles B62. So is it written in the chat? You put that on YouTube and you come directly to my channel.
All righty then.
Okay, but I'm a gentle guy. I'm gonna do that for you. I'm gonna search the link. Like you.
Lube first.
Yeah, wait a minute. First the movie. First the movie, and there he is. That's the movie. You have to go and watch that. They speaks in both languages, French and English. French, Quebecan French. Not really French. And on my channel, where's my flying channel?
So just with language quickly, are you all aware that like 90% of business in the world is conducted in English or something like that? Is anyone aware of that?
Yeah, it's possible. But before
Business
was
is all
French.
conducted in English or something?
But
And
before was French.
do you think that maybe they are trying to bring about a one world language? And do you think they should?
Yeah, but
Anyway, I don't mind.
But
Because I don't think they should myself. I like the diverse languages. I like that there are, even though I don't know them, I like that there are lots of languages. I never want to see just one.
no, exactly. I mean, how boring would the world be?
Yeah, how boring would it be? Yeah, I couldn't stand that.
I mean, I speak Portuguese and I
works-
speak English. Do you know what I mean? I admire you, Phil, for speaking the languages you speak. But,
Eu vou falar em português.
sim, senhor, eu falo português.
Oh, obrigado.
Ah, nada. Oh, respect to you, man. You speak amazing. Fantastic.
No, I prefer to speak with Brazilians.
Lots of languages.
It's more singing into my ear when I'm speaking with Brazilian people. I can more understand what they say. With the Portuguese people, it's more act. You know, sometimes I have the same problem with English people because they beat the words. And if I prefer to speak with some American people than with English people. If you go in the east side of London,
Different dialects depending on what district you would live in.
Are you sure that he speaks English?
Yeah.
I do understand.
No, but that's what
my family.
That's what I think. That's what I find very, very amazing and interesting. All the way to speak the same languages. So we have so many dialects in each language, and I'm really excited when I catch one of those dialects.
Yeah.
For example, we have the dialects, they are spoken in the Flemish zone and in the French zone, but they are not the same.
No.
You know, when I was a child, I was maybe 4 years old, I was speaking Flemish with my father. But visit my great mother, the other side from the country, in the same language. I couldn't understand her Flemish.
Right.
Papa,
Matt, you must have had a very confusing childhood.
No, it's not good. No, because it's an opportunity.
No, I'm joking.
It's an amazing.
I know what you mean.
I know. I'm an open mind. No problem.
Sure.
So and that is amazing, and you have to take that just like an amazing opportunity.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, you have all those different accents. They come into your ear, and that go directly into your mind, and that goes so in trails, you know.
Yeah.
And that's and your mind do the same with all the languages you're gonna hear when you're a child. In my family, we were in the diamond world.
Yeah.
Diamonds are forever. You know that. And sometimes we have some cocktail party at home, but we couldn't go down. We have to stay, you know what, on the first floor and watching.
Yeah.
But it was international.
Yeah.
Languages that came from the ground and into your ears. Without word in those languages, but what happened with your mind? Your brain, they stocks all those languages.
Yeah.
Amazing big thing. And the day that you have to use one of the languages,
Yeah.
and take the words, and you start with trying to speak a new language with what your brain know.
Yeah.
You forgot it, but your brain don't forget nothing. And once you have to start to learn another languages that you hear when you were a child.
Yeah.
Fast.
Absolutely.
It's an amazing opportunity to hear maximum as languages as possible.
Yeah, I agree. Hey, Rich, Rory, do you guys speak any other lingos?
I speak Irish.
Nah.
Yeah.
I understand Irish, I can't speak it.
That's fantastic.
Hey, I hope that tomorrow. I really hope that the Antarctic Warrior
Oh yeah. Yeah.
will comes into the live show. I hope that they're gonna go, because I love the way how we speak English with the Irish accent.
Yeah. A lot.
Yeah.
When I speak to,
and I love also, I'm sorry, we just finished with that. And I also people they are living in the Highlands in Scotland because they are rolling the air. And it's amazing when I hear. I have one sister. They can't speak Gaelic.
Okay.
Speaks it down. They understand it. They speak Gaelic.
Right.
I would like to try to learn that. Because Gaelic.
I think you know enough, don't you? Good Lord. What? Are you trying to be the next Pope or something?
You are very gentle, but I don't think so.
No, but seriously, that people, when I tell people that I speak Portuguese, they hear my accent and they don't believe me. You know?
I get that.
Take Antonio. Take Antonio. He's born in Barcelona.
Yeah. But you can hear an accent in his voice, can't you?
Okay, sometimes on Skype we are joking in Catalan, not Spanish, Catalan. He tries to learn me Catalan, but I'm sorry, Antonio. I can't speak Spanish, but Catalan for me is too heavy.
Right. Yeah.
But I understand what he said because it's not difficult. But he has his way to speak Catalan and with the different roots of Latin, Greek Latin, like French, Italian, Spanish, as well as Portuguese, Romanian. When someone is speaking in his own language, if you are awake with that language, those roots you can understand. If I go to Greece. If the people speaks not too fast, well, so I try to speak slowly, please.
Yeah.
So I try to understand what you said, and I can understand maybe 45%.
Yeah.
What they say, not 50%, a little bit less than 40.
Yeah.
But you have to do the effort to understand.
Oh.
And I was working more than 15 years in the hotellery world. There, everywhere you go, it's English. And the people say, oh, you don't speak English, and why should I learn English? And I was speaking English. I'm in Belgium. Here we speak Flemish and Dutch and French. And you don't speak English? You say, why? Why are all these English speakers so lazy to learn another language?
Yeah, I get that. I get that.
That was my response.
Yeah. Well, that's a cultural thing, isn't it? It's because Americans and the English have been going abroad for so long that they make the assumption that they need to speak our language.
Yeah, take one fact.
You
Take
know?
one fact. Listen. French people speaking in English. It's to laugh. Because do you know why?
No.
More than 200 years ago, the international language was French, and they couldn't accept that the English as a reverse, that now is international language, and also for diplomatic language is English, accepted in the Olympics.
Okay.
It's the only one place where they speak French for us first language.
Yeah.
They want to have the revenge.
Yeah.
So that's the reason why there is so less people in France. They speak English. They prefer to speak German or Spanish or Italian or whatever. But English, no.
Yeah.
I said it recently. I know some people that have young students come to stay with them from across Europe, and they all know English very well. And we've all remarked on it that our children can't barely speak a second language at all, and it's such a shame. I can't teach them. I don't know how to. I'm not good enough.
Yeah.
Yeah, don't
bugs me.
forget, Richard, that tomorrow I'm going to give you some French lessons.
Can't wait.
Yeah.
Is it merci?
Merci.
Yeah, you're welcome. S'il vous plaît.
That's it,
And,
got it.
other strange things. So when you travel over Europe, and I was in the north of Italy, between the Lago di Garda and Milan. There they have an amazing dialect, but it's an old Spanish dialect that speaks there.
Fascinating.
In Italy, they speak Spanish. Well, okay, you have the north side Tyrol where they speak German, mostly with the Austrian accent, because we have the Tyrol in Austria and as well in Italy, and the people there they speak German.
Yeah.
So we have also German speakers in Belgium. I'm living at 25 kilometers from the German border. But this place between where I live and the German border, there are roughly 330,000 people. They are German speakers. It's in German. The
Wow.
street name, everything. They speak German, but they can speak French too. That's not a problem. But the mother language and the first language is German.
Incredible.
Yep.
I'm just going to pop off for 2 minutes, guys. I need to go and leak the geek, all right?
Welcome.
Yeah. I'm going to go and have a quick smoke, Richard.
And by the way, Rory, I am extremely jealous of that nice big smoke you have right there.
What? About me?
My one's running out.
Okay.
And you buggers.
I'm a generous guy. So
Yeah.
have a cigar.
Teleport's not working yet.
There's a nice one. I bought that in Luxembourg. They come from Sumatra. Very, very, very delicious.
I've got some chocolate cigars from
No, not chocolate cigars.
Not when it was lost away.
No, you know that Belgium is the country of chocolate and beer as
Yeah,
well.
that's right.
No,
I don't mean
cigars.
actual chocolate. I mean they're chocolate essence. They're not actually chocolate. So you can smoke them. They're proper cigars, but yeah, the chocolate flavour. And lovely smell.
We're gonna start talking about cooking.
Well, just quickly, pipe tobacco. My stepdad used to smoke the pipe, and he used to get all these wonderful different flavors like cherry and whiskey, and sometimes like applewood and things like that. And sometimes the smell was very overpowering. We'd sit in the car, all the windows would be up, and
No, I smoke with closed windows.
yeah. It wasn't good. It was the 80s. It was normal. I had my mum with a cigarette, one after the other. My dad with a pipe. Yeah. And I said to myself, I'm never going to smoke ever. And then, I ended up smoking.
I have to show you what my wife is smoking. Doe put ta cigarette, s'il te plaît.
Ma cigarette.
Yeah. Well, my wife is smoking that.
Oh, the vaporizers, yeah.
Yeah, the vaporizers. And
I'm still torn.
there.
There's too much.
It's vanilla.
Mixed
It's
fruit.
horrible. Mixed fruit. But it's also horrible.
You know when you walk down the road and someone right in front of you, it's a big cloud of it, and I don't like it. It's too sweet.
I'm also a pipe smoker, and my favorite tobacco is Davidoff Scottish mixture.
Yeah.
You know the green
My
box.
stepdad used to get all different types, all the time.
Mm.
He used to love it.
But for my secret tobacco is Camel. Yeah,
Camel.
Nice Camel. Oh yeah, more than 40 years now. And I know why I smoke.
No advertising. No horrible pictures today either. I had the other day. I had horrible things.
Is it the same fact in England? You can't read anymore how many milligrams of tar of nicotine you have into the thing.
Only on the older packets. Only on the
It's
older packets. I don't think they're doing it.
everywhere in France, in Belgium. You couldn't know what's in
Yeah,
cigarettes.
terrible.
Fucking bastard.
Right, it's not right. I don't like even the shutters. They're all behind shutters now, and you can't see them. You have to.
That's a joke, isn't it?
You have to make a fool of yourself almost by saying, "Excuse me, please, sir, can you?"
Yeah.
You're like, come on, man, I'm a grown up. Why have I got to go behind a lock and key bag for cigarettes? You know, this is crazy. We've gone backwards.
Yeah, but government doesn't treat you like a grown up.
No, they don't.
You're a little child to them. You need to be coaxed through life.
Just now, a child said to me just yesterday, they're going to have flying cars one day, aren't they? I can't wait for it. And I've heard it so many times now.
Yeah.
It breaks my heart. They're never going to get them flying cars. They've been dreaming about that since the 60s, you know. And it's a full dream. They're selling to children still.
Yeah.
And man, that's crap. How can they do that to people still? You know, like,
Well,
give them a new dream for crying out loud, at least. You know,
well,
a flying balloon.
Yeah. Hey, listen, you got to brainwash children if you're going to brainwash adults.
Yeah, it drives me nuts because that's the worst thing. You shouldn't be doing that to children. You know, we influence them too much. They should be left to their own devices much more. You know, and people are trying to control them and direct them the way they see fit. And for myself, they should be left almost to their own devices. Yeah,
I agree. Listen, and I think that that's a sad reality, isn't it? Is that their innocence is being stolen from them. Yeah, we all remember, don't we? When we remember, well, I do anyway. I remember, like I said, I'm 46, so I remember the days when you run around the playground, and it's that amazing feeling of innocence when you haven't learned something yet. You know, and that buzz, that excitement you feel when you've learned something new from one of your friends, or you experienced something you've never experienced before. And
that's what I like about YouTube. I still have that childish wonder when I find something I've not heard before. I think, wow, this is great.
Well, Rick, you just took words out of my mouth, because my next thing was going to be the beauty with the flat earth is that it's reinvigorated that whole emotion of, oh my God, my eyes have reopened.
Before it was just dumb acceptance, wasn't it? Before it was you had to. It had to be like that, and I'm glad it's not really.
Joe, I would like to deliver to you, Joe, my how can I explain that? My sensitivity with the flat earth.
Yeah.
The flat earth will be the first domino they're gonna fall.
Will be the first what? Sorry.
Domino.
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 game?
Yeah.
Once the flat Earth is going to be revealed, released, or how can I say that?
Critical mass.
Once it's going to be accepted by all the people that the Earth is flat,
Yeah.
gonna fall.
Oh God, yeah.
The one after the one. The other one.
Absolutely.
So for me, the important thing is the first domino, and the first domino is the flat Earth.
Yeah.
That's my way of view.
I agree. I agree.
Yeah.
And we were saying earlier that for now, let us forget about all the other conspiracies attached to the flat Earth, and let us focus on the one simple fact, because that is enough.
NASA's satellites.
Yeah. Well, listen, NASA has to be a lie if we live on a flat plate. It's that simple.
The NASA's, they are debunking herself
Yes.
constantly.
Yeah.
It's too amazing. I have to laugh with that. When I see all the new revelation from the NASA, we couldn't trust
Oh,
the Van Allen barrier because we have to cross it twice.
I know.
Once up, once down.
What a joke. What a friggin' joke.
That's the people that answer. They are telling me that this fact. So, okay, if you can't cross the barrier, how did you make it 69 to go to the moon?
Oh, exactly. But listen, but more importantly, they managed to do it using a homeless shelter.
Yes.
With curtain poles and tin foil.
I got a funny little bit of that on my channel.
I'm going to watch that. Have I watched that one? I'm trying to think.
There's a laughing guy in the background. It's quite a funny one. Only about 3 minutes long.
You know what, Richard? You can share your screen as you want.
Oh yeah, I know. I'll work that out another day. Today I'm just going to talk, but yeah. Even if people don't watch, I might sit here one day and just play some of my videos that people have not watched too much, because I don't want to keep repeating myself, and there's some things I want to share a bit more.
Oh, it's on this little green screen share.
Yeah, I've got this little thing up here.
All this CGI.
I'll learn one thing at a time.
Yeah, this is only the second time I've done a Google Hangout, so yeah, I'm new to it as well.
Yeah, it's my very first one. So
okay.
No, it's the first one, and I couldn't forget this date because it's the same. It's my wife's anniversary today. So the first Richard's Hangout is 15 February 2017.
I'll try to remember that now.
Numerology. So we have 15, we have 2, and 2017. So we addition. It's 10, it's 18, it's 9, but you'll see that you are at the end of the parkour and then next year will be a renew of not a reboot, a restart in new things.
Oh yeah.
That's it in astrology numerology. I can do an exercise to everyone. The people, they think that they are born, so a date on the calendar. That's not true. You are born the day that you had to burn. Because you are here to make a job. What's the job you have to do in your life? It's written on your birth date.
Oh yeah.
And with your birth date, you're gonna have your way of life.
Okay.
And that's amazing to discover. We can do it with everyone. I do it in 2 minutes, and I'm gonna put you some in discovery ways. So what I'm fucking doing here in this life? what I'm doing here?
That's the biggest question in the world, isn't it?
That's the question. That's the question. It's amazing to discover that. Ah, see that Rob is back.
Hey.
Looks very happy.
Hi again.
That's it. I've got to push buttons now to turn things back on.
It looks so great. He has his smokes and now he's
Homegrown.
I just wanted to ask Joe before I forget. Sorry, Rory. Just quickly before you can talk for ages in a minute. I just wanted to ask Joe. Was you aware of like NASA before Flat Earth? Did you?
Definitely, 100%. Yeah, definitely. I clicked onto those Muppets about 10 years ago.
Yeah, definitely.
I was asking questions about them lot a long time ago. So when Flat Earth came along, I was like, "Oh, thank you very much. You've just confirmed." I've been swallowing this shit biscuit for all my life, you know?
Yeah. Pop science.
Yes.
Pop science.
Exactly.
Well,
So
funny
guys,
enough, I did a video on. I've not really done much on NASA, but I did do one on how careful they always are about contamination and how they must be kept away from the public, blah blah blah, and all the rest of it. And I did a video and I showed you that once they'd left the room and before they went into, and they went on the bus on the runway, and then they went and shook hands with a load of people.
Yeah,
they were shaking,
I
you know, they've been
know.
in contamination. It's like, are people really not seeing this?
I know.
And they're shaking hands, we're patting him on the back, and you know the guy's probably got a cold. He's probably sneezed all over him. So you've got germs.
I had a thought a few years ago about that, and it was about you know, like through the year you shed a certain amount of dead skin and stuff. Yeah. Years ago, when I heard that, it was on like Tomorrow's World or something crap like that. Then I was just like, well, what happens when you're up in the space station? Where's all that dead skin and stuff over the years? There must be kilos of dead skin. Just
I know.
Do they have hoovers or something up there that suck all this? For a long time, NASA's not made sense to me. It really, really hasn't. There's
Richard,
you know?
someone did a video on that. In fact, that entire thing that you've got all these people living in a contained space. They're not showering. You know, when they have a crap.
Yeah.
You know what it's just. Come
What's
on,
going on?
really? You're at the other end of the ISS, and someone's going, "Jesus, didn't he pull the?"
I don't know if any of you watched The Big Bang Theory, but one of the characters in it, that's his job. Is an engineer for NASA, and he designs the toilet, the plumbing for the toilet, and you're like,
Did
just
all
rubbing it,
go up?
and then he has to go up there to fix it, and you're like,
oh
He went
no,
up, didn't
I
he?
know.
Toilet engineer of all things, you know, like
Yeah.
But someone
again,
else
rubbing it in your face.
pointed it out that when you design a space station or whatever, you would have the foresight to put the bits that you know that you're going to have running repairs on. You'd have them on the inside and accessible. But no, we make it really difficult. We wear these fucking great big gloves that we can't hardly hold a spanner or an electric gun.
Yeah.
It's just so.
But we'll freeze when it's on camera. Oh, we've cleaned you up. Don't move. We'll pan out slow. We saw you.
Yeah.
I know. Listen, I think I've done what three very sarcastic videos on NASA, and it's unbelievable when you are in retrospect, when you go back and you look at the things you used to believe, and your eyes are open, and you look back at it, you go, "Oh my God, how did I swallow this bullshit, man? It's insane." No electrician on the planet would allow that quantity of wiring just to be dangling like spaghetti off the roof, off the sides, off the floor.
While the astronaut is shaving underneath,
Yeah.
with the wires to one side. Like,
I love it when the hair's all stuck up.
God.
You know, sprayed hair.
yeah.
It's just it's
And they've started to actually shorten the hair of the female astronauts, haven't
They
they?
are, haven't they? They've clocked onto
Did
that
I
one.
miss something interesting?
What was that, Phil?
Did I miss something interesting?
We're talking about the ISS. We're back on that.
Yeah, sorry.
The ISS, what's that?
Yeah, we're the only ones that are on it, though.
Yeah. The International Silly Station.
Silly Station. Wait a minute.
It's that old lie, though, isn't it? You know, when you're a child, you see those images, didn't you, of the spinning wheel that they was going to make and the moon bases and that. 10 years ago, I was like, they said that was going to be here 20 years ago, and they're still not here. We're still promising them, and people are still like, yeah, all right, we'll wait. You know, what are we waiting for? Let's stop now. Let's move on and do something better with this money. This is craziness, you know, that people are still hanging on for moon bases and spaceships, you know, hotels on the ISS. Stop. Crazy.
Someone, I did on one of my videos. I actually did this thing where it was a Japanese orbiter that was going across the moon, and you could apparently see the moon rise above the horizon. And I pointed out that you couldn't see a tiniest bit of rotation of the Earth. And the comment that this guy left said, well, the reason why you can't see the Earth rotate is because it does so over a period of 24 hours. Okay. So then, he added by saying, yeah, you can't see it over a period of 24 hours. So how are you going to see it on a video which is only a few minutes long? So then I commented by saying, well, my very first question is, why is the video only a few minutes long?
Wow.
So then I added this. I said, well, hang on a minute. How can they send a rover to Mars, have the fucking thing take selfies and send it back to the Earth, but they can't put a camera on a satellite millions of miles closer, have it pointing at the globe, and watch it rotate 24/7? Are you telling me with all this technology they can't do that?
I've got an answer for you.
Go on then.
They haven't got a big enough budget.
Shall I tell you something weird as well? I can't prove it quite just yet, but I'm sure I'm right. I have a magazine which is 15, 20 years old now. It's from like a Hubble anniversary. There's pictures in there, right? And it's one of those things, those small things again that made me realise it was all crap. 15 years later, I'll get these Brian Cox books and others books, and the same images are in there.
Yeah.
15, 20 years later, the stars up in the sky. Well, in 15, 20 years, you've taken no new one.
Yeah.
I knew I'd seen those images before in the magazine,
There
in
it
that
is.
anniversary. I've got that, yeah.
Yeah,
But to see that image again, same
yeah.
images 15 years later, I'm like, why is there not new, better, clearer at least? You know, this is the same old crap. And we're in 2017 now. Something's got to change soon, I hope.
But you have the Pandora program.
Yeah.
The what
The
program?
real Hubble.
I can't close it. I know that
The real
much.
Hubble. The real Hubble.
The real Hubble.
Hubble is a fake. Yeah, Hubble is a
Well,
fake.
Hubble, Sophia. Everyone knows about Sophia, right?
Sophia program, Sophie.
Yeah.
Not Pandora.
Yeah, and
You mean that
I
aeroplane?
Yeah.
that's popping up
The
everywhere as well.
aeroplane, which contains a satellite that just, which is more powerful than Hubble itself. And it's in an aeroplane which circles the globe,
Yeah.
Yep.
taking images of Earth.
Yeah. You know, I've said before, in some of the programs and books I read and some of the games I play, there are certain names and places, ideas that keep popping up. And it's very strange, this. I don't know why they keep popping up again and again and again. That name Sophia, it pops up again and again and again. And there's quite a few ladies' names in the world.
Yeah.
And I don't see any reason for it to keep showing up on these things. Does that make sense?
It does.
You know,
And what,
it's almost like there's people who've run out of ideas, or they're trying to tell us something, or program us with something.
And why is every hurricane named after a woman?
I won't say
Excuse me
anything.
for a
The
minute,
wife's
please.
listening.
Yeah, I'm allergic to pain as well, Rory.
Yeah, best avoided.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a bloody joke. It's a bloody joke. Why didn't they? You know, they've been to the moon apparently 6 times. Why haven't they put a camera on the bloody moon and have it pointed at the globe? That's the first thing you would do.
Yeah. Yeah, and who was the guy that took the first picture of the moon?
Exactly.
Who was
Well,
the
they set
guy?
the cameramen up first.
Yeah, only 2 guys on the moon, and this is the one that made the picture. Who was that third guy?
It's fucking hilarious.
Well, the other thing is when you're actually standing on the moon and they show you the pictures of the Earth in the background. Now, before I was into Flat Earth, I didn't even really know how many times the moon fits into the Earth. But when you do realise how many times the moon would fit into the Earth, when you're standing on the moon, the Earth would fill the whole of the background when you're taking a picture.
Yes.
Yeah.
The Earth is apparently 4 times bigger than the moon.
It's in width
Yeah.
across.
Well,
It's 4 times in diameter.
Yeah,
as well,
yeah.
As well as you, if you take maybe a good photograph machine, Nikon PX9 900 or
yeah,
whatever.
P900s.
You don't have the money to buy that. Sometimes you see the moon with your own eyes, and you see all those craters. How is that possible? For a thing, it must be at 400,000 kilometers from you.
Yeah.
Or how is that possible?
It's not.
Is not possible.
No,
so and
it's a lot closer.
I wrote a study made on based on the Quran. Was a guy who made some mathematical and statistical calculation about how many times appears in the Quran the name of the moon and the sun, and with that he makes a statistical calculation, and he said, okay, well, the diameter of the moon must be 50. I don't know if he took in miles or in kilometers, and the sun was 7% bigger, and the sun was 7% further.
Right.
And it's written into the Quran.
Well,
you have everything in ancient books. The only thing you have to do is going to read them.
yeah.
Can't read everything. It's in it.
Well, it's like we said earlier, Phil. People of 500 years ago and before were definitely far smarter than we are. Far smarter. And they say that people back then were stupid, naive to assume that the world was a flat plane. Yet these same people built structures that defy scientists and engineers today.
Yes.
These are the stupid people that thought we were going to fall off the end of the earth.
Mm.
So these are belief structures that have been fed into us to make us believe that people back then didn't know anything.
Mm-hmm.
But the proof shows 100% the opposite way.
Yeah, absolutely. Just open your eyes. You don't need to make some calculation. It's fact.
It's fact.
It's there. Just watch it. Look it.
Yeah. Yeah.
Open your eyes and open your mind.
Yeah. Yeah.
And the job is done.
Yeah. They haven't got
It's so simple.
they haven't got a clue how the pyramids were built. They still do not know, with the engineering they had back then, they do not know how that was even possible.
Mm. And they was all the time coming with some calculation.
Oh, piss off with your calculations. Oh, I'm sick of that shit. I am sick of that shit.
With calculation, I can put an elephant in my ass. No, that's how they do it.
Brilliant.
I'm sorry for
Yeah.
the word.
Oh.
For the word elephant.
Yeah, or a camel through the eye of a needle.
I'm sorry, I always talk in cash.
Yeah, fair enough.
For me, a cat is a cat and an asshole is an asshole. So if I have to, I go straight on. I go straight on. By the way, guys, what do you think about this first Richard hangout?
This has been
Fantastic.
lovely. This has been really nice.
Give the first time I'm gonna vote tonight. I give you a 10. I give a 10.
Yeah. I know you can't see me, but I got my thumbs up and I've got my toes up.
Okay.
I've only got 5 toes up.
So we're gonna ask in the chat room on YouTube. Okay, quotation. Give us a vote, please. I give it.
Richard,
10. I give it 11 on 10.
10 out of 10.
well, I've had the
Yeah.
pleasure of meeting Richard, actually 1-to-1 in real life. So I've had
Do
a
you
pint.
live in close proximity?
No, we met up at the Oxford meet, the very first Oxford meet. Patricia, Antonio, and all of that lot that was there.
Oh, I wish I'd come in early enough.
With that,
I'm sure there'd be many more.
Yeah. See, that's the kind of stuff that should be aired. That should be filmed and shown.
I think they did do some videoing of it. Put it
Okay.
together. Patricia Steer might have some up. I'm sure she did a bit. Yeah.
I'll have to see if I can check it out.
But that was an interesting day, I must say.
I bet it was. How many of you guys were there? Roughly.
Roughly.
a lot.
Yeah, there was, and people come and went, and I would say around 25 people.
Oh, okay.
But don't quote me on that because
Sure.
if you quote anything these days, you end up having to do a defense video for it. So
Yeah, I know what you mean. I know what you mean, mate. Yeah. But this kind of stuff, especially for people like me who's still relatively new, I'll say it again, it's very therapeutic. You know,
it is, and it's really good when you've got actually someone to talk to about it.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Exactly. Because even when you go away, there are times, like I said, I'm quite new, and there are times, even now, I have little moments where I go, hang on, am I being mad here? You know, you have those
happens.
moments.
That happens. I many times on my journey, I stopped and thought, think about this, Brennan. Have you been duped into believing something?
Yeah.
And then I thought, no, hold on, look, I've done the test. The tests don't lie. And then you go back over what you've been through, and then you think, no, look, this makes sense. This makes sense.
Yeah.
What they're telling me doesn't make sense.
Yeah.
You know, so there was a few times, but not now. Not now. I'm just I'm unstoppable.
No, that's amazing. That's brilliant.
And it's a good journey, and that's what the whole point. I didn't set out to do flat earth videos. My videos say from the very beginning, this is my journey, and I'm just sharing experience as I go along. It was a learning process, all of it.
Yeah.
I obviously got more confident and started doing other stuff, but there was always that in the back of my mind, the fear of being criticised or all the trolls that come on.
Yeah.
But I invite them, you know. In fact, I've actually had trolls come on my stuff, and after chatting with them for about an hour, they've subbed me.
Right. That's amazing.
Yeah, you haven't got, because some of them always, you get the ones that are just there to be absolute shits, and
Yeah.
you know, there's no point even getting engaged in any sort of discussion. But there are some that are there genuinely, and they say at first, "Oh, you're nutty, you're stupid," but if they're prepared to actually listen, and you say, "Look, I'll direct you to this video. You have a look," but it's something you've got to discover. You can't have someone holding your hand because it's your journey.
I agree.
And you know, I've really enjoyed sharing my journey. I've now got 3 channels now. I've sort of one channel which is Back to Flat. That's just basically all the people that I chat with, and we sort of, it's philosophy more than flat earth. It's more about other things, and you know, what's it all about, sort of thing. And then I've got another channel which is my Orbs Realm, which is all about filming orbs in my house. Amazing. I've got some amazing captures. You know, and I wasn't convinced when I saw people's videos. I wasn't convinced they're real. I thought it was dust and all the rest of it. But since doing it myself, again, you know, you take it on board, question it, and I've had some. You have to. I'm not going to explain, but you have to see some of the videos. They're undoubtedly there. They're real, and they're in our space. You know, they're there. So I'm investigating. I'm not doing it from a like, it's not spiritual side, but I'm trying to be as analytical as I can with it. But there comes a point where they've been responding to me, and it's just blown me away. I've even had, when I was wearing this, I've got it on video. I'm absolutely still, and this goes dum, dum, and then you see this all go over the back of my head.
I'm definitely going to go and check your videos out, mate. I'm so sorry. I don't know. Honestly, I swear to God, I thought I subbed you, but I'm definitely going to check your stuff out because it's fascinating.
Yeah, you know, I've always said, because I've not been someone that's been out there to get as many subs as possible. It doesn't interest me. But I've built up a good subscription, you know, over the last nearly 2 years now. I've only got about, I don't know, 360. But when I remember when I started it, and I remember saying to my daughter, bloody hell, I've got 3 people subscribe me. 3 people that actually want to listen to what I've got to say. And that was surprising. That was
yeah, mate, listen, I've only got 12, I think it's 21 I've got, and I'm chuffed to pieces with that. You know, genuinely.
Yeah, you know, it's really nice because you know, it's people that want to listen to what you've got to say. And it's always good to be able to talk to people that are on the same wavelength as what you are as well.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely.
Someone sounds very tired.
Yeah. You all right there, Phil?
Yep. I'm responding. I'm responding in the chat room.
So I didn't hear that. What did you say, mate?
I'm responding at the question in the chat room.
Oh, right. Okay.
YouTube chat room.
Okay, dokie.
So, whereabouts are you based in England? Obviously, you're down somewhere like down the West Country, Devon.
Yeah, I'm down in Somerset, mate.
Are you in Somerset? Funny enough,
Somerset.
I was down that way about 2 weeks ago. I went past Stonehenge. I went to a place called, what was the name of the place? Oh no.
Oh, there's some weird names down here, mate.
Frome.
Oh, Frome. Okay.
Yes. It was
that's quite close
park.
to. Sorry.
That animal park where they got all the lions and that, is it?
You mean yeah, there's like there's a few round there actually. Yeah.
Wild country.
Yeah, it is. Yeah. No, I love it down here. I've always been a lover of fields and cows and bloody, you know, open space. So this suits me down to the ground down here, you know.
Yeah, that's why I moved down to the coast, because I'm right by the countryside. I've got the sea, just literally,
Right.
I don't know, 2-minute walk that way. I've got
Right.
the river. I've got the Sussex Downs, forests over that way. I've got golf course just over there, which is nice.
Wow. Yeah, yeah. Well,
I'm
I'm just down the road from Burnham-on-Sea and Weston-super-Mare, so
Oh, right. Yeah, I know it.
I'm a 5-10 minute drive from the sea myself, so you know.
Cool. Yeah.
I'm
Well, next
also
time-
living next animal park. Yeah,
Oh, right. Cool.
the city at 4 kilometers from here.
Oh yeah.
I'm joking.
Yeah, he's joking.
Okay.
There is no sea near you at all. You are landlocked solid.
No, I'm living in a nice place at the east of Belgium.
I've only
And-
been through Belgium, I've never actually stopped.
Your mic is freezing, Rory.
Me?
Yeah.
I'll try that. All right. Is that any better?
Yeah, it's okay.
Cool. Yeah, I've only been through Belgium.
It's just passing through.
Just going. They wouldn't let me
Okay.
stop. I was
You're
on my way
right.
to Germany.
Oh yeah. But you know that my wife is my wife is German.
Oh, right. I went to Frankfurt.
Oh, it's not so far from here. Frankfurt from here is maybe 200 kilometers.
Not too bad.
With the German Autobahn, the highways, it took 1 hour to go there. Because the speed limit is unlimited.
Really?
Oh, not everywhere, but you have a big percentage of Autobahn, the famous highways.
Oh, yeah.
It's free. It's free. I have a record. Frankfurt, Brussels, in 2 hours and 13 minutes.
Really?
In the winter, it was snowing.
Crazy.
In that time, I had Alfa Romeo 166.
Okay.
It was a 5-cylinder, 140 PK. It was just after international fair, and I gave a call to my wife. So okay, I start now from Frankfurt. I will arrive in the night. I don't know why. And 2 hours after, I was home. Just flying.
It's
But
called
you know-
time traveling.
Oh no, it was time traveling. Yeah, but it took me 2 hours and with a lot of stress because it was snowing. But no problem. No faster than the maximum. Couldn't go faster. And what is amazing, if you see how many big flights arrive, mostly in the summer, they arrive from all the world. And in the cargo, what do you have? Porsche, Ferrari, amazing Bugatti, and there's all rich people from all the world. They come to German highways.
Yeah. Famous for it. Very famous.
Yeah, it's incredible. You are driving in 240, 250, and then you see a small red spot, and in once the guy is maybe driving at 250, and you're still 250 kilometers an hour.
Good Lord.
Crazy.
Those guys are crazy.
But listen, did they take into account the curvature? That's the important thing here.
Oh yeah, each kilometer they have to put the nose down.
That's right.
Otherwise, they go straight off the moon. You know, they have a gyroscope in the car.
Yeah.
Gyroscope?
Yeah.
You have to look always on it. If you don't do that, ooh.
Yeah. Hey guys, listen. What? Now we've talked about that. Have either of you heard of a guy called Brian Mullin?
Yes, I've been following Brian since he first started doing it. I love Brian.
Oh,
Is
he's
he-
amazing, isn't he?
He's
Is
brilliant.
it English guy?
No, he's
Is it
American.
an American?
Yeah, yeah.
Brian
But he
Mullin.
uses he genuinely he's a professional
Structural engineer, isn't
that's it, thank you.
Okay.
Structural engineer, but he's also studied physics.
Okay,
And
Rory,
he-
if you have something to share with us, a link of something like that, and after that, I'm gonna ask to Richard to put some keys to some people in the chat room through the moderator key, so we can put an entire website address
Yeah.
into the chat room.
he? Well, if you
Without that,
if
it's
you go onto
impossible.
my channel, I've got on my playlist. I've
Yeah,
got it all
wait a minute,
broken down, and
I
I've
go
got
straight
Brian
on.
Mullins on that playlist.
wait a minute. I go. I am beyond Dustin.
Let me check, because I'm terrible at keeping my YouTube videos tidy. I just throw them. You know what it's like. You throw them up there. And
Yeah,
I'll
you
sort
do,
it out
don't you?
later. I'll have a look. Hold on.
No, but Brian Mullin, I love the guy only because he's so genuine, and you can see in his expression that he's coming from a place of, oh my God, the reality of this.
Is it in a playlist,
Oh,
Rory?
yeah, right. Yeah, it's Balls Out Physics, Brian Mullin, and it's on my playlist.
Wait a minute, I'm being
I've
searching.
got 8 videos of his on there.
I'm sure you'd agree, Rory, that you need to watch his first one first, wouldn't you?
Yeah, yeah. I would go on his website, on
Yeah.
his YouTube channel. That's hold on. If I can focus.
You have a lot of playlists.
Hold on. I will get there.
And it goes so slowly. So, and there is some other amazing young American people that I follow. They are very interesting. They are awakening people and intelligent, and it's
I like
a
the
pleasure.
fact that the younger people are coming up. People like I went on the other day, Jamie Brown.
I couldn't find them.
Thing is, it's so good to have young people that are willing
Yeah.
to put their faces
wait a minute.
on here and say, "Do you know what? I'm questioning everything.
Yeah.
This doesn't."
Okay, I will.
right."
I will gonna try to find that tomorrow, or maybe after the live.
I could probably get the link to you, Phil.
Okay.
If you give me just get you guys chat, give me 2 minutes and I'll do it.
Okay. Thanks for doing that job.
No problem. Sharing is caring.
Yep,
We all care.
Absolutely.
I agree with that. Back in 1 minute.
Well, this has been really good because I've been wanting to talk to Richard for such a long time.
Okay, thank you. Okay, we have some comments from Mary in the chat room. They speaks about Brian Mullin.
All right.
Thank you, Mary.
Let's have a look.
No, hang on. Hang on. Right. Let's have a look. All right. So, chat. Right. I'm going to put the link in the chat.
And I'm gonna
Thanks.
try to cut it and to put it into the
There it is.
YouTube. Yep.
There it
Yeah,
is. That's his first video.
People in the chat room, you have to go on YouTube. Then first you have to type http://www.youtube.com/. and then come channel. Try to copy it, but it's not easy. Okay. No. Okay, I got it.
Got it?
Yeah, yes, I try to share it into the YouTube chat room. Okay, it works.
Phil,
So people in the chat room, you have to type www.youtube. and then the address.
well, it's https://www.youtube.com/channel/ uppercase UC7 lowercase b uppercase R uppercase Q.
Rory is done. They have it.
Oh, okay. Sorry, I wasn't watching.
No problem.
I'm such a tit.
Explain to Richard how to give us the key to have the ability to put an entire website address.
Ah, right. Okay, yeah.
Yeah.
But he's the boss, so he is the key owner.
Of course.
Yes.
Yeah.
He's abandoned ship.
Yes, yeah. Yeah. I think it's gone for Scooby snacks.
Yeah. I'm getting thirsty again.
So he cut his mic, so we couldn't hear what's happening into his kitchen.
Yeah, that's true.
Exactly.
Because I love when he makes some video when he's cooking nice stuffs and we have so a gentle battle between us. We send us some cooking videos. It's only for the joke. It's only for the joke.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, he's a lovely guy.
So then, guys, how are we gonna wake the world up?
Ooh,
Let's have
that's
some
good.
ideas. Let us brainstorm. How are we gonna do this?
My philosophy is I let the things coming to me, and for me, I had a very late wake up.
Yeah.
I had to wait more than 40 years to be awake.
Absolutely.
So to have to be gentle with all the other people and say, okay, if they will stay in sleep, it's not your problem. Her days will arrive, just like it's arrived first.
I agree.
So the things happen when they must happen.
Yes.
Make some pronostics on it. Don't bait one cent on it. Let the things happen. If they have to stay in sleep, they're gonna die like that.
Yeah.
If they're gonna have a wake up, okay, it's perfect.
But
And then we are here, brothers and sisters, to help those people to going and passing some steps.
I'm of the attitude, I'm of the opinion that I totally agree with what you just said, Phil, but I'm of the opinion that one thing we can't do, if we need to wake people up, one thing we can't do is go online and start calling people stupid.
No.
Start calling them ignorant, because we were at some point ourselves ignorant to the reality. So
if you're doing that, you are in a judgment.
Yes, exactly.
You can give a judgment.
Yeah.
And not your advice. You can only give your advice when someone asking you, may I have your advice?
Yes.
You can't give your spontaneously your advice.
Yes.
Someone asks you,
Yes. Yes.
how I work.
Yeah. Well, I always
lead the horse to water, but you can't make it drink.
Absolutely. But it requires patience, and it requires a level of Well, when you're projecting your message across, like I said, you can't be aggressive. You have to be calm. You have to stand back and say, look, this is just my opinion. Go and research this yourself. Okay? Because if you try and jam something down someone's throat, their natural reaction is to regurgitate, is to push you away.
May I say something over there?
Yes.
The time that you be in an awakening phase.
Yeah.
So okay, now I'm awake. I understand much more than before.
Yeah.
And you're also more
Hey, here he is.
on your own. So your philosophy and you spread all around you positive energy.
Yes.
More that you go higher.
Yeah.
This energy around you, and then
Yes.
the people arrive.
Yes.
And that's the better thing that you can do. In each shop that I go, I smile to the people. I'm telling some jokes. In the beginning, you say, "What's this guy? It's extraterrestrial."
Yeah.
I can understand what he said, but much more you do it, and you are not resonate. It's also with resonation. You spend around you.
Yes.
For free, with a
Yeah.
big smile, with a positive energy.
Yes.
The people, they're going to be affected with that energy.
Yeah, I know what you're saying. You're saying what?
In the beginning, they're a bit afraid of, they are questioning themselves. What is the guy telling us? And after that, they come to say, okay, may I ask you a question? Then you have the first question, then you have the second one.
Yeah.
And then come all those questions. And you see that the people,
Yeah. Yeah, I mean,
and you made the job without doing nothing.
yeah, you get back what you put out. You get back what you put out. So if you put out aggression and anger, then you're going to receive aggression and anger.
Absolutely.
If you put out love, understanding, then the majority of your comeback is going to be love and understanding in return.
I think
And
that the people there forget. Yeah. The people there forget. The power of the mental.
Yes.
The power of the will.
Yes.
And and nobody learns you how to use that.
Mm.
You have to discover your.
Everybody's interested in how they look. You know, nobody's
Who are you?
interested.
Who's this guy that's
himself.
just come on?
Please excuse me for interrupting.
Hey.
I know that guy. What is his name? No.
I'm hacking.
Hey,
You ain't
piss
little
off,
Stephen
troll.
Christ, are you?
Hey,
Piss off, troll.
it's a troll. Yeah. I just want to say that.
All right, I'm going to mute everybody. How do I do that? Get them all up.
Oh,
Right, at
Yeah,
this
yeah.
point, I'm going to go and have a cup of coffee. Now,
welcome.
our guest is.
go for it.
Sorry, I finished my wine. My wine there. It's a pleasure. It's a special day tonight. So
I agree.
Richard.
Richard.
This
has been really good,
amazing
mate.
wine.
You're all welcome. Thank you all for coming. It's been a pleasure.
It for you. It's Lalande de Pomerol 2011.
2011. What have I got?
It was a good year. It was a good year.
I haven't started it yet. I only just started it.
What is that?
Oh, fuck
It's
it.
without advertising. It's
Show me
yellow
that
label. Yellow label. Wolf Blass.
All right. What is it made out of
Hold on,
banana?
I have to keep talking. Hold on. I'll keep talking. I know. Is it reverse? Wolf Blass.
Oh,
It's a Cabernet Sauvignon.
yeah. Ah.
Oh,
Look at
good
you.
wine.
And it's
Good
actually
wine.
it's my favourite red wine, and I can drink it bottle after bottle after bottle. Although I don't. I don't drink it really.
If you had the
But
pleasure, if you had the pleasure one day to meet us physically in 3D, not in 2D,
Yeah, sure.
I'm gonna offer you a nice bottle of wine. I'm gonna pick the cadaver, the empty bottle. Wait.
Yeah.
I'll be back in a minute.
Okay.
Welcome. One second, Joe. I'm still here.
Oh, I'm all alone.
I'm still here. I'm still here, Joe. I was just picking something out. I'm not going anywhere.
Don't leave me.
Did I miss too much? I caught the part about resonance and
Oh, good Lord. We chat about everything, I think.
the things.
My God.
I was I'm a great believer in the sort of resonance thing, right? And for a few reasons.
Yeah.
Although people don't believe me, although I did have someone question me on this one, and that's my
Okay.
mum. My mum can't wear watches; they don't work. Any type of watch
Right.
will stop working after a couple of days. And no one we never thought about it really as anything weird until I started looking on the internet and YouTube and finding out about small things like Nikola Tesla and
Yeah.
people looking into frequency and resonance and all that. And I sort of heard little rumors of other people that can't wear
That's
watches and
really
things.
my friend.
And it makes me, it's made me question for a long time now that you know,
Yeah.
again, that mainstream stuff is not what they tell
No,
us,
definitely
right? And you know, and again, that was all to that puzzle that dropped in my face. You know, there's
Absolutely.
loads of it out there, and I want to talk about it all, but I don't know where to start. You know, there's loads.
Well,
Oh, shut.
that looks
Do you
like a
see
nice.
that?
That looks like a nice bottle, Phil.
Yeah. Watch this.
2 places.
Okay, it doesn't work like that because this
Bring it back.
fucking small light. So you see, it's La Lampe de Pomerol, 2011.
Okay, cool.
Awesome. So we got some wine porn, have we?
Yeah, we have to. We're gonna make a special hangout on wine testing.
Oh,
Do you
That's
drink
a
at all, Joe?
sorry. Yeah, I'm having a drink this evening.
Oh, are you drinking the wine, the beer?
No, I'm not. I do like a glass of wine, I have to say, but my favourite tipple at the moment is actually cider,
I do like a
which is a bit corny coming from Somerset, isn't it?
Hey, you know what?
my favourite, one of my favourite ciders is Old Rosie from Somerset, and you can
Oh,
get some
really?
very strong variations of that. Yeah, the cloudy Old Rosie is beautiful.
Oh, right. Yeah, that's an acquired taste, that is, mate.
Do you know where I live?
I don't drink too much ciders,
In
but
the region of the apples and the cider side of Belgium. Thousand apple trees here,
Really?
and they make cider. Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. In the east of Belgium, it's Rue Stassen of the older names Ruet, Ruhet, and nu is Stassen.
Ah,
Thousand and million. How many? It's unbelievable how many apple trees we have here in the region. It's crazy.
so is cider a popular drink where you are?
Not really. The first drink. You have to know that in Belgium we have mostly 5,000 different beers, national beers.
Shit.
Yeah, because why?
Fucking hell.
In the Middle East, in each village, you had one of two or three beer distillery.
Yeah.
For maybe 10 or 20 families, you had one beer brewer.
Good God.
So, and it's in the roots of the country, and how many amazing beers we have in selling worldwide.
Yeah.
With great how can I tell that the people like that, you know. In Canada they drink Belgian beer, they say, wow, that's the best beer I never drink in my life.
Yeah.
You know that I'm living at 4 kilometers from Abbey, from the
yeah, you said before, I remember this.
1,200.
Okay.
It's more than 800 years old, and they make an amazing beer.
That's
The
insane.
beer is called Val Dieu. That's the name of the beer. It's only 4 kilometers from home, direction center of the pizza. The Lord knows is the direction north.
Right.
But I don't use those words anymore. East, west, north, south. No. You have the center. You have the center of pizza.
Yeah.
You have the border of the pizza, and then you have left and right.
Yeah, yeah.
And another thing that
It's so refreshing to hear that.
And another thing, you know that we have in Belgium since the year 60s a military organization called SHAPE.
What?
SHAPE.
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 Okay.
What do they do?
Is not included in the NATO organization. The NATO organization, and it's called SHAPE.
What does it
Why?
stand for? What does it stand for?
Okay, let me make a small research on internet, and I'm gonna give you the link so you can understand.
I'm not trying to put you on the spot. I just thought you knew. I just.
Okay, SHAPE.
I'm genuinely curious.
Me
Yeah,
too.
me too, and all wherever they are, these things.
Oh,
What a
It's
messed
right.
up world we're living in, eh?
It's almost scary sometimes.
Oh,
Almost.
Forget almost, mate. I'm spooked to bloody hell and back. The insanity
If
we're
I weren't
living
sitting if I weren't sitting in the comfort of my own front room, I
in. Yeah.
don't know what to make of it, man. Oh yeah.
So the translation of SHAPE is Strategic Headquarters, Supreme Headquarters, Allied Powers, Europe.
Ah.
So I try to
So, what's their objective? Who are they? What do they do?
I don't know. I
Oh,
have no fucking idea what they do.
fucking hell. Oh, yeah. Cheers for the link.
Okay, may I ask you something, Richard?
Yes.
If you want to have some people, they're gonna manage the chat room, you have to give some keys to that people.
Say hello to the chat room. Hello, chat room. Is that what you're saying?
Hello, chat room. So,
Yeah, hi, everyone.
regulator, and so you can go with the mouse, and then once on the name of the people without clicking, and then once you see 3 points at the right side, and then you have to click on it.
One moment.
You can, yep.
One moment. I haven't got another window open because it takes up all my bandwidth, so I don't have the chat available to me. I'll try, but it may start lagging and jumping around.
Okay.
But yeah, I will try opening another window.
Okay, it's not a problem. I can show you that tomorrow as you want. It's very easy. And so with that key as moderator key, if someone has to will to share an address, but it's an internet address of a website, he can do it. He can do this if he don't have the key.
Okay.
As moderator key. That's one. It's one plus for the people that has the key. So you don't have to retype the words or cut the address. So once you can do that, to the people to share some websites, some YouTube channels, and it's much more easier. Otherwise, your comments is blocked or not accepted.
Okay.
But I can show you that tomorrow.
You sure? I don't mind trying it now. I'm quite happy to try it now. It's a bit slow, I have to say though. It's on mute.
We're gonna have this first key. King Richard is busy.
Doing he don't know what.
And the winner is. Oh yeah, I have to do something. Wait. Because we need some music.
Some music.
Yeah. Wait.
Right now.
You're gonna hear that in 2 seconds. Okay, the application is going open. it go very slowly. I don't know why it's so slow.
Yeah, it's because I'm not directly connected. I'm just on the Wi-Fi. I don't think
Okay,
it's
no,
very
no,
good.
that's not
There's some
no,
others
that's not-
upstairs on it as well.
no.
So,
So for all the people that want to make their first hangout, I gonna teach some tricks because now I made it since 2 or 3 months now. I'm just like a fish in the water with that. So okay, still charging the application, but it took a bit of time.
okay. It's all just
And
moving a bit slow.
there is an hour. Tomorrow, no problem. Just may forget. Okay.
Oh, hold on.
So once you are in a chat room, you see appearing some 3 points on the right side from the comments.
So it's just opening up now.
And then when you click on it, you are the king here. So you do what you will, and then you can decide what's going to happen with the comments or with the people.
Okay. Okay.
You can inject it, you can block it, you can make it.
Right, I've got the page up now. I'll just give it a second to finish loading.
Okay, well, the Google's effect doesn't work tonight. I don't know why. Maybe too many people are making some hangouts.
AJC. Hello, fella. What's he saying? Marie, still there? Hiya.
Mary's still there.
So manage moderators, did you say?
Yeah.
That one. Okay.
And that's a good thing for the people. They are the keys, but sometimes you have some visiting trolls, and without you are that you know that some people are trolling your chat room, they can manage this. They're gonna do the job.
Hold on a second. I've lost it here.
Drink. Okay.
One page too far.
So the next time they're gonna type comments, they're gonna see a small blue key on the left, just between the name and the avatar. So you have a nice crown because you are the King Richard.
It might take a moment.
Time does not exist. So
Okay, it's come up and said you and Rory are.
okay, I have a key. So I'm gonna make a copy of a the net address. So as you see now, I can put the entire address in it. You see, the entire address appears.
Okay. Okay.
And thank you for the key.
Oh, you're welcome.
Merci, mon frère. And so when you are to concentrate on your chat, on your talking room, and sometimes you forgot chat room.
Okay.
And if there are some trolls, they are really trolling your chat room. The people that have the keys, they can manage this.
All right, sorted. So I've got a couple of moderators.
Yeah.
I can see the chat as long as.
So you can give a key.
If I start lagging, let me know, and I'll close that one back down again. All right.
Yep.
But yeah, cool. Woohoo! Thank you very much. I'm
You're
sick.
welcome.
It was nice to have you, Joe. If you come back, it'd be lovely to speak to you again at some point. But I hope you're still around. I was on the
I
phone.
think he's on the phone, yeah.
Okay. No, I'm losing.
Oh, and I gotta close some windows because my also lying a lot.
Now, let me just. How do I check back through that then? Okay. Hello, Jamie. Popped in. I wonder if you're still here. I hope you're still there, mate. Oh, thanks, AJ. Yeah, I hope I'm sub to you because I've known about you for a long time, but I remember trying to find you at some point if you're still in there, and I couldn't find your channel. I was looking for the letter J, the letter C, and it never occurred to me to look for that.
I'm reading an email like I just received from an amazing person living in Canada. It's Guylaine Langto. The people, they know that amazing woman under the name Guise. And I make some translation from English to French or from French to English for her, and they ask me why did I make this translation? but she thanks me for that, for doing the job. That's an amazing people. That's an amazing person, Guylaine Langto. You have to hear what she said. She has a particular way to view the world and the life. So if you understand what she said so. Okay, the universe is a complicated thing. Everything is as is place. Everything is calculated. Look, the life that the people has here on Earth. Going to school, first to listen the lies from the parents. Then they have to go once at 70 years old. They step into our matrix. The lies with the school. Then they made maybe 12 years of study, and then they start to have a job. And they work all day, all life long to build a house, to pay school or university for the child. And then they die. Is that a normal life?
It's not.
For normal people in an amazing, intelligent, constructed world of universe? Life can't be so stupid. And you have to hear what this amazing woman has to say. I don't know if she makes some conference in English. I'm gonna give a look because she just sent me an email. I have amazing contacts. I don't know how. I'm contacted by absolutely amazing and incredible people. I don't know why they come to me. I couldn't.
You speak sense, you see? You speak sense, and then people are not used to it, and people like it. For me, that's why a lot of people on here now.
And I can't understand how it is always working. But once you are open-minded, it's arriving, and that's what I did.
You know, what you were saying just now about what that woman said, right? For myself, I recognised this a long time ago, right? My paternal granddad, he died when I was about 10. And he worked all his life. He went to night school and paid for it himself. And, you know, he worked all day long and everything. Bought himself 2 houses, and he was just about to retire when he died of leukemia. And to me, even then, at 10 years old, I thought to myself, what a waste. You know, he did all that, and now my nan's got no one to enjoy it with. And for years, and there was something not quite right about it. And it's not about not working, it's about working your life away for the mayhaps, the chance that you might get to old age, because not everybody does, do they? And yet they convince you that you've got to work to get there, and not everybody gets there. And
they,
I think too many people I've known, men in their 50s, working, and then they've been told, generally they're builders and labourers, and then they're told there's no work anymore, is they've died. And I think that's another con. There's something wrong with not people for that or something. It's just a lie. It's a con, and it's all about having to pay your taxes and things like that. You know, not about living your life, but creating some rich gits somewhere. You know,
and once
I want to do something about it.
And once you are starting listening your heart, free time to your ego, amazing things happens. Listen your heart, let them talk. The heart is much more intelligent than the ego. So when you speak with your heart, sometimes I've been telling some things to the people. Know from where it comes. It comes from here.
Yeah, without thinking, it comes out. Yeah.
No, you don't have to think it.
I know what you're saying. But when it's true, you don't have to think.
You have to let the fluid from your heart coming out.
When you're not lying, it's when you're lying, and when you have to. That's when you have to. You struggle, and there's too many people lie on the small lies. The small lies is making people just struggle to talk. You know that.
And then you start thinking,
change.
Is it me? They are telling that from where it comes. It's come normally from the heart, and when the heart speaks, there is no lies.
Yeah. I think that's part of what the Santa lie is, isn't it? You know, telling children about Santa.
What's lies? Yeah, that's the other question. What is a lie?
But they can't recognise it, you know. They can't then see it.
It's a construction.
I wish I'd have known years ago, because I'd have never told them about it ever. I'd have never told them about it.
No,
I'd have done it in my own.
There is a lot of people. They have some very exciting experience, but they stay quiet.
Yeah, too many. I'd like to hear.
I made some amazing experience since I was 3 years old.
Yeah.
I never told that to no one, to nobody. Great. I just started to speak about that maybe 2 years ago. So 52 years was a secret. Hold that secret. Because I was thinking that the people were not able to hear that or to understand that. You know, everyone has his own experiences. Is it so easy to speak from strange things, a strange experience that happened to you, that no one can believe it? And then
again, myself.
It's very it's a difficult feeling, but you want to tell to all the world that you can imagine, you can feeling, you can see some things that no one can see. But who's gonna trust you? Who's gonna believe you? Except yourself. Right? And you stay that secret. And once, after 50 years, it comes out. Very slow down, and then you try to speak, and then comes people, they have the same experience. They have the same experiences. Oh, you too? Yes, me too. And then
that's what I think they stopped. Once upon a time, people like me and you, we would have walked the land and we'd have passed our tales on as the storytellers and the news carriers. Yeah, that would have been people like me and you. And then they stopped that, and everybody kept their own diary, drove their own car and rode their own horse, got their own little house, and everything was happy. Everyone forgot to share, you know, everyone just forgot to share. Or maybe they was forced not to. It was all taken from us or something. But I mean, it was. People like us used to tell these things to people, and then people didn't feel alone, you know. Like, you'd sit by the fire, the campfire, and you'd hear a tale, and you'd go, that rings true with me, and you'd go and talk to him, and you'd say, oh, maybe I'll come walking with you this time to the next village or something. Get to know you.
You just have to be humble.
Yeah. You realise you
That's
don't know
it.
it all. Yeah,
Yeah.
That's what I said. I used to think, I used to read all those books,
Mm.
and I used to think, yeah, I know it all. Yeah, I got it. And I read over, I was like, oh my god, I don't know nothing, absolutely nothing. And we've said it before earlier about politics. If you try and follow politics, and then you realise that they don't do what they say, you're like, well, I thought I knew it all. I thought I knew what they was doing, and they're not doing it. And obviously, I know nothing.
I can't listen to that.
No, I can't
It's
anymore. Like I
amazing.
said, I used to all the time. I used to.
And all the time they are using some new words that no one can understand, but everyone accepts it because they are new words, but they don't know what is the sense. The people that forgot what is a word. The word is a vibration, and the vibration is a color, and it goes into your mind with a special signification that your mind can understand, but you not. If you go by the Hebrew, the old Hebraic words, each letter has its weight. Letter has its weight. And why are the words constructed by some letters and not other letters? Because the weight is also a message which we can put into your mind, has a special weight, has a special vibration, and a special color that you interpreted without that your intelligence can know. You have to go very far and very deep in the past to understand how it works. If you don't do the job, you can understand nothing. You have to read the old books, the really old books. The truth, what's happened today, is written 6,000, 7,000, 10,000 years ago. That's one of the way I waked up. See, what's happened today? I hear that. From where it comes, everything was put into the past. Nobody can say, okay, I know the future. No one. Except it. One thing that the people that don't use with intelligent is your astral body. You have your physical body, you have your astral body, and then you have a spiritual body. Your astral body is always with you, all the three bodies all together at the same time, but your astral body is always in the past, in the future. That's what I learned by Japanese in the year in 1980. I couldn't forget that message, and that opens my mind very, very, very large to understand how the things works. I don't know if they are right or wrong, but I know it works. Except this kind of philosophy, it's a philosophy. You don't have to stay just like a sheep all your life. Intelligent ones.
like you said yourself earlier, I've always found myself not the black sheep, but the oddball. You know, I've always been interested in the.
I was not the black sheep. I was the black duck. The black. I was a black duck.
Oh, sheep over here. Sheep shaggers. But yeah, I've always felt that about myself, and again, I think there's too many people out there that feel alone, that shouldn't feel alone, but we've all just forgotten that. However alone you feel, there's always someone out there that feels at least one thing the same as you. You know, at least one thing, and in that part, you're not alone. But again, they've just made us forget it all. You know, they've just made us all very isolated and selfish. And
you are alone.
I see that firsthand. If someone come up to me and told me that, I wouldn't believe them. But I see it firsthand in people I know. I know it's true. I know they've made everybody terribly selfish. You know, and that's one of the biggest problems. Is that.
But there is something different aspect. There is something different aspect to be selfish. What's your first job here on Earth? Job. Your ass. That must be the first job. It's only your ass first, and then you can be able to have some attention to the other people, but you can't take the stress, their stress. You can go with on the work on the way with people that have some problem. Okay, you can go with for some steps. The pain, the stress, the problem from those people. So you have your own problem to resolve. So the first thing you have to do is occupying yourself from your ass. That's the first job you have to do. But this will not say that you have to close all your doors and all your windows to the other one. No. You can stay open and helping the other one. Once you understand what is your own job here, you say, okay, it's not egoistic or selfish. No. My job, my first job is my ass. I have to take care for myself. And once it's done, you can go to the other one.
I used to face it very to myself a long time ago. I said it to my lady when I first met her, and perhaps it was advice I didn't take myself, and that was what you've just said there. And it was, you have to look after yourself first, because how then can you look after people? You know, and I said it to her so many times, where, you know, things happened and I didn't look after myself, and for the last 10 years I haven't been able to help anyone, least of all myself. You understand? And I fully understand that, you know. And again, for a while, I felt I was all alone. I was the only person in the world suffering this, and it's taken me a long time to realise actually there's quite a lot of us that are going through this, and it's just having the, I don't know, the courage, the bravery to step up and say something, because it's something people don't talk about anymore.
I will try to do something. That people, the amazing Canadian people had just send me an email. I got to ask her if she will agree to join this chat.
I don't mind. I'm here for a little while. I'm not going anywhere.
No. You're gonna see it's a really amazing person. So I have just to type a response to her mail. I can do that directly.
Does Rory got anything to say? You quite happy listening for a minute?
I'm really enjoying listening to Phil. It's a treat, absolute treat.
There's a lot. That's what's I was saying earlier, I was introduced to him through his comments, and that was enough almost for me to know that he's a good bloke. People make comments what they're thinking, and when the privacy of their own home, they don't think, they just type. And as we know, there are some people who their comments don't reflect their speech, and I don't want to speak to people like that. You understand? A bit of consistency, you know.
Respect,
I like that about
respect and love.
I'm telling you guys, I'm typing in French, so my mind is turning in French, so I couldn't understand what you said in English. I am joking.
I thought you were Superman. I thought you knew it all.
Superman? No, not at all.
I'd sing you a song, but I ain't got my guitar with me.
Well, one of my sons is trying to learn the guitar at the minute. We've got him one for Christmas upstairs, and he's always been really musically instrument minded. He's always been musical minded, and he likes the piano and all of the instruments. The eldest one wasn't interested in any of them, but he likes all of that stuff. He's very creative. He likes the art. He does well in the art at school. You know. My nephews and my nieces were all very good at art, but none of them were encouraged to do it because everyone was, you're not going to get a job out of it, you know, the same old rubbish. And I just think, awful, you know, it's not right. I chose art at school, but not for that reason. I chose it just to be with my mates. I regret that in some ways, and yet at the same time, I loved art. I've always loved it. Even before I picked it, I was going to do something more practical. But and I think I did better because of that. I got a B for art, and I only did a few pieces. You're supposed to put 14 in, and I think I put 6 in, and I still got a B. So I know I'm good at it, but it's not something I want to make a living off of. Does
Be
that
back
make
in-
sense? I
I'll be back-
enjoy
I'll be back
it.
in-
If I start
back in
working
2
for
minutes.
it loses its. That's okay, Bubbles. We'll see you when you come back.
Yeah, I was useless at school at art. Am I? Yeah, I'm working.
I can hear you. Yeah,
Yeah,
okay.
yeah. Oh, I'm so worried now, Richard. I keep thinking I've disappeared again.
No, no, I'm here as well.
All right. Hello.
I'm right next to the router, so it should be good. And everyone's
Oh,
going to
right.
bed now, so
Okay.
I might have to keep it down a bit. But
Yeah, I struggle on that
Yeah.
bit. Anyway, yes, I was absolutely useless at school, and it was only, well, you've seen some of my pictures. It's only when I'd had my crash and I was stuck in bed and I had nothing to do, so I just put pen to paper or pencil to paper, and bang, it just came out all without thinking, just doing. I started creating some stuff, and one thing led to another, and before I knew it,
do you know, to me, there's that non-thinking thing again, because
yeah,
I really struggled with the art of school because it was all structured. Each term we had a different thing to do, and I just couldn't do it. I couldn't finish them. Whereas in my own time, at my own pace, I never stopped to think. When I do those little geometric pattern drawings, as soon as I start to try and work out, right, I'll put this here, I start to lose it, and I can't do it. And instead so now I just pick sort of 6 to 12 colours and I put them next to it, and then I'll do this bit, I'll do that bit. And I won't think twice, and whatever comes out at the end is what comes out at the end, you know.
exactly. Yeah, I'm the same.
I
I don't plan. It's just
No, same here.
Just do a line here, a bit of a squiggle there, and then
I can plan, right? I can plan quite well, and I can do the nice technical drawings, but I don't need to do them. For a couple of years, and that was great fun in some ways, but it didn't teach me enough. The guy I was working with, before I left him to go to university, he said, "Oh, you won't learn nothing there. I could teach you everything you need to know here in 6 months." And I was like, "Oh, but I've got to try." And he was right. Within 18 months, I was like, I've enjoyed myself, but I've learned nothing. You know,
yeah.
Everything I needed to know, it already taught me at work, and all the other machinery there was industrial stuff, and I was never interested in buying industrial sanders and things like that, and there was no need for me to, and it was a very weird experience after that. As soon as I realized it was just you paid to be taught, and yet you're expected to do sort of 90% of it on your own, and I think, well, what am I paying for then? You don't give me any books. They tell you to go and find everything online, and that's not an education to me, you know.
No, funny you say that, Richard.
They got all the equipment.
Yeah, I brought that up with my girls when they was at school, and they was just coming home and researching online, and then doing their work at home. Going back to school, teachers would mark it, and I just didn't. I was like you said, I'm thinking, well, we're paying for this.
Yeah, they say free education, but then what's your taxes for? You know, that is what we pay.
It's not free. Yeah, that's the biggest.
I used to say free education, free healthcare, but it's not really. Someone's paying for it somewhere, and we all pay for it really. If you work off books, you still buy from the supermarket, you're still paying taxes. You know,
Everything's
can't
taxed.
get paid for it, you know?
Everything.
It's disgusting tax at the minute.
Don't start me on the tax.
So wrong. It's so wrong. When you think that one single cigarette still only costs, it's disgusting how much they charge per packet. You greedy sods.
Well, look at the TV license.
I've personally never paid for it ever. Personally.
No, I haven't for the last 6 years. I wrote a long letter to the BBC licensing people. I removed all their rights to my property. I told them I've put a big list of reasons why I'm not going to pay for a paedophile company to give out propaganda bullshit, and I listed all the propaganda that they've come out with, including the nice young lady on 9/11 talking about Tower 7 dropping down 20 minutes before it happened.
There's too much
And
of it, though, isn't there? Like,
the thing is,
I don't
Richard,
understand how
people are
people
scared.
watch it.
People are scared into
Yeah, I
paying it. They
understand
don't understand the law. And
Do you know what makes it worse? Phil don't maybe understand, but even if I got rid of the TVs, I'd still have to pay TV license because I've got this thing, and that absolutely, that's not right. You know, I don't want a TV. I don't want to pay the license, and yet if I've got a laptop or even the iPhone that can get TV, you still have to pay the license, and that's not right. You know, it should be like a Sky service at the very most. Quite frankly, I think they should gut it and.
yeah,
You know, every single employee, all you got to do is keep the infrastructure and just start from scratch. You know, to decide who gets to use what, where, when, and how. You know,
like I say,
why hasn't the BBC started up its own YouTube channel and allowed people to use its own material instead of copyright striking everyone? Why don't they just say, right, well, you have to the BBC? You know, why aren't they doing that yet? Why aren't they archiving all their stuff on iPlayer? That thing's terrible. Awful. Every time you go on there, it's full of adverts and little interruptions. It's just, I think, as simple as this. You know what I mean? The BBC, how much money do they get off us each year? It's disgusting.
fuck all from me.
Well, yeah. I do wonder if they do get as much, but they must get something still. They must get something. Pay it. And it is, like you say, out of fear. They pay it out of fear.
Richard, it's money gained through menace.
Yeah,
That is how
right.
it's done. They scare you into paying. It drives me nuts. It's the same as when they do the census forms they send you, right? I remember the last time, no way was I going to be filling in an information sheet and giving it to a private corporation that then is going to give it to a military organization in America. Like, what you want with my... Yes, but we need your information so we can plan your area council money better and how many people are living. So fuck off.
This is what I'd like more accounting for, what they spend all the council tax money on and stuff. Because there was a tiny story in the local newspaper about misspending of funds in Orpington, and it just passed under the radar. No one spoke about it. There was like a difference of £12 million in the borough to £8 million. So there was £4 million missing. No one's mentioned it. Like I said, just a tiny little story in the paper, and you're like, well, what's that all about then? You know, I mentioned it to my mum, my mother-in-law, and they were like,
it was a typo error, Richard. A typo. Oh shit, I've lost 4 million. Bollocks. Oh well.
This is not right, you know.
Yeah, it's ridiculous.
I had a bigger audience in Orpington to share that news with, you know, because I know they don't look at the newspapers, but there might be a few of them out there watching YouTube. It's just a case of finding them, innit, you know?
Yeah, but they will chase a small business down for not paying, I don't know, 15 grand tax bill, and they will slaughter that person and take everything away from them.
And then Tesco's is in losing billions and stuff. You know? And yet we're all still guilty of shopping there, though. Guilty of going to Tesco's and using them terrorist funding banks and things. Like you say, where else do we go? Where else do we go at the minute?
We did have like greengrocers, butchers, and all of that. We haven't got one now. There's no green. Nothing. We've got
a guy that's got a vegetable stall. That's and the market now consists of 3 stalls. That's not a market. That's not a market anymore.
Yeah, we've got a local market in the town which consists of about 2.
See, when I was a kid, my mum and dad used to earn a living on boot sales and working on markets and things. And we weren't rich, but we did all right. I don't know how people can survive now. The only thing you see them selling are the sort of stuff you see in the shops, and you can get them just as cheap now, like the bunches of flowers and the card stalls. There's nothing, it's a shame. It's that taking apart the community, because people used to talk in the markets. You know, I used to talk to all sorts of people in the markets.
Yeah.
I'll tell you, some colourful characters. I don't know if you know London, the Old Kent Road, Westmoreland Street.
Yeah.
We worked on East Street and Westmoreland Street, and Westmoreland is where the second-hand stuff is and other items, whereas the East Street is where all the bigger stalls are with, you know, the supermarket type cheap stuff and all that. But yeah, I know we worked in both, and I'll tell you, you met people that lived in Chislehurst in mansions from people coming to their market stalls with everything in a trolley, the shops, you know, all sorts of characters, you know. And now, if I try and go and talk to someone in the market, there's 6 people to talk to. It's not a market.
No,
Richard, if I may, you have a question
Yes,
coming from AJC.
Oh,
In
sorry.
our
Oh, yeah.
private chat room.
I bombed TV out years ago and even refunded the remainder of the year's fee. I'm gonna have to look into it a lot more because, like I said, I haven't been really that active at all about anything in the last few years and stuff, innit, really. Now that I claim I know stuff, it's time to do stuff. And I'd like to encourage everyone I know in my family and stuff to just stop paying the TV license. If somehow we can get out of paying taxes and things like that, I'd like to find a way to do that and a system and start a new one. Do you know what I worry about? I worry that we're and I'm sure you can all appreciate it, they're all being led down a path where there will seemingly be only one option left, all right, and it'll be their option. And I don't want that. I'd rather go into anarchy. As much as I don't like the idea of anarchy, and I do know what it means, I don't like the idea of it. You know, it's not. There's something not quite right about it. You know, I do like the idea of it, but there's something not right about it. With the internet and worldwide communications between people, something different could be created. You know, but that involves talking and sharing ideas and
and you still got to be
some people are not
constructive.
interested. Yeah,
Sorry, Phil.
I'm losing you, mate.
Who, me?
I'm sorry, I was responding because I've been busy on 3 different things at the same time here. Questions arriving from different sides, and so I'm sorry. I apologize. What was the question?
Was there a question? Was there? I missed it.
No, because I launched a few weeks ago a private hangout on Skype. So it's a community. All open-minded people arrive there, and so you can make some private hangouts without having some trolls. And it's an open club, so everyone can in and add to it. And, oops! Wait a minute. I have a call. Excuse me.
He's a busy boy, isn't he?
Busy people.
It's a very popular man at the minute.
Isn't he? Yeah, I won't be able to do it for too much longer, Richard, because it is.
Okay.
Oh, that's right.
I'll be back. I'll be back in 2 minutes.
Okay.
Hey guys, really sorry.
Oh, he's back.
Hold on one second.
Joe's back.
Sorry guys, I had a very important call from my daughter, so I had to scoot off really quickly.
Everything okay?
Yeah, everything's fine. It was just one
Cool.
of those things, you know.
Yeah.
I can ignore many calls, but never from my daughters, you know.
Absolutely. Yeah, I'm with you on that one.
So yeah, back on track.
I'm the taxi driver.
Oh, I'm everything.
You know that one, didn't you?
Yeah, I'm the taxi driver, the counsellor, the bank. You name it.
Yeah.
But I listen. I don't resent a moment of it.
No,
Brilliant.
I know many people that do resent being parents. Yeah, I'm not one of them.
That's just horrible.
Yeah,
that's really sad, isn't it?
Really sad.
Yeah, and you can see it in people's faces. You know, you see it in people's faces. It's not nice.
No, it isn't. If you're gonna have that attitude, don't have children.
That's forethought, though, isn't it? Some people don't think ahead, and then it's too late. You know.
Well, exactly. You know what I mean by that comment.
Earlier. They don't teach children to think at all,
No, exactly.
and they carry that into adulthood.
No, exactly. That's right. That's right.
I personally know too many adults that just don't about almost anything, about what goes on in the news. The only thing they sort of think about is how they look, how they feel. Yeah. And that's not enough, quite frankly. I can't talk to people like that. I won't spend my time talking to people like that. There's more to life than you. And if that's all you've got, then it's one of the reasons why I'm so antisocial. Too many people are like that. It's hard to find other people.
I love listening to what people have got to say, Rich. I love listening to what people have got to say. There's so much that's out there, and to hear people's stories, and I just think it's brilliant. But people, like we said earlier, people don't want to engage with it.
No.
I think people are almost scared to. I really think people are almost scared to face that part of themselves that wants to interact again. They're quite happy. They're the puppy in the cage syndrome. It doesn't want to come out and does it? That to me, that's what I see. And I know some people don't like calling them people puppies, but that is what I see. I do see people scared and hiding in the house, and I can call them that because I was one. Yeah, I'm quite happy to call myself once upon a time a scared little puppy. Well, I'm a wolf now. Up your bum, I'm coming to get you.
Yeah.
I'm not staying in that cage anymore.
Well, listen, we're living in a very superficial age, where we're told to think of ourselves. Don't think about other people. Think about yourself. Think about the career you want to go forward to do.
Single path.
Yeah, exactly. Forget about your neighbours. Forget about spreading love and warmth. Forget all that.
It's dog eat dog. That's what it is. You got to step on your brother to be above them, and that's how the programming is. You got to have the balls to be horrible to people, and like it doesn't matter if I shit on them.
It's not about being horrible. It's about being honest, isn't it? It's about being honest with people, and upsetting feelings is part of being honest with people. You might not like the truth, but it's the truth, and I'm going to tell you it, whether it upsets you or not. Maybe we should be a little bit more like that, but.
No, I agree with your analogy there, Rich. Yeah. I really do, mate. You don't mind me saying Rich, by the way?
No, of course not. No, of course not. I've gone by many names, and that one's lovely.
Yeah, we're living in a very messed up planet, I'm afraid, where the conditioning is so vast that it's really hard to recenter yourself, isn't it?
Yeah, it is, because you're trying to then exist within a system that is total shite. Yeah. It has no real relevance to you except the fact that you're tied to it financially.
Yeah.
Tied to it.
You are tied to it.
Yeah.
The Matrix is a reality. Yeah. However you want to put it, it's real. From birth. As soon as your birth certificate, there you go. You've just signed yourself away as a you've now become a person.
It's all about the choice. They never told anyone about it. They never gave anyone the choice. They might have said, like, you can go and live on your own, go and create your own house and whatever. We won't help you. This system, they could have at least asked. And to me, that's one of the biggest things, is it was never even allowed as part of the discussion. It was just, this is the way it is. Don't think about it. This is it. Now get on with life.
Well, there you go. Yeah.
Yeah, because if you think about it, if I declined getting my children birth certificates, and then I've decided that I'm going to go into, I don't know, the local national park and build a house out of some lovely trees that I found, chop them down, build a house.
Yeah.
I will sort the water and all the other bits out in my own way. Do you think they would let me do that on the land?
No.
Yeah, it's my land.
No.
It's not their land.
That's right. That's absolutely right. Do you guys remember, there was a story, wasn't there, I think it was about 4 years ago, there was a couple that were living out in the woods. They'd built this home out in the woods, and they fought for about 6 years for the right to live independently.
This sounds familiar.
Yeah, and the
this does
government
sound-
were fighting them and fighting them and fighting them with all this fucking bullshit legislation.
Legislation. It's all
Yeah,
legislation.
all legislation, which is all basically entrapment, you know. And they were like, no, we want to live independently. We don't want to survive inside the grid. We want to live outside of it. We want to be self-sufficient. And somehow they found a way. They found loopholes in the law, which there are, if you're intelligent enough and you have the time and the patience to research it,
Right.
you can reject the laws of this land. And they did it. I'm sorry, but if I had time, I'd go right now and I'd grab all that info for you. But it just goes to prove, doesn't it? It just goes to prove the powers that be have entrapped us in such a way that we've accepted the shit to such an extent that we don't even forget question it. We just go along with it without question.
Yeah, I totally agree. Because when I looked into common law many years ago now, the simple fact that we're operating in a commercial world because of them.
Yeah.
And we're consenting to it. Everyone's moaning, oh, they do this, but you're frigging consenting to it. You're saying, by all means, I give you the consent to penalty me. You can take my money. I can park on these yellow bits of lines on the road, and you can give me a penalty, and you can have that penalty. If this isn't slavery, I really don't know what is. This is so slavery.
It's worse in many ways because it's mental slavery, isn't it?
Yes.
It's slavery of the mind, and that slavery of the body is bad enough. But for me, one of the biggest questions about being out here and speaking to people is the death question. And if for myself, if there is something afterwards, we've got to be here to learn. They're not letting us learn, and I want to know why. Do you know what I mean? There's something wrong with that.
I think it's because
no discussion on it at all.
No, I think it's because
that's it.
We're more powerful. We're more powerful than we're allowed to believe that we are as people, as individuals. I don't mean strength. I'm on about spiritually.
Absolutely.
I know.
Absolutely. And it's this whole thing about why do they lie about a spinning ball? The reason why they lie is so that we do not conceive of a concept where we are the center of the universe. Because if we are the center of the universe, then wait a minute, we are relevant and we are important.
Very important.
Very
important. So
let's remove the relevance and the importance. Therefore, you are insignificant.
And that is how people feel, though, isn't it? If you speak to people without them voicing it, people do feel insignificant. They feel they can't do nothing.
Yeah.
Protected from life. I've heard so many people say to me, "Is this it?" I had one young lady in tears around my house one night because she's had enough working. She's been doing it all her life, and she just wants some time to herself. She can't find a nice fella to settle with, and she's in tears. Is this all there is? Is this life? There must be more. I tried to say to her then, of course there is, but go looking for it. You understand? You might be in the swamp, but you've taken the first step. You want to get out. Now you have to try. And too many people just give up because, like you say, they feel insignificant because they can't do nothing. You can't fight the system. And I don't know. Maybe you can. Maybe that's the lie.
Well, listen. Right. How many times have we all? Sorry, Rory.
No. It's good. I'm just saying. I've got to go now because it's getting late and I can hear it going to bed. I want to say thank you to everyone. I've really enjoyed this. It's been. I've
really enjoyed having you and speaking to you, Rory. It's been. We'll do it again this week. I'll go back to work.
We'll have to do it again, guys. All right.
You're always welcome as well, Joe. Welcome to come back in. And anyone who's in chat who'd like to come in at some point, AJC, if you'd like to come in at some point, you're welcome to come and have a chat. Do AJC says in chat they love the swamp, and I said to my lady a few years ago, people are in love with the fear ice cream. they can't get enough of this Fear ice cream. They lick it and they love it. And
Yeah.
I'm disgusted with it. I've had enough of it. I don't want any more of that fucking Fear ice cream that they feed me on the TV, that's on the radio, in the newspapers. My mother-in-law comes around with a newspaper and she thinks she's sharing information. And then she said sometime last year that she wanted to bring martial law into France to sort out the immigrants. And I'm like, that's a Daily Mail opinion. That's not your opinion. That's Daily Mail opinion. You don't know nothing about the situation. You're just, you know, it's not right.
Yeah.
Rory, man, it's been really nice to have you, fella. It's really, really nice.
It's been brilliant, mate.
Rory, great to meet you, my man. I'm going to watch your stuff, all right? And I'll definitely be giving you some feedback, all right?
I'll look forward to it. And I always reply to all my messages and comments, always. So
respect, sir, respect.
Well, peace.
Thank you, Rory. And yeah, Joe will get back to you. He's left me some nice comments. I'm sure he'll leave you some as well.
Oh, definitely. Hey,
Well,
listen, I'm
good
not going to be
night,
leaving yet, by the way. So if you guys want to continue chatting, I'm good for another half hour or so.
I'll keep going till the hangout dies. Rory, give my love to all your family, all right? And we'll speak soon.
And you, bro. Love.
Cheers.
And a big applause for this.
Big applause, yeah.
First one. You're welcome into the Hangout Clubbers.
Absolutely.
It's an exclusive club at the minute.
Well done, bro.
Absolutely. Needs to happen more often.
Yeah. Again, I wish I'd have done it a little while ago, but I don't know. I got a job, and it was like weird that it didn't want me to be out here or something. It didn't want me speaking. It wanted me on the system.
Yeah.
And I should have started it even then. I'll try not to stop now. I can't make promises, but you know, I'll try to keep doing this.
Do you know what's funny, Richard? Is that at the point where I discovered Flat Earth is the point where I actually left my last job.
Oh, really?
Yeah. So for me, it's been like,
The opposite.
oh, this is fucking amazing. I've got all the time in the world to sit here and research this stuff. And do you know what's even more freaky? Is the more I've researched it, the more I've looked into this shit, the less I want to go back to work.
Oh my goodness!
Because
in some ways, good for you. You know, I hope you don't have to.
Honestly, I resent the thought of jumping back on that hamster wheel.
Oh, yeah, the grind. I don't want to go back to it.
You know, and listen, I don't mean that from a pretentious point of view. I understand that everybody needs to get on with their lives. They need to pay bills. Don't get me wrong. And I'm not a rich man at all. At all.
Just not the rat race. Just
right,
not the rat
exactly.
race.
Yeah, I've literally got about 500-600 quid in my bank account. You know what I mean? But for me,
It's more than me.
you know what I mean? I promise to God, that's all I've got. That's my entire savings. You know what I mean? And I'll admit that. I don't give a shit. You know?
You could almost say that someone done it to us deliberately.
Yeah, I know. It's a strange thing, isn't it?
I do think that there's something about that savings thing. There is a big problem where there is too many people that just can't save at the moment, and that is by design, because there's no reason. We all know about the computers, the numbers, the money.
Yeah.
There's no reason for it other than greed. You know, there's no reason for it.
Well,
sensible people could sort this out, and they won't let sensible people near it. You know.
Well, of course they won't. And there's this thing where you go to your bank, right? Okay, you know this thing with the credit score, right? You know, the whole credit score thing. Okay, do you know? Well, I'm sure you know. The whole credit score thing only applies if you have debt. All right? If you have no debt, or have had loans or credit cards or a mortgage or HP, all of that builds onto your credit score. And the more debt, HP repayments that you have, the more credibility you have with your bank. Because they can check how much you've been paying back into the system.
Joe, you have to listen the hangout that we're gonna have with Antonio and Geraldine.
I will. I will.
You
Touching on this
have
subject,
to
definitely. Yeah.
to listening that, and all the people there watching now, or maybe they're gonna watch the review, invite all those people to come to hear what she gonna say.
Mm.
They made the jobs for you.
Yeah.
Yeah, and she
Yeah.
did it. And she did it. And she gonna explain that.
I'm looking forward to it.
Yeah.
I am, genuinely. Have you guys heard of another guy? And this is his name. He's called Guy Standing. Have you ever heard of him?
No,
Okay.
not really.
This guy has been going around the world for the past 20 years talking about universal income.
Mhm.
You know that Finland has had a referendum recently, yeah?
Absolutely.
Okay, so everyone gets a certain amount guaranteed regardless of their status. They get a certain amount every month, guaranteed. If you work, if you don't work, you get, I think it's something like you get 800 euros every month guaranteed. All right. Now, Guy Standing has been going around, like I said, for the last 20 years around the world saying, look, this needs to be implemented across the globe.
That's it's called that the universal salary.
Yes, there's many terminologies, there's many connotations, but
Mhm.
I love the concept. I love the concept. And I love the concept because what it does, as we currently stand, I can only use the UK as an example. If you want to claim benefits, you have to go through a system whereby you have to prove that you deserve it. Okay, so before you even begin to receive anything, you're belittled. You're made to feel like you're a tramp on the street begging for money.
If I tell you this, do you go and understand it or not? Imagine that the people is using money that doesn't not exist.
Oh, I know that. I know that. I know how the monetary system works, Phil. Honestly, I know about how banking system works and how they type in numbers into a keyboard and they give you loans which comes out of thin air. They make this shit up. They give you loans which doesn't exist in the first place.
Sorry. Take a simple example. Go to your bank and you put some £1,000 sterling on your account.
Yeah.
Okay. Today we are Wednesday. Go to the bank. Say, okay, I will have my money back. Oh, it's impossible. We don't have your money anymore.
Yes.
Say, oh, was that possible? Watch on your screen on my account. Cooks, how many money I have on my account? Yes, you have money there.
Yes.
On your account.
Yes.
Physically, they don't exist.
No. No.
We have a problem.
Yes. Because the law says that a bank only has to hold, get this, 10%.
10%.
10%.
Yeah.
Oh, honestly, it leaves me speechless. How these laws are created and the people don't know. So in theory, if you put £1 million into your bank account, you're only actually eligible to withdraw 10% of it.
Yeah, or more. And the people have also to think what's happened, what the relation with money and water.
Money and water.
Yeah.
Is the relation with the money and water. We speaks about currency, we speaks about flow and other things. Everything is in a short relation with water.
Very good, yeah.
Make your own works.
No, yeah.
That's I tell what to everyone.
Yeah.
Go
Currency, flow, liquidation.
Absolutely.
Yeah,
we use it everywhere with the mainstream media. The mainstream media, of course, it's all there.
Yeah.
This seamanship talk.
Absolutely. Yeah.
So
Oh, I had a
Incredible.
thought just now, now I've missed it.
That happens to me all the time, mate.
Oh, what was you talking about? Hold on, keep time, I might remember.
Yeah, the Martin Lowe, Rory, you're right. Everything is based on it.
How many people do we have in chat? I can't actually see at the moment.
I don't know. I have to watch on the page on
There's
on
8
YouTube.
watching at the minute, right?
Okay,
AJC,
Watch.
Bubbles, Rory, Mary.
AGC.
Hold on.
For everyone in chat, I'd encourage you to go and watch Richard's videos.
Yeah,
Lovely,
Oh,
a lovely, honest chat.
it's a fact.
Thank you.
Also, if it took me to view all each videos maybe 2 or 3 times, because you have to know that English is not my mother language, and I lost a lot of because I didn't use English the last 15 years. So for me, it's an amazing good exercise to be with you, to get accepted by you, and I will try to make some short links in the future. So I promise to Mary to make some more hangouts as well in English. All the time that I do one in French, Mary is visiting us, and I love
I
her.
heard you did that before, yeah.
Hey, Phil,
I like
never,
Marie, she's the best. Chat
Phil-
Queen.
I was going to say, Phil, don't ever apologize, mate, because I'm sure there are many people listening right now that wish they could speak as many languages as you.
Oh, thanks. I'm so ashamed.
Not at all. Respect, respect.
No, it's a joke. Yeah, thank you.
No, but
for the
seriously,
compliment.
that's a very important
No.
point to make, you know.
No, if you are open-minded people, let's come to things to you.
Mm.
All what I can say. I
Absolutely.
will learn to speak Russian, and sometime 2 years ago, when I was in the hospital for my 4 strokes, there was people they can see the future, and they say, oh yeah, you want to learn Russian? You say, yeah, that's one of my dreams. But you speak already Russian, but you don't know it right now.
Very good.
Oh, oh.
Yeah.
So let's come to things. Let's come to things. So I'm excited today that I will understand really good in Russian. I understand a bit, but not everything. And I've been contacted with a lot of Russian people. They pick my videos, they put it on their website in Russian,
Yeah.
but there is no translation.
But people are still watching it, are they?
They watch the things. Okay, maybe I know that a lot of Russian people loves talking French. They are more Francophile than Englishphile.
Okay.
French and English, and I know it since a long time now. This is in the history, in the love relation that the Russian people had with the French people.
Right.
It's not a new fact; it's a very old fact.
Right.
Yeah. So
Well,
why did the French
Everybody's
people?
got that inside them to learn almost. They know it already. They just need to find it within themselves.
Hmm?
Because do you know, like the stories? I know they're all supposed to be bullshit, but there are stories about those people who go into comas and they wake up speaking different languages, or even just with accents. And I mean, I don't think it's all bullshit. I do think there might be people like that.
I've heard
I
that.
think that's a part of it. There is
Yeah, if
something
you
there.
see, there is a good video on YouTube last time, maybe 3 or 4 weeks ago. They speaks about the roots and the origin from all dialects, words, and languages,
I love
and from where it comes.
Sanskrit.
Sanskrit.
Yes, I've heard of this.
The origin of all the languages and the words is the Sanskrit. You can make your own test with I don't know if there's some
Is that similar to oh, damn it, I lost my train of thought.
okay.
We'll be doing that.
Hieroglyphics, is that similar to hieroglyphics?
I think I followed it, didn't it?
No,
In a way.
no. I don't want to give you a bad answer, so I prefer to say I don't.
Okay.
That's cool. See, I myself, I really like etymology and all that. There's Cullen Smith. I don't always agree with what he says, but I really enjoy listening to his take on words and things like that. Cullen Smith's really cool. And if I remember his name at some point, there's like a Yorkshire copper from England, and he does amazing talks on language, and he talks about you go to school on, and we call idiots morons, and you're just like, this is wrong, this is backwards. You understand? You shouldn't go to schools for less, you know. And I can't remember his name. Maybe Tony something. I love all that and the history of language. I've always been interested in the Sumerians and Sanskrit and everything, the Phoenicians, all of that I can find. As much as I can, I'll just absorb it all and take it, but I do love to listen to it and take it in. And it's all in there.
What means the word dragon?
Dragon?
What does, well, I should know, but you put
I'm
me on
going
the
to say
spot.
Margaret Thatcher.
Okay. But it comes from the Berg language. To drag on.
To drag on.
To drag on.
Ah,
Think about that.
yeah. Well, yeah, absolutely.
I should know loads of this stuff. I've looked into this for years, but yeah.
It is.
Been put on the
It's
spot and I'm rubbish at it.
It's incredible.
And it works in so many languages, this Berg language. It's amazing to discover that. Because the words, in once they have another sense. It hurts your mind, your ability to understand things. So, for example, death. Okay, if you translate it in French, it's la mort.
Really?
Two words, la, L-A, mort, M-O-R-T.
La mort.
But if you make another interpretation of those words, it's l'âme. Mind, l'âme. We are speaking about the spiritual. It's out your body, and that means the death. That's translated in bird language in French.
Right.
That's what one of this Yorkshire fella said. Is when people die, you go to a wake. You know, there's something wrong with that, you know, and they resting in peace and going to sleep. Why do we go to a wake? You know,
Richard, that's an amazing. That is an amazing point. That's really good.
It's not mine. I've heard it all
but
somewhere. But you know, when I heard that myself the first time, I was like, "Wow,
yeah."
That's just what is that?"
Yeah, and the word connaissance is not the knowledge, but if you translate it in French, is connaissance. Con from Latin. Con is with your birth. In this new world, with what your birth bring is with you. It comes from the past, from the passing lives.
Right.
Connaissance.
Are you saying conscience?
Conscience is with the science. Normally, it's conscience, but you have SC.
Yeah.
You have to be conscient.
Of course.
There's nothing to make with the science.
No.
That's why I love all the people. They are working with alchemy.
Yeah.
Alchemistry. Word. Alchemia. It's Arabic.
Alchemy.
Alchemia. Come from here. Alchemia. Alchemia. That is an Arabic word from alchemy, alchemistry.
Mm-hmm.
If you're gonna find the origin from all those different words, you're gonna be amazed from the signification of those words. What the tools say, the history of this world, of those words, telling us.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that's what I said. I love looking into that, and it baffles my mind
The
how
example.
things are the way they are.
Yeah.
But
Do you remember the example? If I say you good night, what do you hear? Good
I was
night.
in the
Good
Okay,
night.
but if I put a K before the end, is you are a good night,
good
un bon
night, yeah.
chevalier in French. And in the morning, what should I do? I'm gonna tell you, wake up, wake up. Go to search the Holy Grail.
Yeah.
So if you are a good night, you're gonna wake in the morning. You're gonna be on the wake up. The way, the Holy Grail searching.
Yeah.
That's the real languages.
The one that fascinates.
So then,
Carry on.
go on. I was just going to say, like, there's this idea then that English is not a natural language. It is a wholly just idea and disseminated amongst a certain populace to achieve a particular end. Does that make sense? Because it's not a natural. It didn't just arise out of nowhere, did it? English.
No.
That's the reason why I couldn't understand why so many people are speaking English. No, I'm joking.
The one that fascinates me is government. All right. Let's analyze government. Okay. Now, govern. All right. We know what govern means, don't we? Okay. Now let's add meant on the end of it. Okay. So they mean to govern you. Govern meant. They mean to govern you.
Joe, put that in French. Gouvernement. The governors, mon is lying. The governors are lying.
Yes.
And also, if you are the enclosure, l'enfermement. L'enfer, the hell, lies me. L'enfermement.
Yeah.
The hell lies to me.
Beautiful. Yeah.
So that's why it's also important to know different languages to understand what the words will say and what the words telling us.
Absolutely. What a fucked up world we're living in. I pardon the pun, but pardon my French.
You're welcome.
You're welcome. We're gonna taste that tomorrow. Don't forget that the subtitle from my hangout that we are talking in Franglish.
What, tomorrow?
Franglish. Don't forget.
Yeah.
No, it's my way to
No
make
Franglish.
to make some.
Can't do no Franglish here.
Yeah.
I mean, guys, don't quote me on this, but I'm sure that statistically speaking, that the most spoken language in the world is French.
No, it's Spanish.
It's Spanish.
Yeah.
So is what, French second or third?
No. Spanish first, and then English much before French. But I don't know if I can translate that in English. We have a word in French. We have the wood language.
The wood language.
Yes, la langue de bois. The language of the wood. It means only lies, and that's the most speak language in the world. What politics use all the time, what's the media using, is the language of the woods, la langue de bois. That's the most used language in the world.
Phil,
Yeah.
Phil,
Universal.
I'm going to come to one of your classes, mate. You're amazing.
You're welcome.
Fountain of information.
You're welcome.
Very cool.
And that's the reason why I accept the fact that I didn't work since 8 years now, because I learned a lot of things, amazing things, and I love to share that to everyone because it's free.
Yeah.
My birthday makes in numerologic astrology 3, the number 3. What is the number 3? What's the way of life 3? I am a communicator. So I have to give to the other one what I learned. And I'm not going to say it's what I learned is the truth. No. You have to make your own homeworks to make a validation of all the things that I'm going to bring you. It's you to accept, to validate the information, or to refuse them. I can just put you on some research ways, but I'm not going to do the job for you.
No, that's right.
You have to do it yourself.
Yes.
You have to meditate it to be. I was talking with over that fact with Antonio 2 weeks ago.
You lost it. It's going.
Yeah, I lost it. I lost his space. I lost his space. Houston, I have a big problem.
It happens to the best of us, my man.
Yeah, no, that's a fact. When you got four strokes in your life, they make some nice holes into your mind. And I saw my brain. It's just like a Swiss cheese. You know, the Emmental with a lot of holes. My brains look like that. And sometimes if I search a word, I know the word, but it doesn't come to my mouth. So, and that's very horrible. But I have to accept the fact.
It makes me laugh hearing a guy like you criticize yourself when you know so many languages.
I know it puts us British people to real shame.
No, you know that in Belgium we have a high level of self humor. We can treat us very badly.
Yeah.
In a way.
You mean
Phil, you're so stupid. You are an asshole. So okay, where's the problem? Those are only words.
Yeah. You're self-critical.
Yaps. That's it. Nonsense.
I've just 1 minute. I've just had a warning that I've got an hour left on my chat, but I might shut it down before that anyway because everyone's in bed now. But
okay.
I don't want to shut people up just yet. But just to warn you, I'll be closing it down soon.
Yeah, no worries, mate. No worries. Well, we've been going on. Well, I've gone off for about 20 minutes, but no, it's been amazing, mate. It's been. I've
really enjoyed it.
I've really enjoyed it. Yeah, absolutely. Listen, if you want to shut it down, I respect that. That's go for it. It is late. It's 11:30, isn't it? Nearly. Right. So.
Here is.
Yeah, I'm being checked up on.
No, that's cool. That's cool. Hey, listen. Let's. Shall we call it a night and arrange another night, or?
I won't arrange another night because I'm useless for double booking and things like that. But keep your eyes open, and I'm here quite a lot, and I will try and do a few more of these. I have really enjoyed.
Definitely. I think I'm gonna try and set up my own as well. To be honest, over the next week or so.
That'd be really nice. That'd be really nice to have an invite to that as well. Yeah.
So yeah, I'll definitely invite you guys over, and if you're about. Here we go.
And yeah, if anyone else ever watches this, I'd like to talk to other people as well at some point.
No, absolutely, yeah. The more, the merrier.
Definitely. Yeah. I thank you both for coming. And Rory, I don't know if you'll still be listening, but I thank you for coming.
No, it's been amazing.
Thank you. We have to thank you.
And Marie, AJ being in chat. I'm not sure who else is there, but thank you guys.
So Joe as well as Rory in the chat room now. We are your godfather.
Is he still in there?
Absolutely.
I've heard about them others.
Yeah. Listen, respect, guys. Have a good
Oh,
one.
yeah.
I shall see you soon. God bless. Be kind to each other. Let's spread the
Thank you,
word.
Joe.
Take care.
Yeah, thank you, Joe. Thanks for being here, and thanks for your nice comments and things this week. I'll check out your channel a bit more.
Likewise, my
And
friend.
I'll
Respect. Take
We'll
care.
be in touch very soon.
Bye-bye.
And bye, Joe. And I'm
Phil.
very happy for all the people. Bye, Joe. I'm very happy for all the people that are going to watch the review, the replay of this video. They're going to love that.
Yeah, me too. I hope people do. I might jazz it up myself a little bit, but we'll see. It's quite a long one, but I would like to try my own way.
So
But yeah, Phil, it's been a real nice pleasure to talk to you. I'd like to do it again very soon.
So I know that you tried, that I tried the last month to come in contact with you with Spoken, but the things happen when they have to happen.
Sure.
Not before.
You know, I really appreciated it when you said that before, because I understand it myself, but a lot of people don't, and I'm always willing to wait for when the time is right, you know. And,
let the things come to you.
I often not listen to myself, but I've started to. You know? Started to. Right.
Oh, it was a great one for your first one.
Thank you,
mon ami.
I haven't done much. I just sat here.
Wow.
I could go on, but you know, there's other people, and I
have a last question. Are you
Sure.
really a valse dancer?
I beg your pardon?
A valse, the dance.
Valves?
The valse. You put some music when you were killing all those monsters.
Oh, I see. yes, that was on there as well. That's what I said. From the YouTube editor of the classical songs,
Okay.
and I had the William Tell Overture, the Sugar Plum Fairies, the Waltz of the Flowers, and just some of the more famous ones. And some of them are only a minute and a half. Some of them are the William Tell one. I think it's about 10 minutes long. But yeah, I didn't know if people could hear it or not. I'll have to check it myself later. But
My son-in-law, he was watching your live from this afternoon, and he said, "Oh, that's a cool guy. He's killing so many people, and he's listening to nice music. He must be a very quiet guy."
I'll be back on it in a minute, but I won't be able to talk. You know, I'd do it all night long to talking. Like I say, I miss it from my old days working in the pub and the late night chats and having a few beer and the smoke and that. I miss it a lot. It's just nice.
Okay, the last words are yours, my bro Richie, and I expect you tomorrow. So in the chat, I tell you, I say you good night and thank you to be there, and thanks for all the comments.
Yes, thank you for all my comments. And definitely thank you to chat. I'll go through it myself. I should be able to have a quick look now before it all shuts down. I can see through the comments. I'll say hello to you all quickly. But thank you all very much, and thank you, Phil, Rory, and Joe. Question everything. Really, really enjoyed today. Thank you, AJC, Marie. I can't remember who else was in there, but thank you. I know Jamie popped in there at one point. Thanks, mate. Very, very cool.
I forgot to tell that we love her, that we love them.
I love everybody. I love your lady. I love your family.
Don't forget to say to one people every day that you love her. Don't forget that. It's important.
Just finish on a good note. My lady is like that. She never lets us finish on a sour note. We always have to finish on. You know, we can't leave an argument till the morning. It must be settled. And that didn't used to be my way, but I thank her for it now. That's the best way to be. You shouldn't go to bed with a grudge. All right. So much love to everybody. And peace and luck. I'm going to shut it down as I won't stop talking. All right. Bye.